8:00 p.m. on October 22, 2017, Italian time. Location Stadio Olimpico, Rome, Italy. The match had already passed the 67th minute. On the pitch side big screen the scoreboard displayed the current score, 20 home team, first away team second. Lazio leading the visiting Cagliari by 2 goals. In addition, they enjoyed absolute dominance on the pitch. Cagliari head coach Ruthlessly stood on the sideline with a grim face, arms crossed. He no longer wished to shout. In the first half he had kept yelling at the pitch, but it was utterly useless. He knew that if this match was lost his seat would probably be gone. After the previous round ended, media reports had already said that Cagliari was hunting for a new head coach. In fact, for Cagliari supporters, Ruthlessly was a quite decent head coach. In the 2015-16 season, he led the club to the Serie B title and back to Serie A, and in 2016-17, he even guided them to an 11th place finish in Serie A. Before this season started, Ruthlessly had even declared the goal of qualifying for European competition. However, once the season began, he discovered the team was still far too distant from the target he had set. In the first 8 league rounds, Cagliari had a record of 2 wins and 6 losses. In the previous round, they had lost 23 at home to Genoa. If they lost this match too, it would be 5 consecutive defeats. Ruthlessly knew very well that no matter how much credit he had previously earned, the club would no longer keep him. But in such a key match, he had to face a red-hot Lazio. After all, last round Lazio had defeated Juventus away from home. From the very start of the match to now, Cagliari had been completely on the back foot. Ruthlessly let out a sigh, turned round, and walked toward the bench. He had given up resisting and was already mentally prepared to be shown the door. At this moment, all the cameras at the stadium were aimed at Ruthlessly and the Cagliari bench. Whichever player the lens focused on lowered his head. Before sitting down, Ruthlessly also swept his eyes over the players seated on the bench. It was not that he expected some savior. He knew very well that the 11 on the pitch were already Cagliari's strongest, and those on the bench were no better. It was merely a habit of Ruthlessly's. But the next scene nearly made Ruthlessly explode. Everyone else had their heads lowered, not daring to look at him, yet one fellow was actually sprawled in his chair with his head tilted back, fast asleep. This scene was naturally captured by the cameras. This match was also broadcast live in China, and countless fans were stunned by what they saw. Damn, Dayuan actually fell asleep. Look, it seems like he's even snoring. What the hell, that's bizarre. How can he fall asleep in such a noisy stadium? His heart must be incredibly huge. A real talent. No wonder he has never played since going to Italy. With that attitude, no head coach would choose to use him. Shameful. He's taken the embarrassment all the way abroad. I saw news last time saying the club was planning not to renew him. He'll probably have to come back by the winter break. A renewal. Only if the club owner has lost all his senses. His skills are subpar, but at the very least he should show some professionalism. Useless. I never thought highly of him from the start. When he first went over, the media made a great fanfare about it. To be fair, his mentality isn't bad. That's about all he has left. What the fans were discussing was precisely the sleeping player named Fang Yuan, a 21-year-old player from China. He had joined Cagliari during the winter break last season. When the news came out back, then it caused an enormous stir at home. He was the second Chinese player in history to join Serie A. All the fans were filled with tremendous expectations for Fang Yuan. Unfortunately, those expectations quickly turned into disappointment. After joining Cagliari, Fang Yuan never played a single minute for the first team. As match after match passed, the inside story behind his arrival at Cagliari was gradually reported. It turned out that he had not been discovered by a scout at all. It was a business transaction. A Chinese brand sponsored Cagliari, and during the negotiation the two sides haggled fiercely over the sponsorship amount. Finally, after several rounds they reached an agreement. But with one extra condition: Cagliari had to sign a Chinese player. This brand also owned a club in China, so such a pleasant arrangement naturally went to their own people. They then held an internal selection trial in China. Fang Yuan's father began to exercise his money power, and in the end, after paying a certain price, he secured this spot for Fang Yuan. So Fang Yuan came to Italy and signed a 1-year contract with Cagliari. But money power could get him into Serie A, it simply could not raise his ability. Not long after Fang Yuan arrived at Cagliari, the club realized that his actual skill was nowhere close to the position he occupied. Gradually, Fang Yuan became invisible at the club. Never mind playing in matches. He could not even make the Serie A squad list. Even in the reserve team, he was only a substitute, occasionally getting minutes in garbage time. Just by looking at the attitudes of the other players on the bench, one could tell where Fang Yuan stood in the team. It was not that nobody noticed Ruthlessly staring at Fang Yuan. It was simply that nobody reminded him. They were all watching the joke unfold. To put it bluntly, this was not racism. Incompetence is the original sin. At this moment, Fang Yuan did not yet know that he had become the center of attention. For some reason, after the second half began, he felt drowsy, and then he fell asleep. After that, he felt as if he was having a very long dream. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the health preservation system. It is detected that the host is a football player, so the system has automatically evolved into the health preservation football system. This system's core principle is wellness first, career second. Nothing can hinder the host's wellness tasks. The system will issue tasks from time to time. By completing tasks, the host can randomly obtain skills and wellness points, which can increase the host's physical attributes. The system is now issuing a beginner gift pack. The beginner gift pack has been delivered. Would the host like to open it now? Would the host like to open it now? Would the host now? Would the host? Damn it, stop it. Are you a broken record? So noisy. Waking someone from a sweet dream is asking to be struck by lightning. What a wonderfully comfortable sleep. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and a large face twisted with anger appeared directly before his eyes. Startled, he shuddered, and instantly he was wide awake, all drowsiness swept away. May I ask if the host wishes to open it now? The voice from the dream just now was still echoing in Fang Yuan's ears. Please. Fang, what were you doing just now? Don't forget that you're a professional player. Look at yourself. Do you still have the slightest bit of a professional footballer's basic qualities? Before Fang Yuan could react, a spray of spittle flew over. He knew he was in the wrong, but it was unbearably maddening. The recorder-like voice by his ear kept repeating endlessly while the head coach continued to tear into him without pause. Shut up. Just shut the hell up. Fang Yuan finally couldn't take it anymore. Open, open, open. Open my ass. Which moron is messing with me? Ruthlessly, having just vented his frustration and finally feeling much better, was about to wrap up when unexpectedly this young man in front of him snarled back at him. The other colliery players watching from the side all stared at Fang Yuan in shock. Oh no. Seeing Ruthlessly's face turn bright red, Fang Yuan knew this was a huge misunderstanding. Mr. Ruthlessly, you've misunderstood. I wasn't talking about you. Didn't you hear someone speaking beside me all along? He might have been better off not explaining. As soon as he said it, Fang Yuan saw Ruthlessly's expression turn even darker. To make matters worse, the recorder-like voice beside his ear kept repeating. Big brother ancestor, I'm wrong. Open, open, open. I'll open it right now immediately. Will that do? Ruthlessly was about to continue his tirade when Fang Yuan suddenly started muttering to himself. This made Ruthlessly wonder whether the guy had actually lost his mind. And that thought unexpectedly stirred in Ruthlessly a sudden sense of kinship, as if they were fellows in misfortune. Alas, this kid has been here for nearly a year, and I haven't given him a single minute on the pitch. Isn't that going too far? Anyway, I'm about to leave and he's about to leave too. I might as well give him some time. Ruthlessly glanced at his watch, turned to the assistant coach, and murmured a few instructions. Then he sat back down in his place. But at this moment, Fang Yuan couldn't care about anything else. He had thought it was a prank only to find it was real. After he said open, the voice finally changed. The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank skill lightning speed, the A-rank skill heavy cannon, the B-rank skill basic football, and 100 wellness points. Then a panel appeared in front of Fang Yuan displaying the skill descriptions he had just obtained. Lightning speed S-rank passive skill permanently increases speed by 40%. Heavy cannon A-rank active skill. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, the shot scoring rate is 40%. Note the closer defenders are to you when using this skill, the lower the scoring rate will be. Basic football B-rank skill permanently increases short passing, long passing, positioning, defense, heading, and shooting attributes by 10 points. Damn, this is actually real. I'm not dreaming. There really is a system. Fang Yuan sat there dumbfounded, completely motionless, as if his mind had gone blank. Only when someone patted his shoulder did he snap back to reality. He looked up and was surprised to see it was assistant coach Dacio. Fang, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me calling you? Sorry, mister. Rossi, I really apologize. I was distracted. Did you need something? Go warm up. You have 5 minutes, then come back and get ready to go on, Dacio said. Huh? What did you just say? Fang, hey, we're in a match right now, okay? You're a professional player. Please pull yourself together and go warm up now. Fang Yuan finally understood, having thought he was having an auditory hallucination. Wait. Had that old man Ruthlessly taken the wrong medicine? He had already found it strange that Ruthlessly had put him on the matchday squad today, and now, with more than 20 minutes left, he was actually being sent on. Damn it, he had been in Italy for over half a year, and had only played garbage time in reserve team matches. His best achievement in Syria so far had been making the matchday squad. Dacio watched Fang Yuan's reaction and shook his head slightly. Then he turned around and left him alone. Fang Yuan, for his part, immediately went to the sideline and began warming up. At that moment, domestic fans watching the live broadcast were stunned when they saw Fang Yuan on the sidelines starting to warm up. Damn, he's warming up. Is he actually going to play? Has Ruthlessly got water in his head? This guy actually gets to play after falling asleep on the sidelines. This coach is a real piece of work. No wonder they've lost 4 in a row. Wait, 5 in a row. Could this be Big Yuan's Serie A debut? This is just too ridiculous. Ridiculous beyond belief. Stop shouting. Didn't everyone say Ruthlessly was about to be fired? He's probably doing this out of sympathy. After all, they're both outcasts in the same boat. The guy upstairs has a point. Both of them are about to be kicked out. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was checking the enormous fortune that had just fallen into his lap while continuing to warm up. The system was quite simple, a personal attribute panel with the words quest and backpack beside it. At the bottom there was also a system shop, but it was grayed out and couldn't be clicked. The personal attributes were also very simple. Host Fang Yuan. Profession footballer. Position winger. Height 186 centimeters. Team Colliery Italy. Rank E. Skills lightning speed heavy cannon basic football. Personal attributes short pass 61. Long pass 48. Shooting 60. Dribbling speed 59. Off-ball speed 67. Ball control 71. Tactical understanding 22. Breakthrough 49. Defense 30. Positioning 48. Damn, these stats aren't bad. Why am I only? Fang Yuan stared at the numbers confused. Quite a few of them had passed. But he quickly understood these stats already included the boost from basic football. In other words, subtracting 10 points from every current attribute would give his true stats. Damn, tactical understanding was 12. Apart from ball control, nothing else even reached passing grade. Host, please note that given your current physical condition, you can play at most 50 minutes per match. Exceeding 50 minutes will seriously violate the principle of wellness. Seeing that final warning, Fong Yuan shook his head. 5 minutes passed, and Dacio waved him over. Go on and replace Farias, okay? Dacio said that one sentence into Fong Yuan's ear. That was the only instruction, nothing else. Ruthlessly, meanwhile, didn't even stir from his seat. Soon the ball went out of play. The fourth official on the sidelines held up the substitution board. In the 74th minute, Colliery made a substitution. No. 33 Fong Yuan replaced No. 10 Farias. To many people, however, this substitution looked like Ruthlessly giving up on the match. Dear viewers, welcome to Penguin Sports coverage of the 9th round of Serie A featuring Lazio against Colliery. We're now in the 74th minute with Lazio leading 2-0. The fourth official has signaled a substitution for Colliery as our very own Chinese player Fong Yuan, wearing number 33, comes on for Farias number 10. Coach Sean, what are your thoughts on this change? This appears to be Fong Yuan's Serie A debut. Well, it is indeed his debut, but this substitution hardly warrants much analysis. Lazio has been performing admirably this season, having just defeated Juventus away last round. Playing at home again, they hold both a psychological and technical edge. This match is essentially decided. The only question now is whether Lazio will settle for this scoreline or press on to extend their lead. Indeed, Immobile has scored a brace and is in scintillating form. Both commentators Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun tacitly avoided further mention of Fong Yuan. Farias then reached the sideline, walking straight off the pitch without any interaction with Fong Yuan. Farias showed no reaction to the substitution. Having struggled all match with few opportunities, he was content to leave the discomfort of the game behind. To him, Fong Yuan was a mere nonentity. Fong Yuan had initially extended a hand for a gesture, but seeing no reciprocation, he simply touched his nose and jogged onto the pitch to his position. Farias's position was striker. Colliery lined up in a 3-5-1-1 formation today with Farias as the most advanced forward. Fong Yuan naturally took up that role upon coming on. Yet after the match resumed, 5 minutes passed without Fong Yuan touching the ball. It wasn't due to Lazio's tight marking, but rather that no one passed him. Already on the back foot, the side of the coach bringing on a debutant they deemed useless led the team to believe the match was being thrown away, further dampening their morale. After Fong Yuan's introduction, Colliery resorted to meaningless sideways passes with no one pushing forward. Seeing this, Lazio eased off their pressing. With time winding down and a 2-goal cushion, they were content to keep possession. Lazio's coach Inzaghi watched the proceedings from the touchline and shook his head with a wry smile. This was a scenario he welcomed. 3 points are 3 points regardless of the margin. With the victory secured, there was no need to run up the score against a non-rival. After a brief exchange with his assistant coach, several players from the Lazio bench emerged to begin warming up along the sideline. Congratulations, host. A temporary mission, even a worm will turn, has been triggered. Mission requirements: score goals. Reward for 1 goal, bronze treasure chest x1. Reward for 2 goals, bronze treasure chest x2. Reward for 3 goals, silver treasure chest x1. What the? Come on, man. How am I supposed to score when no one will pass me the ball? Fong Yuan was taken aback by the mission. Checking his system panel, he realized that completing this mission would likely depend solely on the 2 skills he had just acquired. He had to find a way to complete the mission. Previously, he was content to coast by planning to leverage his overseas experience for a lucrative contract back in the Chinese league. But now that this incredible fortune had fallen into his lap, he couldn't remain idle. He had undergone systematic training since childhood. Lacking natural talent was one thing, but a love for football was fundamental. Watching his teammates continue to pass the ball around the midfield and defense, Fong Yuan, having made his decision, began to drop deep. He waved for the ball, retreating all the way to the center circle. Colliery midfielder Barella received a pass from a teammate and saw Fong Yuan waving. After a moment's hesitation, he played the ball to him. The primary reason was Barella's soft heart. Regardless, Fong Yuan was a teammate, and leaving him without a touch for over 20 minutes would be too harsh. Another factor was Barella sensing Lazio's lack of attacking intent, so a potential turnover from passing to Fong Yuan carried little risk. Fong Yuan received the pass, trapped it, turned to face the goal, and began to drive forward. Passing was out of the question. If he gave it away now, he might not see it again for the rest of the match. Lazio applied little pressure. After Fong Yuan advanced a few steps, Parolo finally moved to close him down, though without much urgency. Parolo didn't take Fong Yuan seriously, especially with him being the only Colliery player up front. But the very next second, Parolo's expression changed drastically. Just as his opponent was about to set his feet, Fong Yuan suddenly knocked the ball forward with a powerful touch from his right boot. He then accelerated, surging past a stunned Parolo to catch up with the ball. He continued with powerful touches and bursts of speed, and after 2 or 3 such repetitions, he had stormed into the final 30 meters. Fong Yuan's sudden burst of pace and Parolo's subsequent beating caught the entire Lazio team off guard. As Fong Yuan entered the 30-meter zone, the Lazio defense finally reacted. Milinkovic-Savic and Alberto both converged on him. But Fong Yuan adjusted his stride and activated his cannonball skill. The ball flew like a bolt of lightning rocketing towards the goal. The Lazio goalkeeper, equally unprepared for the long-range strike, could only flail an arm as the ball nestled into the back of the net. The Olympic Stadium, filled with cheers just a second prior, fell into a sudden hush. Both coaches on the sidelines stared onto the pitch, mouths agape in disbelief. After nearly 10 seconds of stunned silence, Ruthlessly, the Cagliari coach, burst forth in excitement, jumping and pumping his fist. He thought, "Who dares question my tactical acumen now? Look at this substitution, a stroke of genius and immediate impact." On the pitch, Fong Yuan rubbed his eyes to confirm the ball was indeed bouncing in the net, then turned and ran towards Barella. He had to thank his good Samaritan. "Damn, even a 40 chance goes in. Looks like the big guy upstairs is looking out for me today." Barella remained dazed even as Fong Yuan embraced him. Does that count as an assist, he wondered. In the 83rd minute, Fong Yuan's long-range effort pulled one back for Cagliari, making it 1-2. Trailing by 1 goal is a vastly different proposition than trailing by 2. Bloody hell, it's in. The ball has actually gone in. Fong Yuan has scored an absolutely stunning worldie. My apologies, I lost my composure there. In the broadcast booth, Jean Jun shot to his feet. That strike from distance had to be at least 28 meters out. And did you notice his explosive acceleration just now? A series of powerful touches, simple and direct, none of that fancy nonsense. Coach Zhang, this should be the first goal our player has scored in Serie A, right? Indeed. I see some fans in the chat claiming it was a lucky goal, but I disagree. Setting aside the goal itself, the sequence of moves after receiving the pass shows he wasn't rushed. He was always aiming for that long-range shot. Whether it was his speed, his finishing technique, or his reading of the game, all of it combined to create this goal. I think we all underestimated him. Zhang Lu's commentary sent a wave of excitement through the online viewers. After all, in the current top 5 European leagues, Fong Yuan was the sole representative of Chinese players abroad. That was precisely why his arrival had generated such a frenzy. Back on the pitch, the referee urged the teams to resume play. On the sideline, Inzaghi, having abandoned any thoughts of a substitution, shot a venomous glare towards Lestari. He was convinced the old fox had set him up. As the players settled into their positions, the match restarted with the referee's whistle. Fong Yuan passed the ball back to his teammate and surged forward. Parolo stuck to him like glue. "You sneaky little, get your chances gone. You won't get another." Fong Yuan stopped, looking at Parolo with an air of innocent confusion. "Huh, what? I didn't catch that. Could you speak slower?" he asked in his halting, heavily accented English. Parolo's own English was hardly fluent. He had hoped for a war of words, but this guy apparently couldn't even understand Italian. Why the hell would you come to Serie A if you can't speak the language? Parolo felt like he had punched a pillow. Seeing the constipated look on Parolo's face, Fong Yuan was secretly delighted. He understood perfectly well, he was just pretending not to. While his Italian was a bit clumsy, he could comprehend it just fine. Although the verbal sparring failed, Parolo's marking was exceptionally tight, exposing Fong Yuan's technical limitations. Being a striker, his earlier goal was partly due to catching the defense off guard, and partly because his lightning-fast skill required space and time to accelerate. After the restart, Parolo's relentless defense denied him both. Consequently, Lazio regained their dominance on the field. His teammates attempted to feed him the ball, but he often lost possession shortly after receiving it. After a few exchanges, even Fong Yuan felt like giving up. He was simply outmatched. At least he'd secured his objective. Maybe he should just call it a day. This Italian was too tough to handle. No, he had to find a way. Even a salted fish should dream of something more. After being dispossessed again by the combined efforts of Parolo and Alberto, Fong Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, watching Parolo make faces at him. "All right, you bastard, I'm going for it. I've already got 1 goal in the bag." Having made up his mind, Fong Yuan began dropping deeper, but it wasn't effective. The fundamental issue was that Cagliari were vastly outmatched by Lazio. After conceding, Lazio had stepped up their game. This left Fong Yuan even more isolated. Dropping deep didn't help either. Time ticked on. The match reached the 89th minute. With a minute left before stoppage time, the Lazio fans in the stands were already celebrating, anticipating another victory. Lazio were on the attack. Milinkovic-Savic combined with Felipe on the flank before driving to the byline and sending in a cross. Fortunately, Andriali was alert in the center, beating immobile to the ball and heading it clear. However, Lazio won the second ball. Parolo collected it and passed back to Lulic. Lulic, upon receiving it, seemed to attempt a 1-2 with Parolo, but their communication broke down. Parolo completely misread Lulic's intention. To make matters worse, Lulic's pass was a half volley, and Parolo, caught off guard, made a mess of his first touch. Fong Yuan immediately recognized a golden opportunity. He spun and sprinted towards the ball. His blistering pace was now on full display. Despite being furthest from the ball, he reached it first. Upon his first touch, he thumped it forward with his right foot and took off sprinting with the ball at his feet. This time, it was even easier than the first goal, as Lazio were caught in transition from attack to defense. With the game nearing its end, many players were exhausted. Moreover, their sustained pressure had pushed Lazio's defensive line up near the halfway line. Fong Yuan's first powerful touch took him past their entire defense, leaving him one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Seeing he had entered the 30-meter zone, with Parolo and Alberto closing in from behind, Fong Yuan glanced up at the keeper, adjusted his stride, and unleashed his powerful shot skill once more. Like a carbon copy of his first goal, the ball rocketed towards the net like a cannonball. This time Strakosha was alert. He read the flight of the ball, launched himself into a full stretch dive, desperately reaching out with his right hand. It was a magnificent save attempt, but it wasn't enough to keep the ball out. Thud! The ball struck the inside of the post and nestled into the back of the net as Strakosha watched in despair. 2-2. Just as stoppage time began, Fong Yuan had completed his brace, pulling Cagliari level. The moment the ball crossed the line, Lestari crouched by the touchline, clutching his head in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed, never imagining such an outcome. He had only given this guy a chance out of pity, and the bastard had gone and scored twice to snatch a draw. On the other side, Inzaghi was equally stunned and helpless. An unheard-of player, 2 shots, 2 goals, had just evaporated 90 minutes of Lazio's hard work. Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Fans, did you see that? Fong Yuan has scored again. This goal was a mirror image of the last one. Let anyone dare call it luck now. The sheer power, the pinpoint accuracy. Director Zhang, I believe these 2 goals from Fong Yuan are undoubtedly the best of this Serie A round. For this round, I'd say that's an understatement. Possibly for the entire season. He single-handedly snatched a point from Lazio's home ground. These 2 goals were worth their weight in gold. They saved Rostelli, and it was Rostelli's decision to bring him on at a crucial moment that made Fong Yuan's heroics possible. Ugh, damn it. Get off me. I'm being crushed here. At that moment, Fong Yuan was buried at the bottom of a pile of his own jubilant teammates celebrating on the pitch. No matter how much he yelled, he couldn't contain his teammates' excitement. Unbeknownst to Fong Yuan, even the goalkeeper had sprinted all the way up to join the pile. Fortunately, the referee intervened, or Fong Yuan felt he might have become the first player in football history to be crushed to death by his own teammates. When they finally got up and saw Fong Yuan's disheveled state, everyone burst into hearty laughter. Each of them came over, some patting his shoulders, others ruffling his hair, showing their camaraderie. At that moment, he was no longer treated as a non-entity. Captain Pedro even stepped forward, grabbed Fong Yuan's head, and planted a kiss on it. The match restarted under the referee's urging with only 3 minutes of stoppage time remaining. In those 3 minutes, Lazio, unwilling to see 3 points turn into 1, launched a ferocious attack. However, Cagliari, having retreated entirely into their own half, managed to hold the line. Finally, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the match. This game, so crucial for both Cagliari and Rostelli, ended in a 2-2 draw. As Fong Yuan was leaving the pitch after the match, Rostelli, having just finished shaking hands with Inzaghi, approached with a beaming smile and gave Fong Yuan a warm embrace. At the post-match press conference, Fong Yuan accompanied Rostelli to the venue. It was his first time attending such an event. Once the press conference began, the journalists present immediately directed their questions at Rostelli and Fong Yuan. Mr. Rostelli, was your substitution today a pre-planned decision or a spur-of-the-moment call? Many believe you made the change because you were conceding the match. No, you're not me. Fong is an important member of our team. He trains diligently every day and often puts in extra practice. I've witnessed his improvement. I brought him on to change the dynamics of the game, and he possesses that ability. As you saw, he fulfilled exactly what I asked of him. Fong Yuan sat nearby, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. Not just because of the old man's lavish praise, but also because he had a head coach who could lie through his teeth with a straight face. How could this even work? But the journalists clearly weren't about to let them off the hook. Are you certain, Mr. Rostelli? Our cameras captured Fong Yuan dozing off on the bench. Weren't you reprimanding him after you noticed? Who the hell was sleeping? You're the one who was sleeping. Your whole family was sleeping. Fong Yuan's face darkened as he listened. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Without waiting for Rostelli to respond, he grabbed the microphone and spoke. Reporter, you must have been mistaken. That wasn't sleeping. I was simulating the game's flow in my mind. I was imagining how I could change the outcome if the coach were to put me on. And as you can see, it worked. Fong Yuan, quick to learn, spun the lie effortlessly. This time it was Rostelli's turn to feel his cheeks flush. Reporter, you indeed saw wrong. As I just said, Fong is the most hard-working and dedicated player on our team. I know his habits very well. So when I saw him, I immediately went over to discuss our tactical approach for when he came on. The result proved that this was highly effective. The two of them sang each other's praises in perfect harmony, but the journalists present were not easily fooled. If you valued him that much, why hasn't he played a single minute in over half a year? You have the nerve to call him an important member. What is he, a mascot? Mr. Rostelli, since Fong is an important member of the team, why hasn't the club renewed his contract? We've been informed that the club has explicitly decided against offering him a new deal. Is this what you mean by an important member? Reporter, I don't know where you got that information, but I can assure you it's false. As for why Fong's renewal hasn't been completed, yet it's because there are a few minor differences in the negotiation talks. However, the club has been very patient. They truly want to keep him. I believe Fong also wants to stay, so you'll see the renewal finalized very soon. Brilliant. Fong Yuan listened to the old man's words, feeling a profound sense of admiration. His ability to fabricate stories was truly remarkable. To think he could say such an absurd thing. The journalists weren't fools. They could all see that Rostelli was spouting nonsense. But one thing was certain: Fong Yuan had saved Rostelli's job. After the match, upon returning to Cagliari, the club's general manager sought out Rostelli for a private meeting. No one knows what they discussed. The next day, just as Fong Yuan arrived at the training ground, he was summoned to the general manager's office. Mr. Pacetti, you wanted to see me. Fong, yes, it was me. How are you? Are you settling in well here in Cagliari? My apologies for being so busy that I haven't had the chance to chat with you until now. I'm doing well, thank you for your concern. Despite the smile on his face, Fong Yuan felt nothing but disdain for the man's words. That's good to hear. I listened to Mr. Rostelli's assessment of you today. He suggested we should keep you. Honestly, I've always believed you are an exceptionally talented player. So what do you say, Fong? Stay with Cagliari. This is the perfect stage for you to showcase your abilities. Thank you, Mr. Passetti. I'm honored to have the recognition from both you and Mr. Rostelli. I truly like Cagliari, and I am willing to contribute my strength to the club's revival. Fong Yuan felt that after attending one post-match press conference, he had somehow become enlightened, his ability to spin yarns growing at an alarming rate. A smile spread across Passetti's face upon hearing Fong Yuan's words. He then pulled a contract from his desk. It offered a base annual salary of €1 million, a 3-year term along with various other benefits and bonuses. Fong Yuan flipped through it and was quite satisfied. The salary was a €300,000 increase, and given that the average salary at Cagliari was around €2 million, this was a very good deal. Fong Yuan read through the contract and then signed his name without hesitation. The moment the deal was sealed, the system's notification chime rang out in succession. Congratulations, host, on completing the temporary mission. Even a clay figure has a temper of its own. Mission objective achieved, 2 goals scored. Reward, 2 bronze treasure chests. Rewards have been delivered to your system inventory. Damn it, you're giving out rewards a day late. Fong Yuan had been wondering why the system was unresponsive after yesterday's match. Just as he was about to open the system interface, an unexpected surprise awaited him. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission contract renewal. Reward, 1 normal treasure chest. Reward has been delivered to your system inventory. Whoa, didn't see this coming. An extra reward was a pleasant bonus. Upon arriving home, Fong Yuan was just about to open his blind boxes when his phone rang. Dad, why are you calling at this hour? Son, you're all over the sports news today. Haha, I bought every newspaper I could find. I told you my boy would make it big. Hearing the voice on the other end, Fong Yuan could only manage a wry smile. When everyone else had doubted him, his father was the only one who never wavered in his belief that his son was a football prodigy. His dad was a diehard football fan. As far back as Fong Yuan could remember, the first match his father took him to was the Euro 2000 final between Italy and France. From then on, whenever his father had free time, he'd take him to matches, domestic and international alike. Eventually, it was his father who enrolled him in a football academy. In truth, Fong Yuan knew he wasn't the football genius his father made him out to be. His smooth journey from the academy to the club had been largely paved by his father's financial influence. Dad, how's your health? Listen, you're getting older now, so go easy on the drinking. Also, I've got some news. I just renewed my contract with the club for 3 more years. So I probably won't be able to come back and visit. Take good care of yourself. You little brat, what do you mean getting older? Your old man is in the prime of his life. I'm telling you, I'm the center of attention at any nightclub. Women are practically throwing themselves at me. And there it was. Within 3 sentences, his father was off on his usual nonsense again. Fong Yuan slapped his forehead in exasperation. I'm telling you, just focus on taking care of yourself over there. Don't worry about me. I've got a housekeeper at home and a secretary and assistants at the office. Besides, you're an adult now. The adult world should be colorful, not dull. If you see someone you like, go for it. A man who hasn't had a few romances before marriage isn't a real man. All right, Dad. I've got to go. I have things to do, Fong Yuan said, hanging up the phone. That was his eccentric father, Fong Jiangwo. Fong Yuan had no memories of his mother. She had died from complications during childbirth. After that, Fong Jiangwo never remarried. You could call him unreliable, yet he remained devoted to his late wife. He was also a shrewd businessman, building a small restaurant into a chain brand from scratch, amassing a fortune worth hundreds of millions. But if you tried to call him responsible, well, his luck with women had never dried up. Fong Yuan dreaded visiting his father's company. 1 secretary and 3 assistants, all stunningly beautiful, all top graduates, and all fond of hitting the bars and nightclubs. Fong Yuan remembered having to clean up the messes at nightclubs more than once. He had once asked his father why, with such luck with women, he never remarried. He still remembered his father's answer vividly. Remarry? No way. In this life, I'll only ever be married to 1 woman, your mother. Besides, what if I remarry and she gets pregnant, creating a rival for your inheritance? And most importantly, if I got married, I'd lose all my current happiness. This way I have no guilt. At worst, they call me a playboy. But if I were married and still did this, that'd be a moral failing. What an utterly absurd and bizarre rationale. It had left Fong Yuan completely dumbfounded at the time. After calming down, Fong Yuan opened the system and rubbed his hands together in anticipation. He clicked on the first bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 health points. What the hell? That's it. Come on, this was my first bronze chest. Is the system being stingy, or am I just cursed with bad luck? Just then the system chimed again with another notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission, the thrill of opening blind boxes. This is a unique system mission. Reward 1 mystery treasure chest. Alright, fine. At least you know how to make amends. Good system. He clicked on the remaining bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 2,000 health points. Damn it. Are you serious? Am I really this unlucky? There was still 1 normal treasure chest. Fine, let's try this one. I refuse to believe. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 health points. What the hell? Is that the only difference between bronze and normal? Then he looked at the final reward, the mystery treasure chest. Its craftsmanship was clearly a cut above the rest with glowing patterns etched into its surface. Don't tell me this is also health points. Is this what you call thrill? Whatever. Health points it is then. I'll just close my eyes and take it. Fong Yuan opened the last chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained S-rank skill elastico, A-rank shooting technique, A-rank dribbling technique, B-rank ball control technique, and 5,000 health points. Now that's more like it. This must be the system's way of compensating me. Elastico and S-rank active skill. When used, it grants an 80 success rate for beating a defender. Best used when receiving the ball and executing a one-on-one dribble. Optimal success rate in isolated duels. A-rank shooting technique upon use permanently increases shooting attribute by 20 points. A-rank dribbling technique upon use permanently increases dribbling attribute by 20 points. B-rank ball control technique upon use permanently increases dribbling speed by 5 points and ball control by 5 points. Absolutely fantastic. After applying all the techniques, Fong Yuan turned his attention to his personal attribute panel. Host Fong Yuan. Profession football player. Position winger. Height 186 centimeters. Club Cagliari, Italy. Rank C. Skills lightning pace elastico heavy cannon shot football fundamentals. Attributes short pass 61, long pass 48, shooting 80, dribbling speed 74, off the ball speed 67, ball control 76, tactical understanding 22, breakthrough 69, defense 30, positioning 48. Health points 8,500. His rank had jumped up significantly, a massive haul. Then looking at his 8,500 health points, Fong Yuan remembered the system's initial explanation. These points were used to enhance personal attributes. Maybe he should just use them all. But a moment later he regretted it. The exchange rate was outrageously steep, and he realized it wasn't even uniform. Attributes below 60 cost 1,000 points per point, but anything above 60 cost 1,500 points per point. Seeing his balance dwindle to just 1,500, Fong Yuan decided to stop spending. After a day of rest at home, Fong Yuan arrived at the team's training ground the following day. According to the schedule, the next match was set for 8 o'clock the following evening. Though they had narrowly escaped the jaws of Lazio, securing only a single point, and being outplayed in terms of possession, Lastelli's dramatic late substitutions had managed to preserve his position as head coach. Following their return from the match against Lazio, Cagliari's official website released 2 announcements. The first was a photograph of the club's general manager and head coach Lastelli engaged in a cordial conversation. Though it carried no accompanying text, the image spoke volumes, clearly signaling to the press that Cagliari had no intention of replacing their manager. Whether such thoughts had existed before was of course irrelevant. The second announcement declared that Cagliari had successfully renewed the contract of Chinese player Fong Yuan with the exceptionally talented winger set to spearhead the club's attacks for the next 3 years. Ciao Fong. Those 2 goals the other day were magnificent. Just as he finished locking up his bicycle and was about to enter the training facility, Fong Yuan felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw none other than the team's core player Barella. Barella was undeniably the absolute cornerstone and heart of Cagliari's starting lineup this season. Moreover, as a product of Cagliari's youth academy, he was regarded as one of their own, cherished by both the club's management and the fans alike. Never before had such an encounter occurred between the two. In fact, they had barely exchanged a word in the past. To put it plainly, a simple nod if they crossed paths would have been considered a pleasantry. Never would he have imagined such warmth as today. Nicolo, that was just sheer luck on my part. No, that wasn't luck. I know it, Fong. I've always wanted to master a long-range shot. You must tell me how to perfect it. Alright, but I don't think now is the right time. If we delay any longer, we'll both be late, and I doubt Mr. Lastelli would let us off the hook. Oh my god. Quick. I don't want to be scolded first thing in the morning. Barella exclaimed after glancing at his watch. Fong Yuan had only trained with the first team a few times upon his initial arrival before being relegated to the youth squad, so their schedules differed. Had it not been for his foresight in setting an alarm yesterday, he would have been late for certain today. As for Barella, Fong Yuan knew him well. He was notorious throughout the training base as the king of tardiness. The two hurried to the locker room, swiftly changed into their gear, and sprinted to the training pitch. As they jogged over together, chatting and laughing, most of those on the training ground greeted them with smiles. Lastelli, standing on the sidelines, checked his watch and shot them both a fierce glare. Right on the dot, impeccably timed. The shift in attitude towards Fong Yuan was evident in the way many greeted him, a subtle sign of his changing status within the team. Of course, during the practice matches, Fong Yuan was still assigned to the substitute squad. It wasn't just his standing within the team that had subtly transformed, his own mentality had shifted as well. Upon first arriving at Cagliari, he had been incredibly enthusiastic in training, diligently learning Italian, with the primary goal of making a breakthrough with the club. However, due to physical limitations and a lack of raw talent, his status within the team naturally remained low. Gradually, he had begun to lose motivation, and with that mindset, he started to slack off during training sessions. But now, armed with the system, and having proven through a match that he was indeed favored by Lady Luck, his mentality was entirely different. Thus, from the moment training commenced, Fong Yuan displayed tremendous effort. During the intra-squad scrimmage, he was one of the two forwards for the substitute team partnered with Moxu. Coincidentally, he found himself directly matched against Barella. Not long into the session, Fong Yuan delivered a pleasant surprise for Lastelli on the sidelines. Dropping deep to receive the ball from a teammate, He moved forward to meet a low pass, preparing to control it. The ball was almost within his reach with Barella closing in from behind. In the next instant, just as the ball arrived, Fang Yuan flicked it with his heel, executing a swift turn. A beautiful heel flick to beat his marker. After advancing a few steps, he released the ball to the wing, but unfortunately his teammate's cross from the flank was woefully inadequate. The ball sailed directly out of bounds for a goal kick. Massimo, I believe Fang shouldn't be positioned as a central striker. You saw his incredible pace in the last game, and just now his quick turn, while facing away from goal, his acceleration. He reacts remarkably fast. I think moving him slightly deeper would be more effective. Team assistant coach Dazio said, stepping beside Lastelli. Lastelli offered no verbal response to his old friend's observation, merely nodding in agreement. He had been thinking the same thing. And as the training session progressed, Fang Yuan's continued performance further solidified this belief for both him and Dazio. The inter-squad scrimmage lasted only an hour, ending with the main team securing a 2-0 victory. Fang Yuan's performance earned him widespread recognition. Despite not scoring, he was undeniably one of the standout performers for the substitute side. Of course, shortcomings were also apparent. Firstly, his understanding of the team's tactics and chemistry with teammates left much to be desired. Secondly, there was the issue of physicality. Dazio, you'll be in charge of his training from now on. Pay special attention to enhancing his physical strength and toughness in duels. Lastelli turned and instructed Dazio. No problem, leave it to me. After finishing the day's rigorous training, Fang Yuan felt utterly exhausted, drained like a dog. The intensity was overwhelming, a world apart from the leisurely pace of the youth team. What's more, he suspected Dazio of either being on something or deliberately trying to run him into the ground. Nevertheless, after training, Dazio practically dragged Fang Yuan to the physiotherapy room. And surprisingly, after a thorough massage, his bones felt a tingling numbness, an incredibly soothing sensation that was pure bliss. The following evening at 6, the entire Cagliari squad arrived at the St. Elia Stadium, where they were greeted by a throng of enthusiastic fans who had been eagerly waiting. As the only Serie A club from the island of Sardinia, Cagliari may have been considered one of the weaker teams in the league, but their popularity on the island was immense. Tens of thousands of fans had turned out for this match. Compared to their previous opponent, this match promised to be considerably easier. Their opponent was Benevento, the newly promoted side currently languishing at the very bottom of the table. Everyone in Cagliari believed today's match would be a walk in the park. If Cagliari were considered a weak team, then their opponents Benevento were the true pushovers. 9 rounds into the season, and Benevento had suffered 9 consecutive defeats. It was safe to say they had all but secured a relegation spot. Moreover, there was another piece of good news for Cagliari. Their opponents had just gone through an internal strife that led to a change in management. The day after their 0-3 loss to Fiorentina, Benevento announced they had parted ways with their sporting director Di Sama and head coach Baroni. It was worth noting that Benevento's promotion to Serie A last season marked the first time in the club's 88-year history that they had reached the top flight. Baroni and Di Sama were the masterminds behind that achievement. The new coach De Zerbi had only been in charge for 2 days before his Serie A debut. Needless to say, this put Benevento at a significant disadvantage. Given all this, the public opinion was overwhelmingly in favor of Cagliari. Fang Yuan, as usual, was seated on the substitutes bench. However, once the match began, both the Cagliari fans in the stands and the journalists covering the game were deeply disappointed with the team's performance. The start of the match was ideal. In less than 10 minutes, Cagliari had breached Benevento's goal. In the 7th minute, starting striker Farias received a cross from Miang on the flank inside the penalty area. His header was saved by Benevento's goalkeeper Bergnoli, and the clearance from center-back Di Rizio pushed the ball out of the box. However, Cagliari won the first header, and Padoin delivered the ball to Barella at the edge of the area. Upon receiving the ball, Barella feinted with his right foot to create space, then unleashed a powerful shot with his left, sending the ball into the top corner of the net. The goal ignited the Cagliari fans in the stands. Scoring so early seemed to herald a very easy game. Rostelli, the coach on the sidelines, wore a relaxed expression after the goal. He returned to the bench and chatted casually with Decio beside him, with the cameras capturing their laughter. But after that goal, Cagliari inexplicably seemed to be sleepwalking. They made frequent errors. Meanwhile, Benevento's coach De Zerbi urged his players to push forward in attack. With this shift in momentum, Cagliari gradually fell onto the back foot. Rostelli could no longer sit still, and his smile had vanished. Yet no matter how much he shouted and gestured, Cagliari remained on the back foot. Finally, in the 38th minute, Benevento's forward Yemeno received a through ball inside the box. As he attempted to turn, he was tripped by Cepatelli. The referee decisively blew his whistle and pointed to the penalty spot. Rostelli, furious on the sidelines, hurled his water bottle to the ground, earning himself a yellow card. The outcome was inevitable. Yemeno's penalty found the back of the net. The score was 1-1, bringing both teams back to level terms. However, this conceded goal failed to rouse Cagliari's players, while Benevento suddenly saw a glimmer of hope for their first 3 points of the season. Fortunately for Cagliari, Benevento's finishing was poor in the remaining minutes. The score remained level going into halftime. Look at what you're playing out there. It's crap worse than crap. Nicolo, why did you slow down the pace after we took the lead? What's going on in that head of yours? Is it full of rubbish? And the rest of you, haven't I told you to stay focused, especially on their forwards? What the hell were you all doing? Pavoletti, what about you? I didn't see you the entire first half. Were you even on the pitch? What were you doing during our attacks? When your teammates crossed the ball, what were you doing? Were you defending or shooting? Back in the dressing room, Ruthlessly immediately launched into a tirade. He had thought his position was secure, but this performance was baffling. He even suspected his players were trying to get him sacked, given how strangely they were playing. Fang Yuan tried his best to shrink into a corner, hoping to avoid the old man's notice. He knew better than to get on his bad side at a moment like this. But the more he tried to hide, the more Ruthlessly noticed him. Fang, what are you doing? Are you listening to me? Why are you hiding back there? Fang Yuan thought to himself, damn it, old man, are you crazy? What does the first half have to do with me? You're like a mad dog biting anyone in sight. You're replacing Paveletti in the second half. Huh, I'm going on. No, am I the one playing? Oh, right, okay. The old man seemed to have a chip on his shoulder, so it was best to avoid provoking him. The halftime break passed quickly, and the players returned to the pitch. Although the Cagliari fans in the stands continued to cheer tirelessly, their enthusiasm had waned compared to the start of the match. Some fans even wore expressions of discontent. At that moment, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Cagliari made a change. Number 33, Fang Yuan came on for number 11, Paveletti. Who the hell is this guy? Has Ruthlessly lost his mind? Bringing on a rookie at a time like this? Is his head full of water? At that moment on the east stand, a group of burly, bare-chested men were belting out Cagliari's anthem. This section of the stands was home to Cagliari's most loyal supporters. One of them, a fierce-looking man with a thick, unkempt beard, immediately voiced his criticism upon seeing the substitution. Vincent, didn't you watch the last match? This kid scored 2 wonder goals to help the team draw with Lazio. Damn, I missed that game. So that's the story. But how come I've never heard of him? When did he join? His profile is on the official website. He's Chinese, joined the team over half a year ago, and just signed a new contract yesterday. Chinese. Can they even play football? I don't know about that, but he was the hero of the last match. We would have lost without him. Let's hope he can save the team again today. Vincent was the leader of a fan group called Forza and Cagliari. He was an utterly devoted and diehard supporter of the club. All right, brothers, let's raise our voices. We can't lose the spirit. We're going to win this. Vincent bellowed to the fans around him, then jumped onto his seat and led the charge, shouting towards the pitch. At that moment, Fang Yuan had become the beacon of hope for the entire village. Who is this guy? The same question that Vincent asked was also on the mind of De Zerbi. Speaking of De Zerbi, his playing career in the Italian professional football circles was largely unremarkable. Although he came through the youth ranks at AC Milan, he never made a single appearance for the senior team. His entire playing career was spent drifting through the lower leagues, frequently being cast aside by these lesser clubs. He only found a place at Napoli upon their relegation, and when they returned to Serie A, he was quickly loaned out. His entire career boasted just 3 Serie A appearances. When later asked by reporters, De Zerbi once said, "That's just how it was. I was only worth 3 matches." When Benevento fell into internal turmoil, De Zerbi became the team's firefighter, stepping in as interim head coach. "Roberto, here's his file," his assistant said, handing him a sheet of paper. "Is this all?" De Zerbi asked, looking at the information in his hand. "That's all there is. This guy has been with the team for over half a season without playing a single Serie A match, not even in the cup. His contract was set to expire at the winter break, and there were even rumors the club wouldn't renew it. But in the last match against Lazio, it was his 2 goals that helped them secure a draw, saving Ruthlessly from being sacked. All right, let them play according to our plan. Keep the ball under control as much as possible and manage the tempo. We have a chance to win this one." After hearing his assistant's introduction, De Zerbi decided not to give Fang Yuan another thought. After the halftime break, De Zerbi was extremely confident about this match. He felt his team held the advantage both in terms of player morale and tactical setup. But just as the second half began, before De Zerbi's assistant could even relay his instructions, Cagliari created a scoring opportunity on the field. The one taking the shot was none other than Fang Yuan, who had just come on as a substitute. Perhaps because they were unfamiliar with Fang Yuan, as soon as Cagliari kicked off the second half, he passed the ball to Farias and then accelerated forward, sprinting straight up the field along the left half space. Fang Yuan and Farias had a brief exchange before the kickoff, but this didn't attract the attention of the Benevento players. Many assumed Fang Yuan was simply relaying Ruthlessly's instructions. Upon receiving the pass, Farias didn't trap the ball. Instead, he immediately chipped it forward towards Fang Yuan's direction. Running at full speed, Fang Yuan kept his eyes on the ball's trajectory, calculating its landing point. Fang Yuan reached the ball first. Seeing Kibu pressing towards him, he poked the ball past him with his toe and accelerated away. A simple trick, but effective. Armed with the experience from the previous game, he was well aware that his other attributes were woefully inadequate. Kibu easily shaken off, and everyone else present then witnessed a bizarre sight. Fang Yuan dribbling the ball was actually faster than Kibu, who was running without it. However, many didn't fancy Cagliari's chances with this attack, as Fang Yuan was the only player forward. Although Kibu couldn't catch Fang Yuan, Benevento's center-back Dimes was already ahead of him, ready to intercept. If he could just slow Fang Yuan down, he would immediately be caught in a pincer between Dimes and Kibu. As Fang Yuan approached, Dimes tried to anticipate his next move. He noticed Farias, the other striker, also sprinting forward. Assessing his own position, Dimes quickly concluded that Fang Yuan would surely attempt a pass to Farias. So Dimes focused his defensive efforts on blocking the passing lane. Little did he know he was up against an unpredictable player. With a long pass attribute of 48, if he attempted that pass, only heaven knew where it might end up. So one was prepared to make his move, while the other was convinced a pass was coming. As Fong Yuan reached Demies, he executed a sudden elastico. Demies was left stunned, and Fong Yuan smoothly bypassed him, using his left foot to adjust the ball. He unleashed a powerful strike. The moment Fong Yuan shot Rostelli on the sideline, was about to yell at him to pass as Farias had caught up on the other side. His mouth opened, the shout still forming. Fong Yuan had already let fly. Rostelli, furious, was about to hurl his water bottle to the ground when a massive roar erupted from the stands. When he looked up, the ball was already bouncing inside the opponent's net. 2-1. In the 47th minute, Fong Yuan's wonder strike from outside the box had put Cagliari ahead. This time he was much more experienced than in the previous match. The moment the ball hit the net, Fong Yuan quickly ran towards Rostelli on the sideline. He then promptly tackled Rostelli to the ground. Damn it all. Let's see who dares to pile on me now. Even if they do, I won't be at the bottom this time. OFK Fong, are you trying to kill me? Rostelli was still in a daze when he was floored by Fong Yuan, who then landed right on top of him. Standing nearby were the other Cagliari players who had rushed over to join the celebration. Sorry, I got too excited. Well, help me up first. Oh, right. Fong Yuan pulled the disheveled Rostelli to his feet. Most people at the stadium were overjoyed. The goal had lifted the team's spirits. However, there was one person who wasn't entirely pleased. Farias watched Fong Yuan surrounded by his teammates, his expression souring. He believed Fong Yuan should have passed him the ball for that goal. Up in the stands, Vincent Cagliari's most loyal supporter was ecstatic to see his team take the lead. He continuously led the other fans in his group, chanting slogans. Soon urged on by the referee, the match resumed. Fong Yuan's goal seemed to instantly jolt his teammates out of their stupor. After the restart, despite Benevento's fight back, Cagliari found their form again. They weathered nearly 10 minutes of intense pressure from Benevento. Gradually, they managed to push back the opposition's attacks. After about 10 more minutes, the game settled into a tense stalemate. However, Fong Yuan didn't get any more clear-cut chances. After his goal, Benevento's defense paid him much closer attention. It was at this point that Fong Yuan's limitations became apparent. This was especially evident in his coordination with teammates. Moreover, once trapped in double teams by the opposition, his ball handling became significantly more difficult. As for long-range shots, the two opportunities he managed to carve out were either thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper or rattled off the goalpost. Seeing the ball bounce off the post, Fong Yuan finally comprehended what the system meant by the 40% accuracy rate of the cannon shot skill. His 3 earlier goals had led him to overlook this limitation. Damn it. When you said 40%, you actually meant it. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Fong Yuan failed to notice Farias on the other side, gesturing at him, demanding to know why he wasn't passing. But Fong Yuan hadn't even glanced his way. Seeing himself ignored, Farias's expression soured further. In truth, Fong Yuan wouldn't have been able to make the pass even if he had seen him. That was precisely why he had rarely drifted out to the wings during the entire second half. Hey system boss, why are you so quiet this match? You need to step up and do something. Otherwise, how am I supposed to enjoy the thrill of opening a blind box? And so the match concluded amidst this grueling tug of war. The 2-1 scoreline held until the final whistle. Cagliari narrowly defeated Benevento, thanks to Fong Yuan's goal early in the second half, securing a hard-fought 3 points. Farias watched Fong Yuan being swarmed by his celebrating teammates, his face dark with displeasure as he headed straight for the players' tunnel. Neither Fong Yuan, his teammates, nor even coach Rostelli noticed his departure. A win is a win, whether by a narrow margin or a landslide. Securing the 3 points was a relief for Rostelli. Furthermore, the immediate impact of substituting Fong Yuan, who scored right away, served as a testament to his own tactical acumen. Consequently, at the post-match press conference, Rostelli was all smiles, boasting extravagantly, as if the entire outcome had been meticulously orchestrated by him. After the match, considering their next opponent Torino, and the fact that it was an away game, Rostelli announced that the team would have the following day off. He wanted his players to rest and recuperate properly. He had praised the team in front of the press, but privately he was acutely aware that many players were in poor form. Had it not been for Fong Yuan's goal, his own position would have been precarious. Additionally, the match gave him a clear understanding of Fong Yuan's weaknesses. After the game, he instructed Dacia to focus on this aspect in training. After a day of rest, Fong Yuan arrived at the team's training ground. The upcoming 11th round of the league would see Cagliari travel to face Torino. 10 rounds in Cagliari's record stood at 3 wins, 1 draw, and 6 losses, placing them 14th with 10 points. While they weren't in the relegation zone, the gap between them and the teams below was perilously slim. For instance, Sassuolo and SBL were separated from Cagliari by just a single match's worth of points. Hey Farias. Fong Yuan encountered his teammate Farias at the entrance and gave a casual wave in greeting. However, to his surprise, Farias completely ignored his friendliness. Seeing the other man walk straight past him into the facility, Fong Yuan was baffled. What's going on? Is he on his period or something? Why the sour face? Surely Rostelli didn't scold him before he even got to the base. That couldn't be it. Didn't we win the day before yesterday? The old man can't be that harsh. Or did I do something to offend him? That can't be right either. I've barely exchanged a few words with him. As Fong Yuan walked along, lost in thought, a hand clapped him on the shoulder. What are you thinking about, Fong? Didn't you hear me calling you? Snapping back to reality, Fong Yuan turned his head. No, I was just spacing out, Nicolo. I greeted Farias earlier, but he completely ignored me. He seemed to be in a bad mood. Do you know why? I don't know. I'm not close to him either. And let me tell you, he's got a terrible temper. I don't like him much, to be honest. So what did you get up to yesterday? Next time we have a day off, I'll take you out for some fun. I've been to all the best spots in Colliery. I've also heard that there are new girls at the Caddy Club, and they are incredibly hot. I checked the schedule, after the next match we'll have some time off. We should all go together. We'll bring the captain and Pavo along too. Barella enthusiastically threw his arm around Fong Yuan's shoulder. Damn, so this is the fun you were talking about. I thought you meant the tourist attractions in Colliery. Barella, now talking a mile a minute, didn't notice the strange look on Fong Yuan's face. They changed into their gear in the locker room and headed to the training pitch. As the session got underway, Fong Yuan quickly pushed his earlier thoughts about Farias to the back of his mind. The entire morning's training was essentially a private session for Fong Yuan under the focused guidance of Dacia. The content, aside from basic physical conditioning, mostly involved Dacia explaining the team's tactical formation, Rostelli's coaching gestures, and the positional habits of his teammates. Fong Yuan found it interesting that after a full day of training previously, his attributes hadn't changed at all. But today, after just half a day of practice, his tactical understanding had actually increased by 1 point. Time quickly passed to the afternoon training session. The afternoon's plan was an intra-squad scrimmage, and Fong Yuan was once again placed on the second-string team. Soon Fong Yuan felt something was off. It wasn't just him, Rostelli and the other players on the sidelines also noticed it. Every time Fong Yuan dropped deep to receive the ball, he found himself marked by Farias. Every time he retreated, Farias was right on his back. Furthermore, Farias was constantly using sneaky little fouls, making it extremely uncomfortable for Fong Yuan. What the hell is going on? Did I dig up your ancestors' graves or something? Fong Yuan lost the ball again and turned to glare at Farias. The guy had just tugged at his shorts from behind. This caused Fong Yuan to lose focus for a split second, allowing the ball to be stripped away. Rostelli, watching from the sidelines, naturally saw what was happening between the two players, though he was unaware of the cause. As he hesitated on whether to interrupt the training, an incident occurred on the pitch that he would deeply regret. The scrimmage continued. The first team shot was saved by the goalkeeper, and possession shifted back to the second team. Seeing his teammates constantly passing the ball, Fong Yuan dropped back to the midfield once more to offer support. Upon seeing Fong Yuan, his teammate passed him the ball, but a moment later, he heard a warning shout from a nearby teammate. Fong Yuan immediately sensed trouble and leaped into the air with haste. Yet he was a fraction too late. Pain shot through his calf as he lost his balance mid-air and crashed to the ground. Thanks to his teammates' timely warning, Fong Yuan ignored the searing pain in his leg and scrambled to his feet, only to see the culprit rising nonchalantly from the turf. Furious, Fong Yuan thought, damn it, if I hadn't reacted so fast, I'd be seriously injured. He stormed over and grabbed Farias by the collar. What the hell are you trying to do? Commit murder? Fong Yuan expected an apology. You weakling, this is a football pitch, a place for real men. If you can't handle it, it's because you're not good enough, Farias retorted. Enraged by the man's words, Fong Yuan threw a punch without a second thought. Farias, likely believing Fong Yuan wouldn't dare, stood his ground, relying on his higher status within the team. His arrogance, however, was a relic of the past. The current Fong Yuan was not the same man from a week prior. Having scored crucial goals in 2 consecutive matches, his standing in the team was now on par with Farias, who hadn't found the net in 5 or 6 rounds. Furthermore, Fong Yuan was more adept at maintaining good relationships with his teammates. More importantly, Farias's tackle was a blatant violation of training rules, a dangerous challenge from behind. Many had witnessed his clear intent to target Fong Yuan. Farias had been deliberately antagonizing him since the start of the scrimmage. It's normal for a forward to drop deep into midfield to link up play, as Rostelli demanded. But for a forward to track back and mark the opposing forward in midfield, that was simply absurd. Furthermore, even for a defensive assignment, such a malicious challenge was unacceptable and could easily warrant a red card in an official match. Combined with Farias's earlier taunts, which many had overheard, no one, not even Barella, moved to intervene when Fong Yuan threw his punch before Rostelli arrived. Only after Fong Yuan's punch sent Farias sprawling to the ground, and the latter attempted to rise and retaliate, did Barella and others step in, feigning restraint to hold Farias back. Barella, who clearly held a grudge against Farias, subtly winked at Fong Yuan while pretending to play peacemaker. At that moment, Rostelli strode onto the center of the pitch. His face ashen, he tersely gestured for both Fong Yuan and Farias to leave the training ground. It was then that Fong Yuan noticed 2 prominent bloody gashes on his left calf, a clear sign that Farias's studs had been showing. Without a word, he showed the wounds to Rostelli, who acknowledged them before Fong Yuan left the field after receiving treatment from the medical staff. The club swiftly issued its punishment for the altercation, a 1-match suspension for both players, a penalty that meted out equal blame. Fong Yuan was secretly dissatisfied with the verdict. He accepted his own suspension for throwing the punch, but felt Farias's 1-match ban was far too lenient. Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden mission team suspension. Reward 500 health points. What the hell? You've got to be kidding me. You reward me for this, but gave me nothing for scoring in the last match. And what good is 500 points? It's not even enough for a single attribute point. Wait a minute. These hidden missions always seem to trigger on the first occurrence. If that's the system's pattern, would I get one for getting a yellow or red card? Maybe I should try to get a card on purpose next game. I'd have to make it look unintentional. If I got a card for no reason, old man Ruthlessly would be furious. Little did Fong Yuan know the system had another surprise in store. Congratulations, host. You have earned a rest through your own efforts, which perfectly aligns with the core principles of health preservation. Never forget health first, competition second. Reward 1 ordinary treasure, chest 1,000 health points. What the hell? This counts. System, you are truly shameless. Are you some kind of jester sent by the Monkey King? Damn, I missed a huge opportunity. If I had hit him a few more times or really injured the bastard, I'd get a longer ban and the rewards would be even better. Shit, I feel like I just missed out on a fortune. Ruthlessly was undoubtedly the most furious. An internal conflict before a match was a nightmare, especially with the media lurking. He imposed a strict gag order on the entire team. Time flew by. On October 29th at 3 p.m., the entire Cagliari squad arrived in Turin. At 8 p.m., they were set to challenge Torino, the Red Bull of Serie A, at the Stadio Olimpico Grande Torino. Though Torino is currently a mid to lower table team in Serie A, they boast a profound and storied legacy in Italian football history. Torino's history dates back to 1891. In the 1940s, they established their own dynasty dominating the Apennine Peninsula. At their peak, 10 of the 11 starters for the Italian national team came from Torino. However, just as they reached the zenith, the Superga air disaster brought the great Torino team, often called the Team of Gods, crashing down, marking the beginning of their decline. A long period of obscurity followed. After 10 rounds of the current season, Torino sat ninth in the league with 13 points from 3 wins, 4 draws, and 3 losses, holding a 3-point lead over Cagliari. This presented an opportunity for Ruthlessly to close the gap, but the final result left him deeply disappointed. Although Barella opened the scoring for Cagliari in the 30th minute, Torino equalized just 10 minutes later. In the 69th minute of the second half, Obi's goal put Torino ahead. The score remained unchanged until the final whistle. At the post-match press conference, journalists were curious about Fong Yuan's absence from the bench, given his scoring form in the previous 2 games. Ruthlessly, however, deflected the questions, citing a minor physical issue for Fong Yuan. Another defeat convinced Ruthlessly that changes to the lineup were necessary, and Fong Yuan naturally became his primary focus. The day after the match, he summoned Fong Yuan to his office. Fong, you know I've always had great faith in you. Next time you must remain calm. Fong Yuan had just arrived at the training ground that morning when Ruthlessly called him over. I understand, sir. I'll keep my cool next time. Facing Ruthlessly's lecture, Fong Yuan could only nod in agreement. Inwardly, however, he was thinking something else entirely. Damn it, next time I'll hit him even harder. Ruthlessly nodded with satisfaction at Fong Yuan's attitude. Fong, I've heard from Dazilio about your tremendous progress in training. I've been considering giving you more opportunities. I plan to have you in the starting 11 for the next match. Do you have the confidence? What? No way, did I hear that right? I'm starting. Fong Yuan was instantly overjoyed, but then he remembered what the system had said about his physical condition, lasting at most 50 minutes. What the hell happens if I go over 50 minutes? I won't just drop dead, will I? Sir, thank you for your trust. You can be assured I won't let you down. However, I feel my stamina might not be sufficient to last an entire match. The system gave no response. To prevent that damn system from causing trouble, I'd better give Ruthlessly a heads up first. Upon hearing Fong Yuan's words, Ruthlessly's expression grew even more satisfied. This is a very honest and remarkably level-headed young man. So many young players lack self-awareness. I truly haven't misjudged him. What did the boss want with you? It's not about that matter again, is it? Barella sidled up as soon as Fong Yuan entered the locker room. The boss said I'm starting the next match. Fong Yuan said in a low voice. Over the past period, Fong Yuan and Barella had discovered they got along extremely well in terms of personality and temperament. Their friendship had grown stronger, so Fong Yuan told Barella to share the news with his good friend. Little did he know that Barella was a blabbermouth. Within 5 minutes, the entire team knew about it. Fortunately, most of the team congratulated Fong Yuan. Even Pavoletti, who was his direct competitor for the position, came forward to embrace him. Just as everyone was congratulating Fong Yuan, the locker room door slammed shut with a loud bang. When everyone looked up, they saw Farias storming out, having slammed the door behind him. All right, everyone get changed quickly. Mr. Ruthlessly doesn't appreciate tardiness. Fong starting is a great thing. Go out there and beat the opposition in the next match. Captain Pereira stepped forward and said. Subsequently, Fong Yuan and his teammates headed to the training pitch to begin the day's session. After finishing the day's training, Fong Yuan returned to his small apartment. However, to his surprise, when he arrived at the club's training base the next day, he found a throng of reporters gathered at the entrance. As soon as he appeared, the reporters immediately swarmed him. Fong, we heard you had a confrontation with Farias during training the day before yesterday, and you even resorted to physical violence. Is that true? Fong, Farias claims that Ruthlessly deliberately favored you. Is there any truth to that? Fong Yuan was completely bewildered. How had it come to this overnight? Hadn't the head coach issued a gag order? Who the hell dared to leak this? And why now after several days? What's the damn meaning of this? Just as Fong Yuan was surrounded by reporters unsure of what to do, the base security guards arrived in time to rescue him. What's going on? Fong Yuan asked, sidling up to Barella after reaching the locker room. Didn't those reporters find you? They did. Luckily, the base security saved me. What the hell is happening? Haven't you seen today's newspapers? Why would I look at that? Just tell me what's going on. That bastard Farias. His agent leaked the whole story to the press, and also badmouthed Mr. Ruthlessly extensively. Is he insane? What does he gain from this? Fong Yuan was taken aback. He genuinely couldn't fathom what Farias hoped to achieve. Barella glanced around, then leaned in close to Fong Yuan's ear and whispered, "Right now that guy and his agent are in Mr. Ruthlessly's office. I heard the general manager is there too. It looks like he wants a transfer, or else he wants the club to guarantee him a starting spot." "So you're saying it's because I'm starting?" Fong Yuan finally understood. "Probably. Damn it, so this is targeted at me. Bastard. I went too easy on him last time." When training began, Fong Yuan noticed for the first time that Ruthlessly wasn't present. The entire session was led by Dazilio and the other assistant coaches. Moreover, the whole team seemed to be in low spirits. Upon reflection, it was understandable. The team's results this season had been poor, and now with the internal strife exposed, it was bound to have a negative impact on everyone to some extent. However, what puzzled Fong Yuan was that he didn't see Ruthlessly or Farias for the entire duration of the training day. Even stranger was the phone call he received from Ruthlessly just as he got home. Upon confirming that Fong Yuan was home, Ruthlessly hung up without another word. Less than 10 minutes later, Fong Yuan heard the doorbell ring. When he opened the door, Fong Yuan was utterly stunned. "Mr. Ruthlessly, what are you doing here? What? Aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" "Oh, well, please come in. Fong, I assume you've heard about what happened today," Ruthlessly asked after taking a seat. "Yes, Nicolo told me. Would you be willing to follow me to another club?" "What?" Fong Yuan was completely taken aback, not immediately grasping the meaning. "The club has made its choice between you and Farias. Although I strongly oppose this decision, you know, I'm just the head coach. And as you might be aware, the club hasn't been satisfied with my results this season. So I've submitted my resignation today." Fong Yuan finally understood. It was essentially Farias pressuring the club, forcing a choice between the two. After much deliberation, the club had chosen Farias. If he stayed now, he probably wouldn't get any more opportunities anyway. As for Ruthlessly, Fong Yuan didn't think his resignation was solely because of him. It was likely more due to Colliery's poor performance this season. However, Fong Yuan was quite intrigued by Ruthlessly's proposal. Of course, he didn't have many options anyway, as he was still a nobody in Italian football. Wait a minute, that's odd. He just resigned today, and he's already found a new job. A sudden thought struck Fong Yuan. Perhaps Ruthlessly discerned Fong Yuan's intent from the look in his eyes. "We've been in contact for a while now. You'll know once it's announced in a few days. For the time being, I expect you won't have many opportunities in the team. When the winter transfer window opens, the club will announce your transfer. Be patient and don't slack off on your training during this period." After giving these instructions, Ruthlessly took his leave. Fong Yuan hadn't anticipated this outcome. He thought it wasn't a big deal, but he hadn't expected Farias to be so petty. Honestly, Fong Yuan didn't have many options. If he didn't follow Ruthlessly, staying at Colliery with Farias in charge would likely condemn him to the bench. He didn't even have an agent. He had negotiated his last contract renewal himself. In Italian football, he was still a marginal unknown figure. His 3 goals in the last 2 matches had earned him a bit of local fame at Colliery, which was probably a factor in the club's decision to side with Farias. The day after Ruthlessly approached Fong Yuan, Colliery announced on their official website that Ruthlessly was stepping down and that Davide Nicola would be taking over as head coach. Less than 3 hours after Colliery's announcement, another Serie A club declared a change in their managerial position. Udinese announced they had parted ways with head coach Delneri and revealed that their new manager would be Ruthlessly, who had just left Colliery. Udinese thus became the 3rd club in Serie A this season to change their coach. Delneri had only been in charge for less than a year. The primary reason for the change was that Udinese's performance this season was comparable to Colliery's struggles. Udinese had won 3 and lost 7 in their first 10 league matches, placing them 4th from the bottom of the table. Delneri had already been on the media's list of coaches predicted to be the first sacked in Serie A. What surprised many was that Udinese ultimately sacked Delneri and brought in Ruthlessly, a choice that left many perplexed. Ruthlessly's own record this season was far from impressive, and such frequent managerial changes can be very disruptive for a club. "Fong, I've already arranged everything with the club, and Colliery is on board too. You'll transfer to Udinese once the winter break ends. I think you should get an agent. I don't want off-field matters to distract you. Focus on your football. Leave the professional matters to the professionals." Ruthlessly called Fong Yuan immediately after arriving at Udinese. "I understand, thank you, Mr. Ruthlessly. I'll consider it." Following that, Fong Yuan was left out of Colliery's squad for the 12th round of the league. In that match, Colliery defeated Verona 2-1 at home, giving new coach Nicola his first victory in charge. Notably, Farias contributed a goal and an assist in that game. At the post-match press conference, Nicola was full of praise for him. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan, who had saved Colliery in the previous 2 matches, was gradually being forgotten. Time passed quickly. The 17th round concluded on December 18th, signaling the official start of the Serie A winter transfer window. Of course, matches had to continue, as the Italian Football Federation had announced before the season that there would be no winter break. The day after that round, before any official announcement was made, Fong Yuan had already arrived in Udine. Udinese had completed the transfer negotiations with Colliery 3 days prior. Udinese secured Fong Yuan's signature from Colliery for a fee of €5 million. Udinese and Colliery quickly updated their official websites with the transfer news, which caused little stir in Italy. However, when the news reached China, it drew significant attention from domestic fans. Interestingly, the two clubs that had changed their coaches experienced vastly different fortunes in the following rounds. Nicholas started his tenure at Colliery with 2 consecutive victories, the most notable being a 1-0 away win against Udinese in the 13th round, thanks to a goal from Barella. After that match, Udinese fans began to question Ruthlessly heavily. However, in the subsequent rounds, Nicola's Colliery managed only 2 draws and 2 losses, leaving them in 14th place after 17 rounds. On the other hand, Ruthlessly's Udinese started with 3 straight defeats, putting immense pressure on the club's management. But he then orchestrated a remarkable turnaround with 3 consecutive wins, including a stunning 3-1 victory away at Inter Milan in the 17th round. This winning streak propelled Udinese to 13th place. "Fong, welcome to Udinese," said Danilo, Udinese captain, waiting for Fong Yuan at the entrance of the training ground. Fong Yuan had already met Danilo when he came to sign his contract. "Thank you, Danilo. Come on, let me take you inside and introduce you to the rest of the team. They're all excited to meet you. Oh, and the boss told me to let you know that you'll need to undergo a medical examination after you get changed." Led by Danilo, Fong Yuan briefly met his new teammates in the dressing room. After changing, he underwent the medical tests under Danilo's guidance. As expected, everything went smoothly. Just as Fong Yuan completed the medical, a notification from the system appeared. "Congratulations, host, on completing your first career transfer. You have been awarded 1 ordinary treasure chest." Damn, this was a pleasant surprise. The system always seemed to time its task completions unexpectedly. He had guessed that the transfer might yield a reward, but he expected it upon signing. When nothing happened, then he thought he'd missed it. Who knew it would only appear after the medical? After the medical, Fong Yuan along with Ruthlessly and Dacia headed to the training pitch, where Ruthlessly introduced him once more to the squad. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the A-rank skill precision targeting." Fong Yuan stared at the skill before him, momentarily stunned. He never expected an ordinary chest to yield such a coveted A-rank skill. Damn, could my luck finally be turning around? Precision targeting, an A-rank active skill. Upon activation, it increases the success rate of long passes by 50% and crosses by 60%. Note: using this skill with the left foot will have its effectiveness. Reading the skill's description, Fong Yuan realized this was exactly what he needed. With this, his options on the wing expanded significantly. Unlike before, when his crossing efficiency from the byline was so dismal, it made his scalp tingle. Moreover, playing through the middle often left him easily surrounded by defenders. Now with this skill, his operational space on the field had grown considerably. As time passed, Fong Yuan proved his worth on the training ground over the next few days. What truly delighted Lestari was Fong Yuan's passing ability, particularly his dangerous crosses from the wing. He had improved immensely compared to his time at Colliery. Time swiftly arrived at December 23rd. Udinese's 18th Serie A match of the season was scheduled for today. At 3 in the afternoon, they would host Hellas Verona at the Friuli Stadium. Fong Yuan was named in the matchday squad. Riding the momentum of 3 consecutive victories, the match kicked off at 3 o'clock. Facing Verona, currently at the bottom of the table, Udinese played with great initiative from the very start. Lestari deployed his favored 3-5-2 formation. The team's core player Barami quickly settled into the rhythm of the game after the kickoff. In the 27th minute, it was Barami who delivered a clever backheel pass at the edge of the box, laying it off to the onrushing Barak. With almost no pressure, Barak struck a powerful shot from the edge of the area, finding the back of the net. This goal opened the floodgates for Udinese. As the first half drew to a close, Barami once again threaded a precise through ball to Widmer at the edge of the box. Widmer controlled it, cut inside with a swift feint, and unleashed a left-footed shot that curled into the bottom corner. 2-0. Udinese went into the halftime break with a comfortable 2-goal lead. In the second half, Verona clearly committed more men to defense, seemingly abandoning any hope of a comeback. As a result, despite Udinese's attempts to press for more goals, they couldn't find the back of the net again. The score remained 2-0 until the 77th minute, when Udinese made their first substitution. The player coming on was Fong Yuan, who had been warming up on the sidelines for nearly 10 minutes. Fong Yuan, wearing number 33, replaced the number 20 forward Lopez. "Don't be nervous. Just play like you do in training, understand?" "Understood," Lestari instructed by his side. After a brief embrace with Lopez, Fong Yuan sprinted onto the pitch. The host has triggered the first stage of the chain quest, Prove Yourself. Requirement: prove your ability within the remaining time. Score a goal, reward 1 bronze chest. Provide an assist, reward 1 normal chest. Rewards are stackable. Warning: this is a unique system-exclusive chain quest. Failure will result in its permanent disappearance. Damn, it's actually happening. And it's a unique quest too. Hearing the system's prompt, Fong Yuan felt a surge of fighting spirit course through his entire being. Could it be that my luck has improved along with my transfer? The match continued. Verona had a throw-in, but they lost possession shortly after it was taken. However, clearly not wanting to concede more, they retreated rapidly, leaving only one striker up front, while everyone else dropped back into their own half. Fong Yuan watched his teammates continuously pass the ball in midfield, trying to pry open the opponent's defense, but they struggled to find a suitable opening. Damn, this isn't working. This is the first time the system has been this generous. If I miss this chance, who knows when I'll get another one. With that thought, Fong Yuan began to drop deeper to participate in the build-up play, consciously drifting towards the right flank. The ball came to Barami's feet, and Fong Yuan raised his hand to signal for it. Behrami, who happened to look up to survey the field, saw Fong Yuan's gesture and immediately played the ball towards him. Instead of waiting for it, Fong Yuan ran onto the pass. Verona's defensive midfielder Physicality was right on his tail. Fong Yuan knew he would follow, but he was no longer the same player he used to be. As the ball arrived, sensing Physicality's position behind him, Fong Yuan knocked the ball to his left with a back heel, while spinning to his right, executing a beautiful back heel nutmeg on himself. This was all thanks to the boost from the dribbling technique. After turning, Fong Yuan exploded into a sprint, blowing past Physicality and catching up to the ball in a flash. Beating Physicality caught the Verona defense off guard. They never expected him to be bypassed so easily. Fong Yuan drove forward down the right wing, blazing a trail with the ball at his feet. As the opposing fullback prepared to close him down, Fong Yuan suddenly stopped and cut inside, dribbling horizontally. This sudden change of direction completely tore the Verona defense to shreds. Of course, he owed much to his teammates, as Behrami and others had been making runs to stretch the opposition's backline, creating the space for Fong Yuan to operate. After dribbling a few steps across the pitch, Fong Yuan adjusted his stride. Then he unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball struck perfectly, flew towards the Verona goal like a cannonball. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Damn, no way, the post again. Fong Yuan was stunned by the sound. But thankfully, when he looked up, he saw the ball bouncing inside the net. The ball had hit the inside of the post and ricocheted into the goal. 3-0. In the 82nd minute, the just substituted Fong Yuan scored a magnificent long-range effort, extending Udinese's lead. On the sidelines, Lestari sprang from his seat the moment the ball hit the net, rushing to the edge of the technical area to celebrate the goal. Fong Yuan was a player he had strongly advocated for signing upon his arrival at Udinese. This goal effectively sealed the victory. Udinese was on the verge of a fourth consecutive win. How could Lestari not be overjoyed? Many Udinese supporters in the stands did not recognize the player who scored the goal, and even the stadium DJ mangled Fong Yuan's name into an unrecognizable jumble. Yet this did not dampen the celebration of the Udinese faithful. Lastarelli sat back down on the bench with a smile on his face. In his eyes, the 3 points were secure, and the contest was already over. Little did he know that the surprises Fong Yuan had in store were far from finished. A mere 4 minutes later, Udinese breached Verona's goal once again. In the 88th minute, Fong Yuan once again dropped deep into the midfield to receive the ball. After collecting a pass from a teammate, he laid it off laterally to the right flank and immediately sprinted forward. His teammate then delivered the ball right back into his path. What followed was a contest of pure speed. Empowered by his wind-chasing skill, Fong Yuan left his marker in the dust. He reached the ball first, took a heavy touch forward, and after 2 exchanges arrived at the byline. Raising his head to gauge the positions of his teammates, he executed a precise right-footed delivery, curling the ball towards the far post. Behrami, stationed there, controlled the ball with his chest, and then gently nudged it with his right foot, sending it rolling into the back of the Verona net. 4-0. In the 88th minute, Udinese had extended their lead. After scoring, Behrami sprinted towards Fong Yuan. The pass was a veritable baby-feeding assist. Behrami leaped onto Fong Yuan's back, roaring with elation. He had been in fine form all match, but had lacked a goal to prove his worth. This assist from Fong Yuan was like a lifeline in a storm. Behrami was ecstatic and deeply grateful for the setup. After 5 minutes of stoppage time, the referee finally blew the final whistle. Udinese triumphed over Verona with a resounding 4-0 victory, securing their 4th consecutive win of the season and climbing to 9th place in the standings with the 3 points earned. At the post-match press conference, Fong Yuan, who had bagged a goal and an assist, became the center of media attention. Having played less than 20 minutes, he was awarded the team's 2nd highest rating by the press. Mr. Lastarelli, as far as I know, Fong from China was the first player you pushed to sign after joining Udinese. Today was his debut for the club. Did you field him because you were confident he would perform well? Of course, I was absolutely certain of it. He is incredibly dedicated in training. While his chemistry with the team still needs time to develop, I have always had great faith in his abilities. As you said, he was a player I requested, and his arrival will undoubtedly give us more attacking options. In his interview with the press, Lastarelli showered Fong Yuan with praise, extolling him as a rare talent. Fong Yuan's transfer to Udinese had barely caused a ripple in Serie A, but it had drawn considerable attention back home in China. When news of this match filtered back, it ignited a sensation. His 2 consecutive goals for Cagliari earlier had already excited many fans. Now, with an impressive performance immediately after his transfer, it felt like a powerful shot of adrenaline for the ailing state of Chinese football. Some media outlets were already suggesting Fong Yuan should be called up to the national team. Numerous media organizations even dispatched reporters to Italy. While Fong Yuan remained relatively obscure in Italy, his fame back home had skyrocketed. Fong Yuan paid little attention to the buzz back home. After a week's rest, the Serie A season resumed. Udinese traveled to the Renato Dall'Era Stadium. Facing their 19th round opponents Bologna, Udinese encountered fierce resistance from the hosts. Bologna could be considered a strong side in Serie A's history before the 1980s. Only 4 Italian clubs had won more league titles than them. However, after the 80s, they gradually faded, oscillating between Serie A and Serie B, and even suffering a drop to Serie C. Nevertheless, Bologna, playing at home, put immense pressure on Udinese, breaching their defense less than half an hour into the match. In the 27th minute, striker Destero met a cross from the wing and powered a header past the Udinese goalkeeper. To Lastarelli's dismay, Udinese suffered another heavy blow just 5 minutes later. Defender Danilo made a mistake while attempting to clear the ball, inadvertently sending it into his own net. Fortunately, just before halftime, Behrami was dragged down in the penalty area while dribbling, earning his team a penalty kick. Behrami stepped up and converted the spot kick himself, pulling one back for Udinese. In the second half, Bologna tightened their defense with the clear intention of protecting their one-goal lead. Udinese found themselves utterly frustrated by Bologna's defensive wall. Their key player Behrami was swamped by markers, and the rest of the team failed to provide him with adequate support. As time ticked away, Lastarelli, witnessing his team struggle from the touchline, decided to make a substitution. In the 69th minute, Fong Yuan was brought on. This substitution proved to be the pivotal turning point of the match. Within 5 minutes of coming on, Fong Yuan and Behrami began to click. Fong Yuan drifted wide and received a pass from Behrami. Upon receiving the ball, he executed a backheel flick, spun, and accelerated past the first defender. Facing the approaching second defender, he pulled off a magnificent elastico to complete another dazzling dribble. Driving to the byline, Fong Yuan suddenly cut inside. After taking a few touches along the end line, he unexpectedly whipped a cross towards the far post. The ball and the man arrived simultaneously. Behrami launched himself into a diving header, powering the ball into the net. 2-2. In the 72nd minute, Udinese had leveled the score. Lastarelli had been glued to the touchline, his eyes fixed on Fong Yuan during the run. Honestly, he hadn't expected the player who couldn't get a game at Cagliari to have developed so rapidly. The moment the ball hit the net, Lastarelli threw his arms up in the air. It wasn't just because the score was level. More importantly, Lastarelli seemed to have glimpsed the future of Udinese. Little did he know the surprises Fong Yuan had in store for him were far from over. Less than 10 minutes after that goal, in the 80th minute of the match, Fong Yuan received a pass from Behrami with his back to the goal at the edge of the penalty area. The pass was not well delivered, a half volley that was awkward to control. As he trapped the ball with his chest, the defender behind him continuously applied pressure. This caused him to make a slight error in his control. After Fong Yuan chested the ball down, it bounced further from him than expected. However, unexpectedly, this apparent mistake turned out to be the catalyst for a goal. Seeing the ball drift out of his control, Fong Yuan quickly moved forward. The defender behind him closed in rapidly while another opponent moved over to provide defensive cover. Fong Yuan reached the ball first and flicked it up with his toe. He then bounced it off his knee and chipped it delicately with his heel, sending the ball rolling directly between the legs of the charging defender. When the opponent turned around, he saw Behrami arriving in full stride. After releasing the pass, Fong Yuan didn't stay idle. He quickly turned and surged forward. His superior pace allowed him to blow past his marker while off the ball. Meanwhile, just as Behrami was about to make contact, he unexpectedly opened his legs and let the ball run through. DePaul received the ball and immediately curled a shot with a beautiful arc. The ball flew directly towards the goal. This intricate combination play from Udinese in the final third caused significant problems for Bologna's defense. The shot was also incredibly sudden. However, Bologna's goalkeeper Morante proved his quality, managing to parry the shot even under pressure. Yet as he hit the ground, a look of despair crossed his eyes. The ball he had pushed away landed right at the feet of Fong Yuan. What Fong Yuan needed to do was simple, a gentle tap-in to send the ball into the empty net. After scoring, Fong Yuan was ecstatic and ran straight towards Lastarelli's position. This time his intention wasn't to play a prank on his coach, he genuinely wanted to thank him. The embrace between the mentor and his player was quickly engulfed by the rest of the team. 3-2. In the 82nd minute, Udinese had turned the game around. Bologna's coach Donadoni squatted on the sidelines with his face in his hands, regretting his decision to have his team defend deep after halftime. In fact, this goal was born from Fong Yuan's apparent vulnerability upon receiving the ball, which lured the defense into thinking they could intercept. This caused the covering defender to ignore Behrami's run, focusing entirely on Fong Yuan's feet. Of course, Behrami's dummy was a stroke of genius, and DePaul's cross shot was equally brilliant. It was the combination of all these elements that created the goal. After taking the lead, Lastarelli immediately adjusted his lineup. In the 85th minute, Lastarelli substituted Behrami for defensive midfielder Jankto, making his intention clear to shore up the defense and see out the remaining minutes. Finally, as the referee's final whistle blew, the Serie A round 19 match came to an end. Thanks to Fong Yuan's goal and assist after coming off the bench, Udinese came from behind to defeat Bologna 3-2, securing a hard-fought 3 points and their 5th consecutive league victory. What's more, after all the matches in this round concluded, Udinese had climbed to 8th place in the standings. Their season record now stood at 9 wins and 9 losses from 18 games, accumulating 27 points. They were preceded by Fiorentina and followed by Atlanta, with all 3 teams tied on 27 points. Fong Yuan's goal and assist power Udinese to a 5-game winning streak. A goal and an assist of Fong Yuan becomes Lastarelli's trump card. Fong Yuan and the Swiss international combined to secure Udinese's 5th straight victory. The result quickly made its way back to China. The next day, during the team's day off, Fong Yuan received another call from his father, who was equally thrilled. "Fong, I want you to start in the next match." After a day of rest, Fong Yuan was called into Lastarelli's office as soon as he arrived at the training ground. Hearing this, Fong Yuan was extremely excited. But before he could fully savor the moment, the system, which had been silent for days, decided to stir up trouble. Host, a temporary mission has been triggered. Please refuse Lestari's request to start and score in the next match. The system will evaluate your performance. Perfect reward mystery chest x3. Oh, excellent reward golden chest x3. Good reward bronze chest x3. Pass reward 0 health points. Damn it, man. This is a starting spot. Are you insane? What footballer doesn't want to be in the starting 11? And what excuse am I supposed to use to refuse? Well, sir, I feel that my current abilities aren't sufficient to warrant a starting position. Yes, and after all, I've only just joined the team. If you start me now, I'm worried it might not be good for team unity. The team is in high spirits at the moment. Oh, please don't let me affect the team's stability. He stumbled over his words at first, but became increasingly fluent as he went on. Lestari wasn't angry at Fong Yuan's refusal. Instead, his eyes showed growing satisfaction. This is a true loyalist giving up a starting spot for my sake. Lestari thought as he looked at Fong Yuan. Fong, you're a good man, but don't worry about these things. I believe your abilities are more than enough for a starting role. No, sir. You've also just arrived at the club. I don't mind as long as I get playing time. You brought me to Udinese, and I am deeply grateful for your trust. If my presence were to cause problems for you, I would feel terrible. Believe me, sir. I can be more helpful to you coming off the bench. Fong Yuan nearly made himself sick with his own sycophantic words, portraying himself as the ultimate loyal subordinate. You make a good point. All right, but rest assured I will make sure you get plenty of playing time. Lestari's expression was one of pure joy and satisfaction. Oh my! Fong Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead as he left Lestari's office. This damn system is truly infuriating, coming up with such a ridiculous mission. On the afternoon of January 5th, the entire Udinese squad arrived at the Stadio Marcantonio Benegodi in Verona, located in the Veneto region of northeastern Italy, where the 20th round of the Serie A season was set to take place that day. In this round of the league, Udinese would face the home team Chievo Verona. Despite being the away side against a Chievo team ranked lower on the table, Lestari opted for an attacking formation. Bizzarri started in goal with the backline composed of a three-man defense featuring Knighting, Danilo, and Samir. The midfield quartet consisted of Jankto, Barak, Pizzella, and Widmer, while DePaul and Lasagna led the attack with Behrami lurking just behind them. This was a formation that could shift between 3-4-3 and 3-5-2. Judging by this setup, Lestari clearly had a degree of confidence for this match. This was hardly surprising. Chievo's performance this season had been underwhelming. In the first 19 rounds, they had managed only 5 wins, 6 draws, and 8 losses, accumulating 21 points, and sitting in 13th place. However, it was evident that Lestari had miscalculated the strength of his opponent, or perhaps underestimated Chievo's determination to secure points on their home turf. Chievo's lead over the teams below them was precarious, and a single misstep could see them dragged into the relegation zone. Adding to this, playing at home meant their coach Marin was determined not to drop any points. Compounding Udinese's disadvantage was the fact that this was Marin's 4th season in charge of Chievo, whereas Lestari's familiarity with his own squad was considerably less than Marin's with his. Of course, what truly bolstered Lestari's confidence was the recent form of both teams. Chievo had last tasted victory in November and were on a 3-game losing streak. In contrast, Udinese arrived at the Bentegodi riding a wave of 5 consecutive victories. The match kicked off promptly at 6 in the evening. From the very start, Lestari stood on the touchline, arms crossed, exuding confidence. The Udinese players on the pitch played with great initiative, quickly seizing control of the game's tempo. However, as the match progressed, although Udinese appeared to dominate possession and territory, they had a tendency to control the game without creating clear-cut chances. Their midfield organization and ball retention were indeed superior to Chievo's, but Chievo's defense was resolute in the final third. Nearly half an hour had been played, yet Udinese had failed to muster any significant shooting opportunities. Conversely, Chievo's counterattacks were causing considerable trouble for the Udinese backline. Marin had set up his team in a 4-3-1-2 formation, with wingbacks Gobi and Cacciatore being particularly active from the outset. In the 37th minute, with Udinese still pressing for a goal, they exposed a fatal flaw in their defense. Pizzella surged forward to join the attack and attempted a 1-2 wall pass with Behrami at the edge of the box to break through Chievo's lines. However, Pizzella's pass was errant, allowing an opponent to intercept and then launch a long ball out to the wing. Gobi raced onto the ball and quickly advanced down the flank, exploiting Udinese's transition from attack to defense. Gobi had a clear run to the byline and delivered a cross. However, the cross wasn't aimed into the box, but was pulled back to the edge of the area, where Bursa met it with a spectacular volley that sent the ball rocketing towards the goal. Gobi's pass caught many by surprise, and Bursa's strike was of exceptional quality. Despite Bizzarri's desperate dive, he couldn't keep the ball from nestling into the back of the net. 1-0. In the 39th minute, Chievo took the lead on their home ground. From then on, Chievo resolutely adopted a defensive counterattacking strategy. After conceding, Udinese grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, there wasn't much time left in the first half, and Chievo's forwards were also somewhat wasteful with their chances. With the referee's whistle, Chievo went into the halftime break with a 1-goal lead. Lestari was deeply dissatisfied with his team's first-half performance. I said we need patience, okay? Why is no one containing their wingers? Look at what you played in the first half, it was absolute rubbish. They led you around by the nose. Fang You'll switch for DePaul in the second half. Play at your own pace, understand? Lestari said to Fang Yuan. Okay, don't worry, sir. Finally my turn, Fang Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. The halftime break ended quickly, and both teams returned to the pitch. The fourth official raised the substitution board showing Udinese Fang Yuan coming on for DePaul. With the referee's whistle, the second half commenced. What defines a trusted confidant? It's someone who steps up and resolves difficulties when you're in trouble. In Lestari's eyes, Fang Yuan was exactly that. This young Chinese man whom he had brought from colliery had repeatedly bailed him out of tough situations. Lestari also believed Fang Yuan was selfless, always thinking of the team's needs without seeking personal glory. Standing on the touchline with his arms crossed, Lestari watched the game with a stoic expression, silently praying that Fang Yuan's performance would be as spectacular as in previous matches. Fang Yuan did not disappoint Lestari. Within 5 minutes of coming on, his first touch created a scoring opportunity. Dropping deep to receive a pass from a teammate, Fang Yuan executed a first-time backheel to Barami, then swiftly turned to bypass his marker. As he accelerated past his opponent, Barami's return pass found him perfectly in stride. Upon receiving the ball, Fang Yuan performed an elasticose to elude the closing defender, then lofted a delicate chip into the left side of the penalty area. The other striker, Lasagna, met it with a powerful shot, but it was too central, and Chivo's goalkeeper Sorrentino managed to palm it over the bar. Seeing the chance go begging, Lestari let out a sigh of frustration on the sideline. Fang Yuan also shook his head as the ball was saved. Lasagna raised his hand and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Udinese earned a corner kick. Barami's delivery sought out a teammate in the box, but Chivo's center-back Tomovic rose highest to win the first header and clear the danger. However, Udinese managed to secure the second ball. It was played back into the feet of Barami. Barami glanced up at his teammates, and at that moment Fang Yuan raised his hand to signal for the ball. After the initial header was cleared during the corner, Fang Yuan had also dropped back from the penalty area. He had positioned himself in the half space. Seeing Fang Yuan's signal, Barami immediately delivered the pass to him. Lately, whether in matches or training, the synergy between the two had been improving, and their understanding of each other continued to deepen. Barami played a half-volleyed pass, and the ball's trajectory was perfectly placed. Fang Yuan controlled the ball with his chest and leaned back slightly, forcing the defender marking him from behind to involuntarily take 2 steps back. Exactly the reaction Fang Yuan had hoped for. Sensing the shift from his marker, Fang Yuan didn't wait for the ball to drop. He cushioned it with his right foot, executed a swift turn, and immediately unleashed a powerful strike towards the goal. The shot was so sudden that no one anticipated Fang Yuan would attempt to finish. Even Chivo's goalkeeper was caught off guard. It wasn't until the ball rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball that Sorrentino reacted. But by then it was too late. Despite stretching every sinew and getting a fingertip to the ball, the sheer force behind the shot rendered his touch futile. The ball's trajectory remained unchanged, sailing past Sorrentino and into the back of the net. 1-1. In the 53rd minute, Fang Yuan's spectacular strike from distance leveled the score for Udinese. On the sidelines, Rostelli stood with his arms raised high as the ball hit the net. A smug smile spread across Rostelli's face. And why shouldn't he be pleased? This was Fang Yuan's third match for Udinese and his third goal for the club. Coming off the bench in all 3 consecutive games, he had found the net, in each one always at a crucial moment when the team was in trouble. Although this was an away fixture, and only about 1,000 Udinese fans had made the trip, the noise they generated in that moment rivaled that of the home supporters. At that moment, Fang Yuan had truly won a place in the hearts of the Udinese faithful. The scorer was quickly swarmed and buried under a pile of his jubilant teammates. The exuberant celebrations from the Udinese players drew loud jeers from the home crowd. Order was restored under the referee's intervention, and the players returned to their positions as the match resumed. After the restart, Chivo began to play with more initiative, clearly unwilling to see 3 points turn into just 1. Udinese, on the other hand, were equally determined not to see their winning streak come to an end. This led to a fierce exchange of attacks between the two sides following the restart. As the match wore on, the intensity escalated. The midfield became a battleground for physical duels, and gradually the tackles started to get more robust. Within less than 10 minutes, the referee had brandished 3 yellow cards, with several players being officially cautioned. Time ticked by, and both managers paced nervously along the touchline shouting instructions. Fang Yuan, fresh off his goal, was now subjected to tight marking from Chivo. He constantly had at least 2 defenders shadowing him, and Chivo's defensive midfielder Redefines stuck to him like glue. This made things incredibly difficult for Fang Yuan. Simply receiving the ball became a challenge, and whenever he did get it, Chivo gave him no time or space to make a move. Consequently, possession was frequently contested and turned over in the midfield. Eventually, the clock wound down to the final whistle. The referee's full-time whistle confirmed a 1-1 draw. Both Rostelli and his counterpart Marin wore expressions of dissatisfaction. Still, for Udinese, this single point was a more palatable outcome. Mr. Rostelli, we've noticed that the Chinese player Fang has scored in 3 consecutive matches. Why hasn't a player of such caliber earned a place in the starting 11? The post-match press conference saw a noticeably larger contingent of East Asian journalists in attendance. It was clear that Fang Yuan's consistent performances had caught the attention of the media back in China. At the start of the presser, a reporter from a local Udina publication posed a question that was on the minds of the Chinese journalists. Fong is an exceptional player. I believe he has tremendous room for growth. We've had serious discussions about his role. Initially, I intended for him to start, but he proactively told me he still has areas to improve and needs more development before he can be a starter. This match significantly boosted Fong Yuan's reputation within Italian football circles. Following the game, numerous Italian media outlets featured him in their reports. A substitute player, and of Chinese origin no less. Having just transferred to Udinese, he had scored crucial goals in 3 consecutive substitute appearances. Such a narrative was undoubtedly compelling. Fong Yuan's heroics helped Udinese draw with Chievo away. 3 goals in 3 games. Udinese best winter signing. Back in China, numerous sports media outlets also splashed photos of Fong Yuan from the match across their front pages. Meanwhile, in Udine itself, Fong Yuan's fame was rising steadily. Walking down the street, he would occasionally be approached by young fans asking for autographs, and his number 33 jersey was increasingly visible on supporters. For Udinese, the remainder of the season was solely focused on the league. Their cup campaign had already concluded before the winter break, making their schedule relatively light. Following the match against Chievo, Ruthlessly granted the team a day of rest. Fong Yuan, meanwhile, received the rewards for completing his system task. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. System evaluation excellent. Reward golden treasure, chest X3. The reward has been delivered to your system inventory. Please check. Fong Yuan looked at the 3 golden treasure chests lying in his inventory, and a smile spread across his face. He hadn't expected an excellent rating, especially since the team hadn't secured a victory. It had been a long time since he last received a treasure chest. Fong Yuan rubbed his hands together before eagerly opening 3 golden chests. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank skill Falling Leaves level up card X2 and 1-0 wellness points. Damn, did I suddenly get lucky. An S-rank skill from a golden chest, and even a level up card, something so ridiculously overpowered. Falling Leaves S-rank skill. When taking a direct free kick with the right foot from within 30 meters, the goal scoring probability is increased by 30 to 80% depending on the position of the foul. Splendid, another skill acquired. Level up card can increase the host player level by 1. At first, Fong Yuan didn't understand what this prompt meant. It wasn't until he clicked on the level up card that he realized its true function. It wasn't just about raising his player level. Because his level was directly tied to his attributes, this card enhanced all of his attributes simultaneously upon leveling him up. With the 2 level up cards, and the growth gained from training during this period, completing this task resulted in a significant and noticeable transformation in Fong Yuan's attributes compared to before. Host Fong Yuan, occupation football player, position winger, height 186, club Udinese, Italy, level A, skills Falling Leaves, precision, guidance, lightning speed, elastico, heavy cannon, football fundamentals. Personal attributes: short pass 70, long pass 82, shooting 85, dribbling speed 80, off the ball speed 89, ball control 83, tactical understanding 62, breakthrough 75, defense 45, positioning 72. Wellness points 0. Reputation rising star. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to a. You now possess the stamina to play a full match. Achievement quest starter triggered. Please secure a starting position in the next match and help the team secure victory. Quest reward golden chest X3. Damn it. Last game the old man wanted me to start, but you wouldn't allow it. Now you're telling me to get a starting spot. You're such a sly dog. How should I even approach Ruthlessly about this? The next day, Fong Yuan arrived early at the team's training ground. After pondering for a while, he decided to go to Ruthlessly's office. Mr. Fong, what's the matter? Is there something on your mind? Well, sir, after thinking it over last night, I realized that the fastest way for me to grow is through matches, as evidenced by the day before yesterday's game. If I had listened to you and started, perhaps we wouldn't have only walked away with a single point. I want to contribute more to you and the team. So could I start in the next game? Even Fong Yuan himself felt his face flush with embarrassment at his own words. It sounded as if Udinese relied solely on him. He had already braced himself for Ruthlessly's fury. What could he do? He didn't want to provoke the head coach this early in the morning either, but this damn system just refused to play by the rules. Ha ha ha, excellent. That's wonderful, Fong. I'm so glad you feel this way. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Damn, is the old man insane. He can't be right. He's not even angry. Hearing Ruthlessly laugh so heartily, Fong Yuan half thought the old man had lost his mind. Little did he know his string of impressive performances had caught the attention of many Serie A clubs. After the match against Chievo, the club had already received offers from several teams. When he had transferred from Cagliari to Udinese for €5 million, it had already sent Chinese media into a frenzy of excitement. But the highest offer Udinese had just received was already a staggering €5 million. How could this not delight the club? It was a massive credit to Ruthlessly, especially since Fong Yuan was his personal signing after taking charge at Udinese. After Fong Yuan's conversation with Ruthlessly, the coach had him wear the starting bib during the following training sessions. Everyone within the Udinese squad accepted this as a matter of course. Especially the core players of Udinese, who saw it as perfectly natural. That's just how football works. Regardless of time or place, ability always reigns supreme. Time quickly passed to January 21st, as Serie A resumed its fiery competition after a 2-week break. Udinese hosted the challenge of promoted side SBL at the Friuli Stadium. Unsurprisingly, Fong Yuan was named in the starting lineup for this match. Moreover, for the first time, Rastelli deployed a 4-3-3 formation. Fong Yuan started on the right wing. Against the SBL side weaker than themselves, Udinese seized control from the very beginning and gradually imposed their dominance on the game. In the 19th minute, a positional exchange between Fong Yuan and Behrami created a lethal attacking opportunity for Udinese. After receiving a pass from a teammate, Fong Yuan suddenly cut inside and dribbled horizontally. Meanwhile, Behrami, understanding the intent, perfectly sprinted down the right flank. Having moved into the center, Fong Yuan delivered a precise long pass right into Behrami's path. Behrami, reaching the byline, sent in a cross. Center forward De Paul rose highest and powered a header into the back of the SBL net. This goal truly opened the floodgates for Udinese. In the 41st minute of the first half, Behrami chipped a clever ball from the left half space. With his back to the goal, Fong Yuan executed a deft backheel flick to turn past his marker. After shaking off the defender, he unleashed a thunderous strike that flew straight into the top corner. Udinese took a 2-goal lead into the second half. In the 57th minute, Behrami was fouled during a central dribble, earning Udinese a direct free kick. Fong Yuan then stepped up and curled a dipping, falling leaf free kick over the wall and into the net, breaching Spal's goal once more. This proved to be the final goal of the match. 3-0. Udinese cruised to a comprehensive victory over visiting SBL on home turf, securing 3 very valuable points. With his brace, Fong Yuan was the undeniable man of the match. At the post-match press conference, Fong Yuan, appearing alongside Rastelli, naturally became the center of attention, swarmed by the assembled media. But Fong Yuan's miraculous form showed no signs of stopping. A week later at the Stadio Luigi Ferraris, a 74th minute cross from Fong Yuan set up Behrami's decisive goal, securing a hard-fought 1-0 away victory over Genoa. After 22 rounds of the league, Udinese boasted a record of 11 wins, 1 draw, and 10 losses, accumulating 34 points. They sat 7th and 8th in the standings with AC Milan, who also had 34 points. Coincidentally, in the upcoming 23rd round, Udinese would host AC Milan. This match was absolutely crucial for both teams. As one of the renowned Milanese giants in Italian and European football, AC Milan's fame far surpasses that of Udinese, and its trophy cabinet is incomparable to that of the Friulian club. With 18 Serie A titles, 5 Coppa Italia trophies, and 7 Champions League crowns, the club's history has been graced by 7 World Footballer of the Year winners. However, these glories belong to the European powerhouse's illustrious past. Since clinching the Serie A title in the 2010-11 season, their only silverware came in the form of the Italian Super Cup in 2016-17, and their league form has been in steady decline. On November 27th of last year, head coach Vincenzo Montella was dismissed, and Gennaro Gattuso took over the reins of the team. Like Raimondo Rastelli, Gattuso also took over midway through the season and is currently leading AC Milan on a 3-game winning streak. Both coaches are intensely eager to claim victory in this match. Whoever emerges victorious will pull ahead of the other in the standings. More importantly, Sampdoria, who sit above both teams in the table, were held to a 1-1 draw at home by Torino in their just concluded league fixture. As a result, the winner of this match would see their deficit to 6th-placed Sampdoria shrink to a single point. On the afternoon of February 4th, the AC Milan squad arrived at the Stadio Friuli. Head coach Gattuso was immediately surrounded by reporters who had been waiting for him. "We are on the path to resurgence. Udinese has performed exceptionally well this season, so I anticipate this will be a very tough match for us. However, I have great faith in my players, and I am confident that victory will ultimately be ours." When asked by reporters for his thoughts on the match, Gattuso's response remained somewhat understated. Time quickly passed to 5:30 in the evening. The match between the two sides was set to commence half an hour later. In China, Penguin Sports was broadcasting the game live. In the broadcast studio, commentators Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu were discussing the starting lineups for both teams, which had just been released. "We've just received the starting lineups, and from these arrangements, it's clear both coaches are aiming for all 3 points. Let's first look at the home side, Udinese. Rastelli has again opted for a 4-3-3 formation. In goal is Bizzarri, the center-backs are Danilo and Striger, and the full-backs are Nye and Larson. In midfield, Behrami sits in the center, flanked by Barak and Widmer. Up front, Fong Yuan is on the right, Lasagna on the left, and De Paul in the central attacking role." Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on Udinese's lineup? We all know Rastelli, whether at Cagliari or Udinese, has always favored a 3-man defensive line. He rarely employs a 4-man defense, having done so only in the last match against SBL. I believe the sole reason for this change is Fong Yuan. In the few games since his arrival, it's evident his best position is on the wing. He can drop deep to receive the ball and orchestrate play. While his height suits a traditional striker role, his performances are more impactful on the flank. This is likely why Udinese has deployed this 4-3-3 formation for such a crucial match. Fong Yuan has indeed been outstanding for Udinese, recently scoring a brace in the last match. I've heard he's already attracting interest from several Serie A clubs. Let's now look at AC Milan's lineup for today's match. Donnarumma is in goal. The defensive line consists of Abate, Bonucci, Romagnoli, and Calabria. In midfield, we have Kessie, Biglia, and Bonaventura. The front 3 are Suso, Andre Silva, and Calhanoglu. Gattuso has also fielded a 4-3-3 formation. From these tactical setups, it's evident that both coaches are determined to win this match. Indeed, this match is worth more than just 3 points. It's a 6-pointer. The victor will also close the gap to 6th-place Sampdoria to just 1 point. This is a pivotal match for both sides. As the two pundits discussed the latest news about the clubs with less than 10 minutes to kick off, the starting players from both teams emerged from the tunnel. The Stadio Friuli was nearly packed to capacity today. The fighting spirit Udinese has shown since the winter break has excited their fans immensely. As the players walked out of the tunnel, a massive roar erupted from the crowd. The volume of the fans chanting player names made it clear just how popular Fong Yuan has become. We can see many fans in the stands wearing Udinese's number 33 jersey. Fong Yuan has truly become the darling of Udinese. Director Zhang, don't you think that if Fong Yuan were to join the national team, it would be a significant boost to their strength? Zhang Lu was taken aback by Zhang Jun's question. Honestly, he wasn't keen on discussing this topic. However, since his colleague had brought it up, he couldn't very well ignore it. There would certainly be an improvement. Moreover, Lippi is a legendary coach in Italian football, which is even more beneficial for Fong Yuan playing in Serie A. However, the national team doesn't have any major tournaments coming up soon, so I believe Lippi wants Fong Yuan to continue honing his skills in Serie A. As Zhang Lu suggested, since Fong Yuan's string of impressive performances in Serie A began, there have been numerous calls in the media for the national team to call him up. However, national team coach Lippi has remained silent on the matter. Consequently, many rumors have circulated recently, including reports of a disagreement between the Chinese Football Association and Lippi regarding Fong Yuan. Some claim certain CFA officials wanted to summon Fong Yuan to the national team, but Lippi objected. Others suggest Lippi wanted to call him up, but some CFA officials were against it. Meanwhile, netizens watching the live stream began discussing the topic Zhang Jun had raised. Why join the national team? Those guys would only ruin Fong Yuan. He should just focus on playing well in Serie A. Exactly. Those incompetents are useless. Even 10 Lippis wouldn't make a difference. They're hopeless at football, but first-rate when it comes to making money. I think joining the national team is a good thing. I support Fong Yuan's inclusion. Forget it. I'd suggest he stay and play well in Italy. He's our only hope playing abroad. There aren't any important national team matches for a while, so why waste energy on meaningless friendlies? At exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, the referee's whistle signaled the start of this pivotal league match. Ruthlessly surprised the away team. AC Milan not only displayed a fierce desire for victory, but also entered the game with greater sharpness than his own players. Within less than a minute of the kickoff, AC Milan had already crafted a threatening opportunity. Just 29 seconds into the match, Abate surged forward and delivered a cross near the byline. Silva, following in the center, cleverly let the ball pass, and Bonaventura at the far post attempted a sliding shot. Fortunately, Bizzarri's concentration was impeccable. He instinctively threw himself down and smothered the ball beneath his body. Many Udinese fans in the stands let out gasps of alarm. Oh, dangerous. Bizzarri has certainly saved the day. That ball was perilous, a fraction slower, and it would have been a goal. Udinese seems sluggish at the start. Indeed, and Bonaventura probably didn't anticipate Silva letting it through. His hurried shot lacked power. This is an ominous sign for Udinese. Just now, Abate breezed past their fullback with ease. Facing danger right from the kickoff, Ruthlessly sensed something amiss on the sidelines. This premonition of trouble quickly materialized into reality. In the 9th minute, it was another cross from Abate down the flank. However, this one under pressure from Larson was of poor quality. The ball was lofted high and traveled slowly. Such a cross posed little threat, granting defenders ample time to anticipate and prepare. Yet faced with this innocuous delivery, center-back Danilo misjudged the flight of the ball and completely missed his header. The ball sailed over him and dropped into the penalty area. Silva, following up in the center, was not about to squander such a gift. With a simple push, he slotted the ball into the Udinese net. 1-0, AC Milan took the lead. The home crowd's cheers died in their throats as the ball hit the net, while the thousands of Milan fans who had traveled to the Friuli Stadium erupted in thunderous celebration. On the sidelines, Gattuso was momentarily stunned before joyfully embracing his assistant in celebration. On the other side, Ruthlessly rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't fathom conceding a goal, especially one gifted by his own team's error. Fong Yuan, hands on his hips, watched the opponent's celebration with a look of helpless frustration. This goal was a heavy blow to their morale. Alas, this goal was truly a gift to the opposition. Danilo's mistake was unforgivable, such a basic, costly error. In the commentary booth, Zhang Jun let out a sigh. Yes, and this goal is devastating for team spirit. The situation looks grim for Udinese now. Fortunately, there's still plenty of time. The question is how Ruthlessly will adjust. The early concession filled many Udinese supporters in the stands with dread for the remainder of the match. The unfolding play would soon validate their fears. Energized by their goal, AC Milan seized complete control of the game, overwhelming Udinese with their momentum. On the touchline, Ruthlessly grew visibly anxious, a scenario he had not anticipated. However, the conceded goal also served as a wake-up call for the Udinese players. Although they remained on the back foot after the restart, their individual performances gradually improved. Despite being pinned back by AC Milan, they managed to avoid conceding any clear-cut chances. As time wore on, the match settled into a tense stalemate. This deadlock, however, suited the leading AC Milan side perfectly. Fong Yuan found himself tightly marked, a clear sign that Gattuso had done his homework on Udinese. Just after receiving a pass from Barami, Fong Yuan was brought down from behind by Kessie before he could even make a move. Though the referee signaled a foul, Kessie had achieved his objective. The free kick was in a harmless midfield position and Udinese attacking rhythm was effectively broken. With half an hour played, Fong Yuan had lost count of how many times he had been fouled. He pointed at his shin, complaining to the referee about the cynical nature of the tackles. Cursing inwardly at the referee's leniency, Fong Yuan fumed. These bastards. Typically Ballack would take such long-range free kicks. But at this moment a thought struck Fong Yuan, his precision guidance skill. He wondered if it could be applied to free kicks. Determined to change the course of the game before the second half made things even tougher, Fong Yuan walked over to Ballack and whispered a few words into his ear. Ballack looked up at Fong Yuan and gave a slight nod before quickly running off. Fong Yuan then took the ball and signaled to Barami. Barami was taken aback to see Fong Yuan preparing to take the kick, but upon seeing the gesture, he gave a subtle nod of understanding. Ruthlessly, watching from the sidelines, furrowed his brow at Fong Yuan's actions. This wasn't a practiced routine, and he had no idea what his player was planning. Standing over the ball, Fong Yuan activated his precision guidance skill as the referee signaled. Damn, it works, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement. However, the ball wasn't aimed at Barami, who was tightly guarded by AC Milan, but towards Ballack on the opposite side. The initial signal to Barami had been a clever decoy seen by the opposition. As expected, AC Milan's defense had keyed in on Barami. At that moment, Barami made a run into the center, then suddenly changed direction and darted forward. Striker De Paul simultaneously surged forward, creating a two-pronged attack down the middle. Their runs completely drew the attention of AC Milan's defense. It was only then that Ruthlessly, watching from the touchline, finally understood Fong Yuan's intentions. This was a familiar attacking pattern, one they had practiced frequently in training sessions. With his arms crossed and brow furrowed, Ruthlessly maintained a stoic expression, but inside his heart was pounding with nervous tension. Before the defenders could close him down, Ballack struck the ball. Everyone anticipated a pass to either Barami or De Paul, but instead the ball was driven low along the ground towards the center. A Udinese player appeared on the ball's path, took a delicate touch with his left foot, and swiftly unleashed a powerful shot with his right. Propelled by the heavy cannon skill, the football rocketed towards the goal. In that instant, every gaze within the stadium was fixed upon the ball, who Fong Yuan's strike had been utterly unexpected. Moreover, after Fong Yuan passed the ball to Ballack, every Udinese player was moving, pulling, and stretching the opponent's defensive lines. The tactic was simple. The midfield and forwards were to create shooting space for Fong Yuan. It just hadn't been employed from a defensive free kick before. During training, it was more often used when Fong Yuan dropped deep to receive the ball or switched positions with Barami in the middle. Whether it was the center forward De Paul Barami or the wide support, everyone's movement was designed for Fong Yuan's final shot. Donnarumma likewise hadn't anticipated the attack to culminate in a long-range strike. Consequently, he was equally unprepared for Fong Yuan's shot. The ball was upon Donnarumma in an instant. His hurried save attempt was clearly inadequate to stop the shot, and the ball ultimately sailed past his outstretched right hand and nestled into the net. 1-1. In the 38th minute, Fong Yuan leveled the score with a long-range effort. Seeing the ball hit the back of the net, he stood still, raising both arms aloft before being swarmed by his teammates. On the sideline, Ruthlessly pumped his fists repeatedly. On the other side, Gattuso could only shake his head in slight resignation. Beautiful. Goal. Fong Yuan has scored. And what a worldie. This goal is certainly a contender for Serie A goal of the round. Utterly magnificent. We're back on level terms. This goal is crucial for Udinese. He truly is their anchor, their rock. In the broadcast booth, Jean Jun was so excited he nearly jumped for joy at the moment the goal went in. It's indeed a vital goal. This will undoubtedly give the team's morale a tremendous boost. Awesome. My man Yuan Go is awesome. Scored again. What a fucking brilliant strike. Speaking of which, how many goals has Fong Yuan scored this season? He got a few at Cagliari earlier too. That's 9 now, 3 of which came at Cagliari. Incredible, truly incredible. A goal a game average. Fong Yuan's goal also sent fans watching the live broadcast back in China into a frenzy. Back on the pitch, the referee intervened and the match restarted. With the score level, both teams adopted a cautious approach, mindful of the little time left in the first half. Neither wanted to concede another chance. Going into the break behind would make the second half incredibly difficult. Thus, after the restart, both sides instinctively tightened their defensive lines. The game became somewhat subdued. The first half soon came to an end. With a single blast of the referee's whistle, the half concluded, and both teams headed to the dressing rooms to adjust for the final 45 minutes. As Fong Yuan walked off the pitch, Ruthlessly embraced him, his face beaming with a smile. Despite the team's less than impressive start, Fong Yuan's performance was a source of great comfort for Ruthlessly. What pleased him most was Fong Yuan's composure on the field. The halftime break quickly elapsed, and the players returned to the pitch. Both Ruthlessly and Gattuso opted to make tactical adjustments to their lineups. AC Milan brought on Antonelli for Bonaventura, while Udinese substituted Maxi for De Paul. Once the players were set in their positions, the referee immediately blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. If the start of the first half saw Udinese gift AC Milan an early present, then the second half saw fortunes reverse. Less than a minute into the second half, Fong Yuan received a pass from Larson on the flank, played a quick 1-2 with the incoming Barami, then accelerated past his marker Abate. Reaching the byline, he whipped in a cross. However, the on-rushing Maxi in the center failed to connect with the header, but his leap seemed to distract Bonucci behind him. As the ball sailed over Maxi's head, Bonucci jumped as well. The descending ball struck his leg and deflected towards the goal. Donnarumma could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net completely static. Even Fong Yuan, standing on the wing, was taken aback by the outcome. It wasn't until he heard the referee's whistle that he excitedly embraced his teammates. Both managers on the sideline were stunned. Rastelli scratched his head, laughing with pure joy. This was an unexpected gift. Gattuso, meanwhile, crouched in disbelief, watching the celebrating Udinese players. 2-1. In the 47th minute, a Bonucci own goal gave Udinese the lead. Bonucci sat on the turf, clutching his head in despair. He never imagined such a turn of events. The match restarted quickly, with AC Milan pushing their entire formation forward in search of an immediate equalizer. In the 51st minute, substitute Antonelli lofted a ball over the top from midfield. Silva controlled it on his chest and delivered a brilliantly imaginative backheel pass that sliced open the Udinese defense. Suso latched onto the ball behind the defense and slotted a low shot towards the far post. The ball beat Pissarri. Gattuso was already preparing to celebrate, but the ball thundered off the upright and bounced back into play. Pissarri reacted quickest, scrambling to smother the ball. Gattuso looked to the heavens in despair. AC Milan had squandered a golden opportunity. As time wore on, Gattuso grew increasingly agitated, pacing the touchline and constantly shouting at his players to push forward. AC Milan's attacks grew more intense. Their formation crept higher and higher. Nearly half an hour into the second half, their defensive line was hovering near the halfway line. Udinese was pinned back in their own half. Even Fong Yuan was forced to participate in midfield defensive duties, with the ball almost exclusively controlled by AC Milan. Udinese defense looked perpetually on the verge of collapse. Under pressure from Fong Yuan and Widmer lunged to poke the ball out for a corner kick, dispossessing Antonelli. Fong Yuan let out a long breath. Just then, the fourth official held up the substitution board. In the 79th minute of the match, AC Milan opted to make substitutions. Gattuso brought on Kalinic for Andre Silva, and Borini replaced Calhanoglu. This substitution clearly demonstrated Gattuso's attacking intent. On the other side, seeing AC Milan's changes, Rastelli whispered something to his assistant coach, and immediately several players on Udinese's bench began to warm up. However, to Rastelli's surprise, before his substitutions could be completed, Gattuso's gamble on the field paid off in an unexpected way. In the 83rd minute, the just-introduced Borini received a cross from Calabria and fell inside the penalty area while attempting to turn. The referee's whistle blew, and under the gaze of tens of thousands, he pointed decisively to the penalty spot. A chorus of deafening boos erupted from the Udinese fans in the stands. Despite the players' desperate protests, the referee remained firm, signaling for them to back away. A penalty. At this crucial stage of the match, the referee has awarded AC Milan a penalty. This puts Udinese in a real predicament. Let's look at the replay. In the broadcast booth, Jean June exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, the stadium's big screen continuously replayed the moment Borini went down. Borini controlled the ball with his chest and attempted to turn, closely marked by Nighting. The two were entangled in the box, and the replay made it difficult to discern any major foul by Nighting. Both players seemed to be using their hands. Yet the referee upheld his decision. Rastelli on the sidelines received a yellow card for his protests and was fortunate not to be sent off thanks to his assistant coach's intervention. Ultimately, Suso converted the penalty, beating Pissarri. 2-2. In the 86th minute, AC Milan had equalized through a penalty. This goal not only struck a blow to Udinese morale, but also disrupted Rastelli's substitution plans. He had been preparing to bring on defensive players to safeguard their lead. Now that the score was level, introducing defensive players would be pointless unless he was willing to settle for a draw. As the match restarted, neither team was content with turning 3 points into 1. With less than 10 minutes remaining, both sides instinctively intensified their attacks. In the 88th minute, Fong Yuan received a pass just outside the area, turned, and unleashed a powerful shot, but the ball struck the post and bounced out of play. Before Udinese fans could catch their breath, AC Milan created another chance 2 minutes later. A bait delivered across from the flank. Kalinic attacked the near post and met it with a header. Fortunately for Udinese, Pissarri reacted swiftly, instinctively thrusting out a hand to deflect the ball. The remaining minutes were played at a frantic pace, with rapid transitions between attack and defense. One moment the ball would be in Udinese half, the next it could be threatening AC Milan's goal. The tension was palpable. The fourth official signaled 4 minutes of added time. Fong Yuan felt his energy waning, having already sensed the strain during his recent sprint. Damn it, these guys really are a top club, he thought. Even if they haven't been performing well in recent seasons, their pedigree is undeniable. Throughout the match, AC Milan has clearly looked stronger than Udinese. Especially in terms of squad depth, Udinese was found lacking. AC Milan pushed forward, but their attack was quickly broken up in midfield. Widmer won the ball and passed it to Barami, who had dropped deep. Seeing this, Fong Yuan sprinted back from the front. Barami spotted Fong Yuan's run and delivered the pass. However, the pass was poor due to pressure arriving at an awkward height. As Fong Yuan controlled it with his chest, Biglia immediately closed him down, and while the referee wasn't looking, the AC Milan midfielder tugged at his shirt. The opponent was cunning, using a series of quick, subtle tugs rather than a sustained pull. This irritating tactic prevented Fang Yuan from using his strength effectively. His waning stamina was being ruthlessly exposed by these underhanded tactics. With no other option, Fang Yuan passed the ball back to Bairami and continued his forward run, feeling the burn in his lungs with every stride. Even with his skills, his pace was no longer what it had been at the start of the match. Bairami, upon receiving the ball, saw few options ahead, and with time running out, lofted a pass over the top towards Fang Yuan. Damn it! Such an overhit pass. He's trying to run me into the ground. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and accelerated, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. Both he and Biglia were sprinting, with Fang Yuan holding a mere half-yard lead. Realizing he couldn't reach the first bounce, both players made their move as the ball approached. Fang Yuan stretched out his right foot, while Biglia went for a sliding tackle. Fang Yuan got a touch on the ball first, but Biglia's tackle, missing the ball, brought him down. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul by Biglia. In stoppage time, Udinese earned a free kick in a fairly promising though not ideal position. Bairami helped Fang Yuan to his feet. Feeling a sharp sting on his shin, Fang Yuan adjusted his shin guard and glanced towards the goal. "I'll take it," Fang Yuan said quietly to Bairami. Bairami was usually the designated taker for set pieces in attacking areas when he was on the pitch. He was momentarily taken aback by Fang Yuan's request, as this particular spot wasn't one he was particularly comfortable with. "Are you sure? Do you want me to offer a decoy run?" "No need." Fang Yuan took the ball and placed it on the spot. Unknown to everyone else's systems, falling leaves skill indicated a 50% chance of scoring from this free kick. The goal was less than 30 meters away. As Fang Yuan stood over the ball, Bairami moved into the penalty area to contest for the rebound. Why is Fang Yuan taking it? Bairami usually handles Udinese free kicks. Has Fang Yuan shown this ability before? I don't recall him ever taking one. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Jun voiced his confusion as he watched Fang Yuan stand alone over the ball. This spot isn't Bairami's specialty. Could this be a tactical free kick? Fang Yuan has a decent long pass on him, observed Zhang Lu from the sidelines. You know what, that's actually quite possible. Fang Yuan's crossing accuracy is very high, and with the game nearing its end, a tactical play now would make sense. It wasn't just Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu who thought this way. Losteri and Gattuso shared the same suspicion. Both teams had done their homework before the match. Gattuso was well aware that Bairami was their primary set-piece taker. So when he saw a brief exchange between the two players followed by Bairami retreating into the box, leaving Fang Yuan alone with the ball, he instinctively assumed it would be a rehearsed tactical routine. Gattuso immediately shouted instructions from the touchline, gesturing wildly to Donnarumma and his defenders, signaling them to focus on marking the runners and anticipating the cross. Heeding Gattuso's directive, AC Milan's defensive focus shifted almost entirely onto the Udinese attackers, making runs into the box. Even the positioning within the defensive wall was adjusted to counter a potential knockdown or flick-on. Observing this shift in the opposition setup, a faint smile played on Fang Yuan's lips. Finally, the referee's whistle sounded, and he gestured towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan began his run-up, covering the short distance in a few quick strides before his right foot connected powerfully with the ball. Donnarumma had committed his positioning to deal with a cross, but his expression changed drastically in an instant. The ball, after clearing the wall, was flying directly towards the goal. The ball was traveling at tremendous speed. Donnarumma desperately shifted his weight and lunged towards the path of the ball. However, as he stretched out, his eyes filled with despair. The ball dipped suddenly right in front of the goal, arcing over his outstretched hand and nestling into the net just inside the post. For a moment, the stadium fell into a stunned silence. Even the referee's whistle seemed to hesitate for a couple of seconds. But as the referee signaled for a goal, a thunderous roar erupted from the stands of the Friuli Stadium. The moment Fang Yuan saw the ball hit the net, he sprinted wildly towards the sideline. He leaped into Lasteri's arms, embracing him tightly. Fang! 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 The Udinese supporters in the stands chanted Fang Yuan's name in unison. Though the pronunciation was slightly off, it did nothing to diminish the immense stature he held in their hearts at that moment. Losteri seemed unable to comprehend that they were leading until both of them were completely engulfed by their celebrating teammates. His face flushed with excitement, Losteri beamed at Fang Yuan with pure joy. On the other side, a dejected Gattuso crouched low, utterly deflated. He could never have imagined his team losing to a goal scored by an unknown Chinese player. He never expected the opponent to shoot directly. The AC Milan players on the pitch wore expressions of disappointment, with Biglia, who had conceded the foul, sitting dejected on the turf. Goal! Goal! A last-minute winner. Fang Yuan's direct free kick has sealed the game against AC Milan. Unbelievable. This match has been absolutely incredible. Fang Yuan has single-handedly orchestrated this magnificent victory. All three of Udinese's goals were linked to him. I can now confidently say that a future world superstar from China is rising on the Apennine Peninsula. In time, Fang Yuan will undoubtedly become the symbol of Chinese football. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Jun was beside himself with excitement. What a spectacular dipping free kick. This goal alone shows just how much Fang Yuan has improved in Italy. It's truly astonishing. He clearly went for goal with immense confidence. Udinese have struck gold with him. On the pitch, the referee, amidst protests from AC Milan players, intervened to curtail Udinese's prolonged celebration. Soon both sets of players returned to their positions to resume play. Lostari then decided to use his final substitution. With little time left on the clock, the change was an obvious tactic to run down the clock. Pizella came on for Fong Yuan. As Fong Yuan walked off the pitch, tens of thousands of Udinese fans rose to their feet, showering him with thunderous applause. It was a tribute Lostari had prepared for his star pupil. After the substitution was completed, the match resumed. Despite their reluctance to accept the result, AC Milan found themselves running out of time. Finally, after Antonelli's speculative long-range effort sailed high over the bar, the referee blew the full-time whistle. 3-2. Udinese had come from behind to defeat AC Milan at home, securing a hard-fought 3 points. The moment the final whistle sounded, the Udinese faithful in the stands erupted in jubilant celebration, jumping and cheering wildly for their team's victory. At the post-match press conference, Fong Yuan, appearing alongside Lostari, naturally became the center of media attention. He faced a barrage of tricky questions, but thanks to his composure and Lostari's support, he handled the reporters admirably. With this victory, Udinese moved to 37 points, leapfrogging AC Milan into 7th place in the league table. They now trailed 6th-placed Sampdoria by just a single point. Congratulations to the host for completing the 90-minute achievement. Reward: 1 bronze treasure chest. After finishing the press conference and returning to the locker room, Fong Yuan received a notification from the system. China's Fong single-handedly overturns Milan. Fong from China helps Udinese defeat AC Milan, just 1 place away from European competition. The day after the match, Fong Yuan's photo dominated the front pages of several major Italian sports newspapers. This match truly made Fong Yuan a household name in Italy. Consequently, dossiers on him began appearing on many desks across the football world. The fact that Fong Yuan did not currently have an agent attracted significant attention. When Fong Yuan first arrived in Italy, his domestic agent had accompanied him. After all, playing abroad, especially in a top-5 European league like Serie A, made him a valuable asset. However, Fong Yuan quickly fell out of favor at Cagliari. Unwilling to waste time on a player deemed a failure, the agent parted ways with him once his contract expired. After that, it became common knowledge that Fong Yuan was on the verge of being released by Cagliari. Domestic agents planned to approach him once he returned to China, while local Italian agents saw no value in a player about to be shown the door. And so through this chain of events, Fong Yuan found himself a professional footballer without any representation. The day after the match, Ruthlessly granted the entire team a day of rest. Fong Yuan planned to stay cooped up at home, but an early morning phone call dashed his hopes of sleeping in. Still groggy with sleep, Fong Yuan answered the phone directly. Fong Yuan, it's me. My flight to Italy lands tomorrow. Do you have time tomorrow? Let's talk about the contract. Huh? Contract? What contract? Is this Lu Sunming? Initially bewildered, Fong Yuan didn't recognize the voice until the mention of a contract, realizing it was his former agent. A typical social climber, he was an agent in name, only having merely accompanied Fong Yuan on his initial trip to Italy. After signing the contract, he stayed for less than 2 weeks before returning home and later abandoned Fong Yuan entirely when his prospects at Cagliari looked bleak. Not long ago, he had even sent over documents to terminate their agreement. And now this man had the audacity to call, seemingly wanting to resume his role as Fong Yuan's agent. Damn, you've got some nerve. It's me, Fong Yuan. You can't have forgotten my voice already, can you? No, I don't understand. You say you're coming to Italy tomorrow. Has someone else from back home come to play football in Italy? Congratulations, did you sign another prodigy? What are you talking about? Fong Yuan, the way you say that doesn't sound right. At this stage in your career, you need someone to manage your affairs. We've worked together quite well, haven't we? You're not thinking of dumping me now that you're successful, are you? Damn, the way you talk, you'd think I was some heartless bastard. And since when did we ever work together quite well? Sorry, I really don't understand what you're getting at. Besides, I don't have anything that needs managing right now. Weren't you in a hurry to get back home before? I think you should just stay and make your fortune there. Who knows when I might be out of a job here. Anyway, I've got things to do, so I'll let you go. But if you ever find the time to visit Italy for a holiday, and I'm available, I'd be happy to host you. Just remember to give me a heads up. Without waiting for a response, Fong Yuan hung up, then flopped back into bed to continue sleeping. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Xinming on the other end of the line was contorted with rage. Fine, burn the bridge, will you? Don't blame me for what happens next. Lu Xinming in a fury smashed his phone. Meanwhile, back in Italy, Fong Yuan had just dozed off when the doorbell rang, forcing him to open his eyes once more. Seriously, is someone deliberately messing with me? Who the hell is it now? Damn it. Why is it so hard for me to get a decent lie-in? Fuming, Fong Yuan got up, threw on a jacket, and opened the door. He was taken aback to see a middle-aged Caucasian man standing there. Who are you? Wrong house. I'm pretty sure I don't know you. Fong, I haven't made a mistake. I'm here to see you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Federico Pastorello. Mr. Pastorello. Fong Yuan was startled by the name. He didn't recognize the man, but he had certainly heard of him. This was the man many journalists called Italy's top football agent. Fong Yuan often heard his teammates discussing football matters and mentioning his name. Fong, you're not going to make me talk out here on the doorstep, are you? Oh, I'm sorry, please come in. Seeing the smile on the man's face, Fong Yuan already guessed his purpose. Fong Yuan felt a sense of honor that this prominent figure had sought him out. He promptly invited Pastorello inside. Fong, I've watched your matches carefully. I can tell that your future does not lie with Udinese. Your future is with a top-tier European giant. I'm sure you understand the purpose of my visit today. Mr. Pastorello, I know why you're here, and I do indeed need an agent. However, I need to know, are you here to sign me on behalf of your company, or is this a personal venture on your part? I believe you understand what I'm asking. This man was not just a solo agent. His company, PP Pastorello, was the top-ranked agency in Italy. His father, Giambattista Pastorello, served as the president of Hellas Verona Football Club from 1999 to 2005, and also played a significant role in the legal proceedings of the Parmalat bankruptcy case. Federico was the first Italian player agent to gain substantial international renown and influence by helping numerous Serie A players secure moves to the Premier League. He brought Zola and Cudicini to Chelsea and facilitated Faustino Asprilla's transfer from Parma to Newcastle United. Pastorello and his partners represented many star players of the era, including Inter Milan goalkeeper Samir Handanovic, Manchester United's Patrice Evra, and Fiorentina's star Giuseppe Rossi. Thanks to his excellent relationships with numerous Italian club officials, Pastorello sometimes acted as an intermediary for nearly the entire Italian national team, negotiating contracts on their behalf with other agencies. It was precisely because Fong Yuan was aware of this background that he asked that specific question. If Federico was signing him personally, Fong Yuan would naturally be more than willing. Of course, it's me personally, Fong. I have great faith in you. From now on, I will personally handle all your affairs. Naturally, once you sign, you will also be a player of our company. Following that, Federico and Fong Yuan had a detailed discussion about Federico's suggestions for his career and future plans. After listening, Fong Yuan had to admit that the man's reputation as Italy's top agent was well-deserved. His visit was no whim. He had clearly done his homework thoroughly. Fong Yuan knew very well that a good agent could save him from a multitude of troubles. Pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Pastorello. After hearing Federico's plans, Fong Yuan stood up and extended his right hand. Pleasure doing business with you too. Tomorrow I will go and see Mr. Marino to secure a fair contract for you, Federico said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan scratched his head and said, wouldn't that be a bit awkward? Mr. Rostelli has been very good to me. I don't want any unpleasantness with the club. Oh God, Fong, that way of thinking is completely wrong. Your salary reflects your standing in the team and the club's appreciation of you. You're currently earning the minimum while performing the best for the team. It's unfair to you. Before I wasn't your agent, but now I am. If the media were to get wind of this situation, it would be a dereliction of duty on my part. Fong Yuan fell silent and did not press the matter further. He then signed the agency contract with Federico, and with his signature on the document, Fong Yuan officially became a player under PP Pastorello. The next day, Fong Yuan arrived at the team for training. Unbeknownst to him, while he was training, Federico also made his way to Udinese's training ground to meet with the club's general manager Marino. Mr. Marino, it's been a while. Federico, why are you here? My assistant said you asked to see me, but I can't recall us having anything to discuss. Marino was utterly bewildered as Federico walked into his office. This man before him was certainly no pushover. Mr. Marino, this is the agency contract I signed with Fong just yesterday. I'm here today in my capacity as Fong Yuan's agent. Upon hearing Federico's words, Marino's brow furrowed even deeper. A sense of dread washed over him, and he hastily picked up the contract Federico had placed on the desk to examine it. It was indeed a freshly signed agency agreement. Seeing this, Marino felt as if a herd of wild horses was thundering through his mind. All right, Mr. Pastorello, just state your purpose directly, Marino said, feeling helpless. He truly had no desire to deal with this man. As far as I know, Fong's current annual salary is 2,000. Mr. Marino, do you believe this salary is commensurate with Fong's performance? Since joining Udinese, Fong has scored in every single match. In the last game, it was his performance that led you to victory over AC Milan. So what do you think is a fair figure, Federico? You must understand, Fong only joined the team during the winter transfer window. His performance against AC Milan was indeed outstanding, but we also paid €5 million to bring him here. I know that, but his current salary strikes me as profoundly unjust. Very well, let's hear your proposal. €2 million on net of tax. Oh heavens, did I hear that correctly? Federico, are you sure you're not joking with me? 2 million. That's impossible. The highest salary at this club is only 2 million, and you have the audacity to ask for 2 million. That is absolutely out of the question. Marino nearly jumped out of his chair. He was tempted to hurl the teacup from his desk directly at that insufferable man's face. He'd seen bold demands before, but never to this extent. I believe this is an entirely reasonable price. Of course, if you think it's unreasonable, I'm confident there are many clubs willing to pay it. I've heard Udinese has already received offers from teams like Juventus and Torino, with the highest reportedly reaching €5 million. 2 million is absolutely impossible. It would disrupt the team's wage structure. That's fine. Mr. Marino, please take your time to consider it. There's no rush. By the way, I understand Fong's current release clause is only 5 million. Is that correct? Tisk TSK. Can you imagine what would happen if that information were to get out? Mr. Marino, take your time to think it over. I'm in no hurry. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. Contact me when you've made your decision. You know how to reach me. With that, Federico rose to his feet and made to leave. Marino's face was ashen. When he had bought Fong Yuan from Cagliari, the transfer fee was 5 million. However, that deal had been strongly advocated by Ruthlessly. Marino himself hadn't been particularly optimistic about Fong Yuan, which was why the release clause was set at only 5 million. Who would have thought they'd stumbled upon such a treasure? But as Federico had pointed out, if the wolves outside learned that Fong Yuan's release clause was a mere 5 million, Udinese would be in serious trouble. 2 million with a 20 million release clause. That's the best I can offer. Just as Federico was about to step out of Marino's office, a resigned voice called out from behind him. With his back to Marino, a satisfied smile spread across Federico's face. He turned around and resumed his seat before Marino. Deal? Pleasure doing business, Mr. Marino. Federico extended his right hand with a smile. Meanwhile, out on the training pitch, Fong Yuan was still blissfully unaware that his agent had just secured him a €1 million pay raise. After leaving Marino's office, Federico found Fong Yuan and delivered the excellent news. Fong Yuan was naturally overjoyed. Having more money was never a bad thing, and matching Barami's salary also signified his elevated status within the team. With the increased salary came a growing prominence in the squad. Moreover, his reputation in Italian football was steadily rising. Everything indicated that Fong Yuan's career in Serie A was heading in the right direction, though he remained unaware that a storm was brewing for him back in his home country. After signing the new contract with the club, Udinese prepared for their 24th league match of the season. The day before the game, Fong Yuan received a call from his father. Dad, UNZ, something's happened. Did that loose Sunming get in touch with you? Yeah, why? He called me, but I turned him down. That man is despicable. He told reporters about the money I paid back then. Now a lot of media outlets back home are reporting on it. What? Is he insane? What does he stand to gain by exposing this? Exactly. UNZ, I'm just letting you know so you can be prepared. Do you think this might affect your career abroad? No, it's fine. Udinese won't care about something like this. Don't worry. Just ignore him. If any reporters come to you, simply deny everything. Let them do whatever they want. Alright, I'm fine over here. You take care of yourself. Fong Yuan didn't think much of it. What he didn't know was that some people were indeed eager to use this incident against him. On February 11th, Udinese traveled to the Stadio Olimpico Grande Torino. Fong Yuan was once again named in the starting lineup. Facing the home side Torino, Ruthlessly once again deployed the 4-3-3 formation. Udinese started the match brightly, breaking the deadlock in the 27th minute, when Fong Yuan's cross from the right flank set up Barami for the opening goal. In the second half, Fong Yuan provided another assist, this time for DePaul. After 90 minutes of play, Udinese cruised to a comfortable 2-0 victory over Torino, taking all 3 points. However, Sampdoria, who sat just above Udinese in the standings, also secured a victory over their opponents, maintaining their 1-point lead over Udinese in the league table. At the post-match press conference, Fong Yuan and Ruthlessly appeared on stage. Although Fong Yuan didn't score in this match, his 2 assists earned him the title of man of the match. However, Fong Yuan didn't expect that as soon as he sat down, a question from a domestic journalist made him frown. Fong Yuan, we all know that you got your spot at Cagliari through the selection at a domestic club. But your agent Liu Siming revealed that you were able to play for Cagliari because your father bribed the coach in charge of the selection. Is this true? Fong Yuan cursed inwardly, thinking this journalist was insane to bring up such a matter at an international post-match press conference. He wondered if this guy was trying to embarrass Chinese football even further. He gave the journalist a contemptuous look as if he were an idiot. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about. Also, I must tell you that Mr. Liu Siming is my former agent. We parted ways 3 months ago. Moreover, this is the post-match press conference for Udinese versus Torino. If you have questions about this match, I'll answer them. Otherwise, please don't waste everyone's time. Fong Yuan's response was already quite polite. Seeing him deflect the question, the journalist wanted to press further, but the host ignored him. After hastily wrapping up the press conference, Fong Yuan and Ruthlessly prepared to leave the venue. To his surprise, several domestic journalists tried to corner him again, but with the help of the staff, Fong Yuan managed to escape. On the team bus back, Fong Yuan's expression darkened. He finally understood what his father meant in the phone call. He had never paid much attention to domestic affairs, thinking it wasn't a big deal, but seeing these journalists chase him abroad made him realize how severe the public opinion back home had become. What he didn't expect was that the storm would escalate further, even involving the Chinese Football Association (CFA). The national team requires high moral character from its players. No matter how skilled, those with questionable ethics will not be selected. In response to recent online news, the CFA has set up an investigation team and conducted a thorough inquiry. After verification, we have confirmed the truth of these allegations. Therefore, we have decided to revoke Fong Yuan's professional player qualification. This announcement caused an uproar. Many netizens expressed disbelief, calling it an overreaction to a trivial matter. Some criticized the CFA for being useless, while others pointed out that revoking his qualification had no effect since he didn't play domestically. Questions arose about whether Fong Yuan's family really paid a bribe, but many defended him, saying it was normal given the state of Chinese football. Some even thought it was a good thing he wasn't in the national team, given the CFA's mismanagement. Online, the majority sided with Fong Yuan, unsurprising given the national team's poor performance and the chaotic football environment. The CFA's reputation was already tarnished, yet they still acted arrogantly. The incident turned into a farce, and Fong Yuan learned about it from his father in Italy. He found it absurd and laughable. Unbeknownst to Fong Yuan, this wasn't a personal attack. He was merely a pawn in the escalating conflict between the CFA and head coach Lippi. Lippi's desire to recruit Fong Yuan threatened certain interests, and the scandal provided a convenient excuse. UNZ just focus on playing there. The domestic football environment is really bad now. I know Dad, I'm fine. His father worried he might be upset, but Fong Yuan had never seriously considered joining the national team. Having come from the domestic scene, he understood the football environment all too well, even if he hadn't played many matches there. The domestic farce didn't affect him. A week later, on February 17th, the Udinese hosted their 25th league match. Their opponent was Roma, currently 5th in the standings. After 90 minutes of intense play, Udinese held Roma to a 1-1 draw. Fong Yuan scored a free-kick goal in the 68th minute to level the score. Notably, Sampdoria, who were 1 point ahead of Udinese, lost 0-1 to AC Milan away. This result allowed Udinese to catch up with both teams on 41 points. Sampdoria remained 6th due to a better goal difference. In the next round, Udinese would travel to the Luigi Ferrari Stadium to face Sampdoria, a match that could determine who gains the upper hand in the race for European qualification. Rastelli took this match very seriously. Unlike after previous matches, he didn't give the team a day off. Instead, he imposed a media blackout and held closed-door training sessions. This was the first time Rastelli had shown such intensity for a league match. "Hey Fong, didn't you see Valen's position?" Fong Yuan had just taken a long shot that flew over the crossbar when Rastelli started shouting at him. He thought the old man was acting like he was going through menopause, scolding everyone. Knowing better than to provoke him, Fong Yuan raised his hand to acknowledge the criticism, and training continued. Fong Yuan understood the pressure. The league was entering its final stretch, and the team had a real chance to qualify for European competition, which was crucial for a club like Udinese that had been dormant for years. Time swiftly arrived at February 25th. At 3 in the afternoon, the entire Udinese squad arrived at the Ferrari Stadium. The Ferrari Stadium, also known as the Marassi Stadium, is a renowned European venue located in Genoa, the city of the lighthouse, in Italy's Liguria region. Serving as the home ground for both Genoa and Sampdoria, this historic stadium boasts a rich legacy, having hosted matches during the 1934 and 1990 World Cups, as well as numerous fixtures for the Italian national team. Mr. Rastelli, do you have any thoughts on today's match? No sooner had they arrived at the stadium than reporters who had been waiting swarmed around them. This is an away match for us, and Sampdoria is a very strong team. This will be a difficult game for us. However, after a week of preparation, no matter how tough it gets, we will strive to secure the victory. Rastelli remained quite humble in his response to the reporter's interview. It is worth noting that last month, Rastelli clinched the Coach of the Month award thanks to Udinese's relentless point-chasing performances. The Rastelli of today is no longer the manager who was unceremoniously dismissed from Cagliari. Earlier, some media had speculated that AC Milan had privately contacted Rastelli. Of course, Rastelli was quick to clarify this matter as well. Then there was Fong Yuan. Everyone knew that the primary reason Udinese had managed to escape the relegation zone and was fiercely competing for a European spot was Fong Yuan. As Fong Yuan's performances continued to improve, not only did the media shift their focus onto him, but numerous clubs also began to take notice of this young winger. His speed and technique were exceptionally well-rounded. On many occasions, reporters had captured Fong Yuan's agent Federico in private meetings with general managers of various clubs. Juventus in particular had a very close relationship with Federico. Media reports claimed that Juventus had already submitted a bid for Fong Yuan to Udinese. However, regarding this matter, Udinese general manager Marino stated on multiple occasions that Fong Yuan is the future of Udinese, and they absolutely would not sell him. "We will definitely win this match. Next season, Sampdoria will surely stand on the European stage." Sampdoria's head coach Marco Giampaolo expressed his firm conviction about the outcome of this match in his interview with the reporters. Both teams arrived at the stadium one after another. As time passed, there was nearly half an hour left before the kickoff. This match was also being broadcast live by Penguin Sports in China. As Fong Yuan's performances back home improved, the popularity of Serie A in China was also steadily rising. In particular, the number of Udinese fans in China was growing larger and larger. Hello, dear fans. Welcome to Penguin Sports broadcast of the 26th round of the 2017-2018 Serie A season. Today's match features Sampdoria hosting Udinese. As always, I'm joined by Director Zhang Lu for commentary. Director Zhang, who do you favor in today's match? I think the strength of these two teams is quite similar. Overall, Sampdoria might be slightly stronger. However, Udinese's recent matches, especially since Rastelli took over, have been excellent. Last month, he even won the Coach of the Month award. So in terms of momentum, Udinese has the edge. Our director just informed me that we've received the official starting lineups for both teams. Let's introduce them to the fans. Alright, let's start with the home team. For Sampdoria, Coach Giampaolo has set up a 4-3-1-2 formation. In goal is Viviano. The defensive line consists of Berezinski, Silvestre, Ferrari, and Muru. In midfield, we have Barreto, Torreira, and Linetti, with Ramirez operating as the attacking midfielder. The forward line features Quagliarella and Caprari. This formation and lineup have been Giampaolo's most used setup this season. Now let's look at Udinese. Rastelli has chosen the same lineup as in previous matches, a 4-3-3 formation. Fong Yuan is positioned as the right winger. Both sides have fielded their strongest lineups, clearly showing that both head coaches are determined to win today's match. Yes, whoever wins this match will move up to 6th place. With 12 rounds remaining in the season, we're now in the final sprint. This gives them an advantage in the upcoming schedule. Director Zhang, have you seen the recent news? What are your thoughts on the matter concerning Fang Yuan? Zhang Lu was taken aback by the question. He hadn't expected his longtime colleague to bring up this topic. To be honest, he really didn't want to answer. Having worked in this domestic circle for so long, he knew more than the average person. The more he knew, the less he wanted to discuss it. I think this matter simply comes down to different perspectives. From a fan's point of view, it's not a big deal. But perhaps from the perspective of some football association officials, it's a serious issue. However, as we've mentioned before, the national team doesn't have any major matches for a long time. It's actually beneficial for Fang Yuan to stay in Italy and play. From his previous matches, we can see that he has grown very rapidly during his time there. That's true. It shows that going abroad is the best way. We've done poorly in this regard over the years. While the two were chatting in the studio with about 10 minutes left before kickoff, the starting players from both teams walked out of the player tunnel, led by the match officials. After the team captains exchanged handshakes, the coin toss was conducted under the referee's organization. Udinese won the right to kick off. Fang Yuan and DePaul stood over the ball. After checking his watch, the referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. As Fang Yuan passed the ball back to his teammate behind him, Sampdoria immediately pushed their entire formation forward, launching into aggressive high pressing. Fortunately, Lastelli had anticipated this approach from the opposition at the start. So although Udinese looked somewhat flustered, the ball circulation remained unproblematic. As the match progressed, the game settled into a pattern where Sampdoria took the initiative in attack, while Udinese looked to hit back on the counterattack. However, it was evident that Gianpaolo had thoroughly studied his opponents before the match. From the very beginning, he employed a tight defensive strategy against Udinese Berami, and Fang Yuan paying particular attention to disrupting the connection between the two. Moreover, Sampdoria's marking on the duo was exceptionally aggressive. Whenever they sensed a potential threat, they would not hesitate to put their feet in. Gianpaolo had indeed done his homework, ruthlessly exploiting Fang Yuan's perceived lack of physical strength. His defensive approach centered on engaging Fang in physical battles. Within just 15 minutes, Fang Yuan was already breathing heavily. More critically, he had been brought down countless times already. The referee today, perhaps mindful of the Sampdoria home crowd, seemed to be lenient with some of his calls. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of grass as his teammate pulled him to his feet. He then walked over to the referee to protest. He had just received Barami's pass and hadn't even made a move when he felt an irresistible force sending him tumbling to the ground, and the ball rolled out of bounds. Yet the referee awarded the throw-in to the opposition. This was clearly a foul on him. Facing Fang Yuan's protest, the referee merely warned him to back off and gestured for him to retreat. Fang Yuan's anger flared instantly, but thankfully Barami, who was nearby, quickly pulled him away. Fang, calm down, calm down. They want you to react like this. This is their home ground. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt helpless. This home court bias was too blatant. No, he couldn't let this continue. At this rate, winning was uncertain, but he'd definitely be battered beyond recognition. Just then a notification sounded in Fang Yuan's mind from the system. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the temporary mission retaliation. Within 10 minutes, use your actions to retaliate against the opponent and earn a yellow card. Reward 1 random A-grade skill. Fang Yuan was speechless at the system's euphemism. Seriously, why phrase it so politely? You just want me to commit a foul, don't you? And since when did the reward become a skill directly instead of a treasure chest? Despite his exasperation, he knew he had to go for that yellow card. Opportunities like this might not come around again. Getting a skill directly as a reward was worth even a red card. Sampdoria was preparing for a throw-in. Fang Yuan moved in to join the defense. Hey kid, enjoy that earlier hit. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you for the rest of this match, Barreto sneered as Fang Yuan pressed up behind him. This was the guy who had body-checked him earlier. Throughout the nearly 20 minutes of play, this man had been glued to him like a stubborn patch. Under his relentless marking, Fang Yuan had had a miserable time. Listening to the taunts, Fang Yuan said nothing but stared intently at the man. Sampdoria threw the ball directly to Barreto. As the ball arrived, Barreto controlled it with his chest, but before he could make his next move, he felt a sharp pain in his calf and went crashing to the ground. Beep. The ball flew out of bounds again, and the referee's whistle blew. The entire stadium erupted in thunderous boos, and many Sampdoria fans began hurling abuse at Fang Yuan. Sampdoria players swarmed around, and Udinese players rushed over as well. Berami yanked Fang Yuan behind him, pleading with the referee, while simultaneously exchanging heated words with the opposing players. This guy was a seasoned veteran, managing to argue and plead simultaneously with remarkable ease. Spittle was practically flying into the opponent's faces. Sir, I swear he didn't mean it. You've seen how calm he's been all game, but he's been fouled repeatedly. He's just a young lad. Berami kept pleading with the referee, especially as he saw the official's hand reach towards his back pocket, his words becoming more frantic. Oh dear, Fang Yuan has lost his cool here. That foul carried clear intent for retribution, Zhang Lu commented in the broadcast booth. I think it's quite understandable. He's only 21, and the referee has certainly favored the home team today. Barreto's fouls on Fang Yuan have been getting more aggressive over these 20 minutes, which is a direct result of the referee's leniency. It's impressive the young man held his temper for so long. On the sidelines, Rastelli and Gianpaolo were both confronting the fourth official. That was a vicious foul. It deserves a red card. Christ, if that's a red card, you should have had at least 3 players sent off by now. Marco, can't you just play us fair and square instead of resorting to these dirty tricks? Bull. Who's dirtier than you? Get lost. Who are you telling to get lost? Say that again. Ruthlessly started rolling up his sleeves. The 4th official caught between the 2 furious managers was covered in their spittle. Seeing them on the verge of brawling, he wore an expression of utter despair. Ruthlessly wasn't actually looking for a fight. He just wanted to shut Gianpaolo up by provoking his anger. It took the 4th official and the 2 assistant coaches to finally separate the managers. Back on the pitch, whether it was Bahrami's persuasion or the referee's attempt to compensate Udinese for his earlier biased calls, the hand that had reached for the back pocket withdrew. He pulled a yellow card from his chest pocket instead and showed it to Fong Yuan. Seeing the yellow card, both Ruthlessly on the sidelines and the Udinese players on the pitch breathed a sigh of relief. Most had seen Fong Yuan's action clearly. It was a blatant malicious foul going for the man without any attempt to play the ball, easily warranting a red card. The Sampdoria fans and their coach were far from satisfied with the yellow card decision. A fresh wave of deafening boos filled the stadium. Fong, stay calm, okay? Bahrami whispered as he came back to Fong Yuan's side. I understand. Fong Yuan's mind, however, was already focused on the system. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Reward, A-grade skill, Oscar. Congratulations, host, on receiving your first career yellow card. Achievement unlocked. Reward 10000 health points. What the hell? What kind of skill is this? Fong Yuan was dumbfounded after reading the skill description. Oscar-winning dive, an A-grade active skill that has a chance to draw a foul when entangled with an opponent. Usable a maximum of 5 times per match. The first use at home has a 100 success rate in drawing a foul, an 80 chance of earning the opponent a yellow card, and a 30 chance of earning them a red card. The first use away has an 80 success rate, of 50 chance of a yellow card, and a 20 chance of a red card. Note, each subsequent use reduces the success rate by 20. Once the success rate reaches 0 or falls below 10, the host has a high probability of failing to draw the foul and a 90 chance of receiving a yellow card. Most importantly, this skill has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Use with caution. Seeing this skill, Fong Yuan was utterly speechless. One lousy skill with this many restrictions. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If there were no limits, we might as well not play football. Anyone touches me, and I fall. The success rate is that high. Meanwhile, Barreto, whom Fong Yuan had fouled, returned to the pitch after receiving treatment. He glared at Fong Yuan with malice and muttered a low threat as he passed by. Just you wait. I'll wait. This is the perfect chance to show you why they say the Oscars owe me a golden statuette. Fong Yuan ignored him, merely curling his lip. The match resumed, and Barreto continued to stick to him like glue. The game remained intensely contested with both sides locked in a midfield battle. Sampdoria's attack was partly hampered by defensive duties, and Udinese's backline was watertight today. Despite appearing to be on the back foot, Sampdoria found no effective way through. However, a change after the restart favored Udinese. The referee's officiating became notably stricter and less biased towards the home team than before. The match continued in this stalemate, with players frequently tumbling in the midfield. It was fiercely contested, but not exactly a spectacle. As time ticked on, the first half was drawing to a close. Combined, both teams had managed fewer than 5 shots, mostly from distance, posing little threat to the opposing goals. The 4th official on the sideline was already preparing the stoppage time board. Just then, a sharp cry echoed across the pitch. As those nearby looked over, they saw Fong Yuan writhing on the ground, clutching his face, while a bewildered Barreto stood beside him. The referee sprinted over. The ball was out of play, so he hadn't seen the incident. A nearby assistant referee, who seemed to have a better view, ran over and spoke with him. I didn't touch him, I swear. Udinese players swarmed around. Barreto was shielded by his teammates, but Bahrami and others weren't about to let him off easy. He kept protesting his innocence. The referee went to the sideline to review the VAR footage, which was also playing on the big screen. Strangely, despite the stadium's size, the camera angle couldn't capture the incident clearly. The replay just showed both players moving off the ball, exchanging words. Then there was some contact that looked normal, until the crucial moment Barreto suddenly raised his arm, appearing to strike Fong Yuan in the face. Fong Yuan was helped up by his teammates, a trace of blood at his lip. He looked to have been hit quite hard. The referee studied the replay for a long time. It's retaliation, pure and simple. A man like that doesn't belong on the pitch. Ruthlessly ranted at the 4th official. No, he's not that kind of player. Gianpaolo defended his charge. After returning to the pitch, the referee glanced at Fong Yuan. He then walked up to Barreto and brandished a red card. Barreto stared in disbelief, clutching his head and looking at the referee in shock. Fong Yuan was stunned to see the red card. Damn, I hit the jackpot. Ouch, I can't laugh. It wasn't in vain that I bit my lip when I fell and covered my face. Self-harm of all things. But that sequence was executed flawlessly. Still, I guess the sight of blood is what prompted the red card. No, I didn't touch him. I absolutely didn't touch him. Sir, I swear I never touched him. Barreto looked ready to cry. This was so unjust. He had merely raised his arm during a normal physical tussle, and he knew perfectly well whether he had made contact. The referee may have hesitated before making the call, but once the card was out, there was no doubt. He pointed firmly towards the sidelines. In truth, only Barreto felt he was wronged. Many Sampdoria players believed he had indeed struck his opponent, especially with the blood visible. Several teammates stepped in to hold Barreto back and silence his protests. Gianpaolo on the sideline shared their view. After the red card was shown, Gianpaolo pleaded with the fourth official. He didn't do it on purpose. That deserves at most a yellow. On the other side, Ruthlessly wore a strange expression. The team doctor had just informed him that Fong Yuan's lip injury was a bite mark. After instructing the doctor to keep quiet, Ruthlessly watched with a peculiar look as Gianpaolo argued incessantly with the fourth official. Just before stoppage time in the first half, Sampdoria, who had been dominating, lost a player to a red card, a key midfield defender. Their slight advantage evaporated in an instant. Fortunately, the added time was brief. Shortly after the restart, the referee blew the whistle for halftime, with both teams heading into the break level at 0-0. As the players walked towards the tunnel, Ruthlessly deliberately lagged behind to pull Fong Yuan aside. "What's the matter, coach? Are you alright? Your lip away." "I'm fine. Fong, you're only 21, still very young. Try to avoid doing things like that in the future. It won't do your development any good. It's fine to use some cunning on the pitch, but you're at the very start of your career. You don't need to resort to such tactics." Fong Yuan was taken aback, instantly understanding what he meant. The old man had seen through his little act, but upon reflection, Fong Yuan understood that Ruthlessly meant well for him. "Sir, I understand. It's just that fellow was truly infuriating." Ruthlessly heard Fong Yuan's explanation and said nothing more, merely patting him on the shoulder with a smile. In truth, Ruthlessly genuinely had Fong Yuan's best interests at heart. He believed Fong Yuan had immense room for growth and didn't want him wasting his energy on such petty tricks. He also worried that overusing these tactics might lead the player to rely on them excessively rather than focusing on improving his actual skills. Moreover, one can't always avoid getting caught. Such tricks would eventually be noticed, and that would hardly do any good for his reputation. Ruthlessly was quite satisfied to see that Fong Yuan had grasped his meaning. Soon the halftime break came to an end, and the players from both sides returned to the pitch. Sampdoria opted to make a substitution. Alvarez came on for Caprari, a clear move to shore up the midfield depth left by Bardo's dismissal. Shortly thereafter, the second half commenced with the referee's whistle. With one man sent off, the dynamics of the second half shifted dramatically. Udinese began the half by intensifying their attacks, while Sampdoria retreated into a full defensive shell. In the 49th minute, Fong Yuan received a pass on the right flank, laid it off to Widmer beside him, and then suddenly darted towards the center. Widmer, without hesitation, played a through ball to Behrami. A touch to control a turn and a burst past his marker. Behrami's sequence was fluid and seamless. After shaking off his opponent, he chose not to continue his dribble, instead delivering the ball to Fong Yuan's feet. A powerful touch to push the ball forward, then an explosive sprint. After adjusting his stride, Fong Yuan unleashed a thunderous strike. The ball rocketed towards the goal. Watching the trajectory of the ball, Fong Yuan felt certain it was destined for the back of the net. Many eyes were fixed on the ball soaring through the air. It evaded the goalkeeper's dive, just as Fong Yuan had predicted, yet in the next instant a bitter curse escaped his lips. After sailing past the keeper, the ball crashed against the crossbar and bounced out of play. What wretched luck. Even Ruthlessly on the sidelines could only offer a helpless smile. Play resumed, and less than 10 minutes later, in the 57th minute, Fong Yuan completed a dribble down the flank, sprinted to the byline, and delivered a high-quality cross. Behrami's dummy run at the near post created space, and DePaul, arriving in the center, met it with a powerful header. Unfortunately, Viviano seemed to be in inspired form. He instinctively threw out a hand to deflect the shot from point-blank range. Widmer lunged for the rebound, but Danilo beat him to it, and cleared the ball out for a throw-in. Sampdoria had escaped once again. The ensuing minutes mirrored the preceding ones. Udinese laid siege to the Sampdoria goal with relentless ferocity, but whether it was point-blank headers or long-range rockets, the ball either flew wide or was denied by the inspired Viviano. Even the goalposts and the crossbar seemed to stand in their way. The prolonged failure to score bred frustration among the Udinese players, which ironically eased the pressure on Sampdoria. In the final 20 minutes, Sampdoria even managed to mount the occasional counterattack. On the sidelines, Ruthlessly had lost the composure he displayed at the start of the half. His face was a mixture of anxiety and helplessness. This won't do at all, Fong Yuan thought, as his long-range effort drifted just wide of the post once more. He stared at the Sampdoria goal in exasperation. It was as if he was cursed. His powerful strikes either rattled the woodwork, were saved by the keeper, or flew hopelessly off target. And that goalkeeper was playing like a deity possessed. He needed to find a way, or a draw, while playing against 10 men would be a devastating blow to their morale. Glancing at the clock, he calculated there were at most 10 minutes left, including stoppage time. For the moment, he was at a loss for what to do. Ever since he'd gotten Barreto sent off in the first half, it felt like misfortune had clung to them. Perhaps that Oscar-worthy performance had come with some kind of lingering curse. Time was slipping away second by agonizing second. The Sampdoria fans in the stands fueled their team with relentless songs and cheers, completely drowning out the few thousand traveling Udinese supporters. Oh, another shot off target. In the second half, I've counted 14 attempts by Udinese with 10 on goal, and yet they still haven't scored. The players' mentality is visibly shifting. At this rate, Sampdoria might just hold on for a point, which would be a massive psychological blow to Udinese. Jean-June shook his head and sighed as he watched another Udinese effort fly wide. Indeed, they've been lacking that final bit of luck in front of goal. Also, Sampdoria's defensive performance in this half has been exemplary. They've kept a tight leash on Udinese's key players without any major lapses. And most importantly, Viviano has been in absolutely sensational form. At that moment, the fourth official raised the substitution board. Sampdoria were making another change, their final one of the match. Gianpaolo brought on a defensive midfielder in place of attacking midfielder Ramirez. The substitution clearly signaled Sampdoria's intent to defend their lead for the remaining minutes. Udinese, having already used all their substitutions, saw Rostelli frantically gesturing from the touchline, urging his players forward. In the 88th minute, Berami received the ball at the edge of the box and attempted to turn and shoot, but Danilo slid in and dispossessed him. Widmer, following up, regained control. However, Sampdoria's defensive organization was impeccable, leaving Widmer with no clear passing options. He was forced to play the ball back to Barak behind him. Fong Yuan, stationed on the right, saw the situation and immediately dropped back, drifting towards the center of the pitch. Berami, having picked himself up off the ground, quickly retreated to offer support. After Barak and the Udinese defenders exchanged a few passes, the ball was once again played to the dropping Berami. Having noticed Fong Yuan's movement during his retreat, Berami, without stopping the ball, flicked it with his heel. The ball rolled instantly towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan reached the ball first, only to find himself immediately entangled by his opponents. Glancing at his position, then at the lack of any viable supporting point nearby, he cursed inwardly. This spot was awkward. Though within shooting range of the goal, he had no room to adjust. Moreover, a sidelong glance revealed that his would-be double-teamers were closing in fast. He cursed again, pondering a way out while wrestling with his marker to shield the ball. He could pass it back, of course, but that would spell the end of this attack, and time was running short. Could he try once more to win a free kick and gamble on it? A sly grin crept across Fong Yuan's face at the thought. He decided to go for it. And then, as if possessed by the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor, another agonizing scream echoed across the pitch. The ball flew away as Fong Yuan crumpled to the ground, clutching his shin, with a pained expression plastered across his face. The nearby defender stood frozen, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Unlike the previous incident, the main referee was standing close by this time. However, his angle only allowed him to see the tussle. The defender stretching out a leg for the tackle, both players using their arms. It appeared as though the defender had kicked Fong Yuan while contesting for the ball. The referee's whistle blew, immediately signaling a direct free kick for Udinese. Several people had a clearer view of the action this time, and the cameras on the sidelines captured it well. Although there was indeed a case for the leg making contact with Fong Yuan, the force was certainly not enough to cause such a dramatic reaction. Following the referee's decision, several Sampdoria players swarmed him in protest. Meanwhile, their manager Gianpaolo frantically protested to the fourth official, gesturing towards the big screen. A chorus of deafening boos rained down from the Sampdoria supporters in the stands. After the team doctor came on and performed some perfunctory treatment, Fong Yuan rose to his feet. He thought to himself, "Thank heavens the ref gave me the free kick, or I would have been mortified. This damn skill is so unreliable. Was that really necessary?" The moment he activated the skill, the scream had involuntarily burst from his lips, a cry so exaggerated it made him blush with embarrassment. The referee's decision was in fact justifiable. From his viewpoint, there had been a foul, one that might not have caused the level of injury Fong Yuan feigned, but was dangerous nonetheless. Fong Yuan picked up the ball and placed it on the spot. It was slightly to the left, but the downside was its directness. Being so close to the goal, it demanded impeccable technique. Viviano marshaled the Sampdoria players to form the defensive wall. In the stands, fans from both sides watched with bated breath. Ever since his last successful free kick, Fong Yuan had demonstrated a terrifying proficiency with them in training, subsequently taking over as the team's primary set-piece taker. The wall was set. The referee stepped back a few paces and blew his whistle. Fong Yuan began his run-up. This kick wasn't about power, but about placement and the ball's trajectory. His run-up was short, covering just a few steps before his right foot connected with the ball. The ball soared into the air, heading towards the goal. It effortlessly cleared the top of the defensive wall. Here's the run-up. Fong Yuan strikes it. The ball arcs towards the goal. Oh, the sudden dip. Viviano had no chance to react. It dropped so unexpectedly. Goal. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. A last-minute winner. Fong Yuan's free kick was as steady as a rock, a true decisive strike. In the broadcast booth, Zhang Jun was ecstatic, leaping to his feet and roaring. Zhang Lu beside him was clapping enthusiastically. On the pitch, Fong Yuan was mobbed by his Udinese teammates, all of them celebrating wildly. On the touchline, Losteri was furiously pumping his fists, venting his frustration. On the other side, Gianpaolo slumped dejectedly on the bench, while many of his Sampdoria players sat on the turf shell-shocked. In the stands, thousands of Udinese supporters were jumping and shouting Fong Yuan's name in unison. 1-0. Just as the match was heading into stoppage time, Fong Yuan's direct free kick gave Udinese the lead. The referee intervened to break up the Udinese celebration, urging both teams to get back into position. The fourth official then held up the board, signaling 5 minutes of added time. The match restarted with a blast from the referee's whistle. The impact of Gianpaolo's second-half substitutions now became painfully apparent. Key attacking players like Ramirez and Quagliarella had been taken off, leaving Sampdoria with a numerical disadvantage and a severe lack of attacking options. These factors combined to make their final 5 minutes on the pitch rather awkward and futile. Udinese's defense, however, remained watertight. The 5 minutes ticked by, and with the referee's final whistle, the match was over. Udinese had escaped from the away fixture with all 3 points, albeit with a scare. Losteri walked towards Giampaolo with a broad smile, but the Sampdoria manager ignored his outstretched hand and walked straight down the tunnel. The match is over. Thanks to Fang Yuan's sole goal of the game, Udinese beat Sampdoria away from home to claim all 3 points. This result sees Udinese leapfrog Sampdoria into 6th place in the standings. This incredible Udinese side continues their remarkable post-winter break form, and Fang Yuan's performance remains outstanding. Congratulations to Fang Yuan, congratulations to Udinese. That's all for today's broadcast. We'll see you all again next week. With Jean Jun's closing remarks, the domestic broadcast of the match came to an end. At the post-match press conference, Losteri had deliberately not brought Fang Yuan a measure to protect his star player. As Losteri had anticipated, Giampaolo was full of grievances about the referee's decisions, particularly those involving Fang Yuan. When a journalist raised the topic, he immediately launched into a tirade. "I don't think there was anything wrong with the referee today. The red card in the first half and all the other calls were spot on. From the very beginning of the match, many of their players were making very crude challenges." Losteri, for his part, defended Fang Yuan at every turn. Though Giampaolo was seething with discontent, the final result was an unchangeable reality. The 26th round of league matches had all concluded. Napoli topped the standings with 69 points from 22 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, closely followed by Juventus in second with 68 points from 22 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses. Lazio occupied 3rd place with 52 points, while Inter Milan was 4th, Roma 5th, and Udinese 6th. Despite defeating Sampdoria away and leapfrogging them to 6th place, Udinese could not afford to relax. The upcoming 27th round would pit them against another formidable opponent, Juventus, currently 2nd in the league. At this stage of the season, the championship race was essentially a 2-horse battle between Napoli and Juventus. The two teams were separated by a single point, while 3rd-placed Lazio trailed by a massive 16 points, effectively ruling them out of title contention. During the summer transfer window before the season, Juventus' strategy had been centered on bolstering squad depth, optimizing the age structure, and filling the vacancy on the left wing. Yet despite the entire summer's transfer activity, they failed to address the glaring weaknesses in their squad composition. Furthermore, Bonucci's departure diminished their attacking starting points and left their defensive pairing shorthanded. Without stalwart defender Chiellini, Juventus' backline lacked a top-tier central defensive partnership. Of course, Juventus also had issues in midfield. However, regardless of their problems in European football, their overall strength far surpassed that of Udinese. Moreover, this match was to be played at Udinese away ground. Match day arrived swiftly. That afternoon, the entire Udinese squad arrived at the Juventus Stadium, the home venue inaugurated in 2011. The vast majority of observers did not favor Udinese's chances in this match. Even Ruthlessly had already braced himself for a potential defeat. And indeed, that proved to be the case. Less than 20 minutes into the match, Juventus had already established their lead. In the 18th minute, Mandzukic received a cross from Asamoah inside the penalty area and powered a formidable header past Bassari to break the deadlock. After taking the lead, Juventus played with consummate ease against Udinese. However, Ruthlessly had briefed his players before the match, so Udinese did not lose their composure after falling behind, sticking resolutely to their counter-attacking tactics. The 1-0 scoreline held until the 78th minute of the second half, when Dybala unleashed a curling, low-driven shot from the edge of the box that once again found the back of Udinese's net. That goal proved to be the final one of the match. After 90 minutes, Juventus emerged victorious with a 2-0 win over the visiting Udinese. Fang Yuan played 71 minutes in the match, contributing 3 shots, but unfortunately all were blocked by the opposition. Meanwhile, Sampdoria, who had lost to Udinese the previous round, also suffered defeat this round, losing 1-4 away to Crotone. As a result, Udinese maintained their 3-point lead over Sampdoria, holding on to 6th place in the standings. However, after the Juventus match, Udinese displayed an unstoppable form in the subsequent league fixtures. On March 18th, in the 28th round, Udinese hosted Sassuolo at the Friuli Stadium. Goals from Fang Yuan and DePaul secured a 2-0 victory. Notably, Sampdoria suffered a heavy 0-5 home defeat to Inter Milan, while AC Milan in 8th clinched a 3-2 home win over Chievo. Consequently, Sampdoria not only failed to keep pace with Udinese, but also lost their 7th place position. With 10 rounds remaining, Udinese held a firm grip on 6th place, leading 7th placed AC Milan by 7 points. They trailed 5th placed Inter Milan by 4 points. Time moved to March 31st, when Serie A resumed after a 2-week hiatus. Udinese faced Atalanta away. A goal from Berami secured a 1-0 victory, marking their 2nd consecutive win following the loss to Juventus. With both AC Milan and Sampdoria losing this round, Udinese's 3 points further widened the gap over their pursuers. It could be said that they had established a very significant advantage in the race for a European spot. On April 4th, the 30th round of Serie A took place. Udinese defeated Fiorentina 2-1 at home. 3 consecutive wins. Notably, after this round of matches, the Italian Football Federation announced the coach of the month for March, and Ruthlessly once again claimed the honor. If Udinese could maintain this points gap until the end of the season, they would secure a spot in next season's Europa League qualifying rounds. According to Serie A regulations, the top 4 teams qualify for the Champions League. The 5th directly enters the Europa League, and the 6th enters the Europa League qualifiers. This was of paramount importance for Udinese, who had been absent from European competition for so long. Founded in 1896, Udinese only earned their first UEFA Cup qualification in 1997. At that time, the squad boasted stars like Bierhoff, Amoroso, Ruben Sosa, and Baggio, and the club was renowned across Europe as a cradle for developing players and coaches, finishing in the top 6 for 3 consecutive seasons. Then came the 2002-03 season, when Udinese once again entered the UEFA Cup. The following season, they made their historic debut in the Champions League with Iaquinta Di Natale and Di Michele leading the line. Their most recent Europa League qualification was in the 2007-08 season, when the youthful vigor of Di Natale and Quagliarella propelled Udinese back into the competition. Now a decade has passed, with Udinese struggling relentlessly in the league during that time. In truth, the club's board had hired Ruthlessly this season merely as a stopgap measure. However, neither the board nor the fans anticipated the remarkable results he would deliver. It was nothing short of astonishing to everyone. Now they had firmly established themselves in 6th place. Furthermore, Ruthlessly's arrival had brought Udinese a rising star like Fong Yuan, who was becoming one of the hottest prospects in Serie A. During this period, Udinese received inquiries and offers for Fong Yuan almost daily, as an increasing number of clubs took notice of his talents. Despite their commanding advantage, Udinese could not afford to relax, as 8 rounds of league play remained, and every team would begin their final push toward their season objectives. Moreover, according to the fixture schedule, Udinese's upcoming opponents were not to be underestimated, including Lazio and Inter Milan, who sat 3rd and 5th respectively. Another opponent was also being hyped by the media, Cagliari, the former club of both Ruthlessly and Fong Yuan. Speaking of Cagliari, as the season entered its final stretch, they had become a laughingstock in Serie A. The root cause of Fong Yuan's transfer was his conflict with Fabius at the club, and after much deliberation, the team ultimately chose to keep Fabius. Now, with 30 rounds already played, there was no longer any comparison between Fong Yuan and Fabius. So far, Cagliari had recorded 8 wins, 5 draws, and 17 losses, accumulating 29 points to sit in 15th place. Though they were 2 spots above the relegation zone, their position was far from safe. Sassuolo behind them also had 29 points, Ferrara in 16th had 27, and even Crotone in the relegation zone had 24. Thus, Cagliari's head coach Nicola found himself in a precarious position, especially with Ruthlessly thriving at Udinese, which made his situation even more uncomfortable. Comparison breeds pain. Adding to Cagliari's embarrassment was the matter of Fong Yuan's transfer. When forced to choose between Fong Yuan and Fabius, the club had selected the latter, and due to Ruthlessly's influence sent Fong Yuan to Udinese for a mere 5 million. Yet before the season had even concluded, Fong Yuan's market value had skyrocketed. The new contract Fong Yuan had signed was also exposed, 20 million. In less than half a season, his value had quadrupled, a figure that would surely haunt Cagliari with deep regret. On April 8th, Udinese hosted Lazio at home for their 31st round fixture. Fong Yuan continued to start. Thanks to 2 assists from Fong Yuan, Udinese managed a 2-2 draw against Lazio at home. Fong, are you home? The day after the match against Lazio, Fong Yuan received a call from Federico at his residence. Honestly, in that match, Udinese's single point owed as much to luck as to Fong Yuan's brilliance, as there was still a gap in quality between the 2 sides. So Ruthlessly decided to give the team a day off. Federico, I'm home. What's up? Is something wrong? Wait a moment, I'm on my way over. There are a few things I want to ask you. It seems something was indeed amiss. Within less than 20 minutes, Federico arrived at the apartment Fong Yuan was renting. What's wrong? Has something happened? Fong, your performance has been phenomenal. Do you know I've been getting calls about you almost every day lately? You're going to become the greatest star on this planet. Federico, upon seeing Fong Yuan, hugged him excitedly. He felt immense gratitude for having signed Fong Yuan back then. Alright, just tell me what's really going on. 2 grown men embracing each other early in the morning. What a sight. The season will be over soon. Have you given any thought to what comes next? Fong Yuan was taken aback by Federico's words, then quickly realized what he was getting at. Why the sudden question? I haven't really thought about it. Things are good here at Udinese. The team atmosphere is great, and Mr. Ruthlessly trusts me immensely. I haven't considered leaving. Quite a few clubs have reached out recently. Juventus and Inter Milan have both made contact. Federico, going to those clubs right now wouldn't be better than staying at Udinese. What I need is playing time and match experience. Staying here guarantees that, but at those big clubs there are no such guarantees. Fong Yuan took a moment to gather his thoughts and voiced his perspective. Yes, you're right, Fong. I must admit you're remarkably level-headed. You know exactly what you need. Alright, I understand your thoughts now. I'll handle these matters. Federico looked at Fong Yuan with deep satisfaction. Over the years, he had seen countless promising young players, but few possessed the composure that Fong Yuan displayed. Time soon arrived at April 14th, as the 32nd round of Serie A was set to commence that day. At 3 p.m., Cagliari arrived at the Friuli Stadium. I believe in my players. I think we are fully capable of taking all 3 points today. The entire squad has been preparing for this match for a long time, and whatever difficulties arise, my players will face them head-on. Nicola exuded confidence when speaking to the journalists. In contrast, Ruthlessly, who arrived afterward, remained remarkably subdued. Upon entering the pitch, a system notification suddenly appeared in Fong Yuan's mind. After listening to it, he was stunned. Damn it, this blasted thing was stirring up trouble again. It had been behaving itself for the past few matches, and now it had to pop up out of nowhere today. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the unique mission facing the former club. Host must settle the match in the first half and persuade the head coach to substitute you off at halftime. Completing a hat trick in the first half rewards a random S grade skill. Scoring 2 goals rewards a random AB grade skill. Scoring 1 goal rewards 2 golden treasure chests. Forget about scoring. How on earth was he supposed to convince the old man to take him off at halftime? Unless they were leading by a huge margin, if he asked to come off, Lastelli would probably kill him. And the rewards were absurdly generous too. An S grade skill just like that. While Fong Yuan was lost in thought, Lastelli walked over to him. Fong, you're a professional. They were once your teammates, but on the pitch today they are your enemies. Fong Yuan was taken aback at first, then quickly understood what Lastelli meant. The old man thought he was being soft-hearted and reluctant to go all out. Damn it, was there anyone on that opposing side worth going easy on? Especially Fabius. Honestly, when Fong Yuan learned they would be facing Colliery this round, he was genuinely excited. Proving through his own performance that Colliery's choice had been a mistake was exactly what he wanted to see. The old man had misunderstood him. Could he use this opportunity to set the stage in advance? A thought suddenly crossed Fong Yuan's mind. Coach, I'll give it my all. If we beat them in the first half, do you think you could let me rest for a bit? Lastelli was bewildered by this request. He had initially assumed Fong Yuan was struggling mentally with the situation, which was why he had come to console him. He never expected to hear such a bold statement. What did he mean by defeating them in the first half? It wasn't that he was troubled, he was overly confident. Seeing the coach's skeptical gaze, Fong Yuan quickly devised a reason. Coach, I've been feeling a bit of discomfort in my right foot these past few days. I've checked our schedule, and we have several formidable opponents coming up. Your right foot is bothering you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Fong, you should have told me right away. Perhaps you should rest for this match, it's just one game. Lastelli immediately grew concerned upon hearing about the injury. Despite his worry, Fong Yuan was touched by the coach's reaction, but he couldn't afford to be benched. He had a mission to complete. I'm fine, it's just a feeling. Coach, I still want to play this match to prove to them through my actions that their decision to let me go was a mistake. Fong Yuan's passionate declaration convinced Lastelli, who nodded in agreement. Fong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, silently cursing the absurd system that had put him in this predicament. If the system was going to create such scenarios, it could at least give him a few days' notice. Time flew by, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Both teams' starting lineups were now in position on the pitch. Looking at the opposing lineup, Fong Yuan felt a pang of nostalgia. These were his former teammates. A professional football was indeed a strange world. His gaze met Fabia's across the field, and he offered the man a faint smile. That petty, spiteful fool had once threatened the club over a starting spot, and the club's management had been foolish enough to give in. Tonight he would show them all what they were missing. The match began with the referee's whistle. Udinese, playing at home, kicked off. As DePaul passed the ball back to Barami, Fong Yuan began his run down the right flank. Barami, after receiving the ball, took a moment to adjust before launching a precise long pass that landed perfectly in front of Fong Yuan's run, giving him ample time to accelerate. Their chemistry was undeniable after so many matches together. Nicola had set up his team in a 3-5-2 formation, reflecting the confidence he had expressed in his pre-match interview. As Fong Yuan surged forward, Colliery's defensive midfielder Myong sprinted to intercept, while another defender tracked him closely from behind. Seeing Myong's approach, Fong Yuan reached the landing point first. Instead of trapping the ball as Myong anticipated, he flicked it over the defender's head. By the time Myong turned, Fong Yuan had already accelerated past him. Myong's desperate grab for his shirt was futile. This entire sequence of cuts inside was completely unexpected for Myong. As Fong Yuan cut inside, Barami, DePaul, and Fofana on the left all began making runs to stretch Colliery's defense, creating space for him. Facing a challenge from Barella, another Colliery midfielder, Fong Yuan executed a flawless elastico to breeze past him. The Udinese fans in the stands erupted in excitement at the skillful move. After shedding Barella, Fong Yuan adjusted his stride and unleashed a thunderous strike on goal. The ball rocketed towards the net like a cannonball, its velocity and surprise its primary weapons. Colliery's goalkeeper Cragno barely had time to shift his weight before the ball was upon him. His reflexive outstretched hand was purely symbolic as he watched helplessly as the ball nestled into the back of the net. 1-0. Just 2 minutes into the match, the home team Udinese had taken the lead. After scoring, Fong Yuan stood still, arms raised. The Udinese fans rose to their feet, as one mirroring his gesture and chanting his name. Lastelli on the sidelines broke into a smile. He was confident, but even he hadn't anticipated such an early breakthrough. Nicola watched Fong Yuan, now surrounded by his Udinese teammates, a bitter taste in his mouth. When he had first taken the helm at Colliery, he was aware of the discord between Fong Yuan and Fabius. After brief consideration, he had chosen to side with Fabius. Now that decision seemed profoundly foolish. He had reviewed Fong Yuan's profile, but saw no potential worth cultivating. With the lead, Udinese morale soared. A single goal was not enough to satisfy them. Fong Yuan's goal seemed to have stunned Colliery as they began making uncharacteristic errors after the restart. In the 14th minute, Colliery had possession. Midfielder Sigarini passed the ball forward to Fabius, but the striker made a terrible first touch, gifting the ball directly to Danilo, who was nearby. Danilo quickly distributed the ball to Widmer on the right. Widmer without hesitation lofted a long pass to the left flank. Fofana controlled it, sprinted to the byline, and delivered a cross into the box. DePaul, arriving in the center, met the cross with a powerful header. This time Cragno produced a magnificent save, instinctively palming the ball away. However, his relief was short-lived as the rebound fell kindly, and a Udinese foot got a touch, sending the ball back towards the goal. Still on the ground, Cragno could only watch in despair as the ball crossed the line. 2-0. By the 16th minute, Udinese had extended their lead. After the ball sailed into the net, Fong Yuan dashed out of the penalty area in exhilaration. The stadium's giant screen replayed the goal, highlighting his opportunistic follow-up strike that sealed it. A brace. In less than 20 minutes, Fong Yuan had scored twice. The Udinese fans in the stands rose to their feet, as one roaring their approval. On the sidelines, Lastiche was taken aback by how smoothly the match was unfolding. He recalled Fong Yuan's words before the game and began to wonder if the lad had planned this just to secure an early rest in the second half. He certainly didn't look like someone nursing a sore foot. The thought made Lastiche chuckle and shake his head. Still, if they could secure the result by halftime, resting the key players wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, despite Udinese's focus solely on the league, formidable opponents like Napoli and Inter Milan loomed ahead. When play resumed, Nicolas, seeing his team completely out of sorts, swiftly adjusted his tactics, ordering a full retreat. Victory might be out of reach, but he was determined not to suffer a humiliating defeat. With Cagliari's entire team dropping deep, Udinese found few clear-cut opportunities, especially around Fong Yuan, who was now the focus of their defensive attention. "Damn, these guys are playing rough," Fong Yuan muttered as he was immediately shoved to the ground by an irresistible force. The moment he received a pass from a teammate. Sitting on the turf, Fong Yuan looked up at Myong, who stared back impassively. He felt a pang of helplessness. This guy showed absolutely no mercy. "Hey Myong, is this really necessary? We used to be teammates," Fong Yuan said in a low voice, walking over after being pulled to his feet. Myong didn't even bother to reply, simply rolling his eyes at him. "You dare talk about being teammates? You're playing like a man possessed, scoring 2 goals in 20 minutes. How am I supposed to hold my head up after this?" Myong spat on the ground, shot Fong Yuan a fierce glare, and turned away. Fong Yuan sighed, thinking, "Man, these guys can be so petty." For the remainder of the half, a deeply entrenched Cagliari defense denied Udinese any more clear chances. With a 2-goal cushion, Udinese were content to keep possession and play patiently. After all, aside from Fong Yuan's personal mission, 3 points were all that mattered to the rest. As the clock ticked down towards halftime, Fong Yuan grew anxious. "These bastards are infuriating. Just let me score one more, will you? I'm only 1 goal away from an S-rank skill." Just as frustration began to set in, a golden opportunity arose. Barami, upon receiving a pass, executed a spin and drag to bypass his marker. The ball made it through, but he was hauled down from behind. The referee standing nearby immediately blew his whistle. In the 43rd minute, Udinese won a free kick about 25 meters from goal, slightly to the left, a perfect position for Fong Yuan's signature dipping shot. Fong Yuan sprinted over, pulled Barami to his feet, and gave him an enthusiastic hug. "Fong, are you this happy when I get fouled?" Barami asked, bewildered. No, I'll avenge you. But I can take this free kick myself. Come on, Valen, I'm just 1 goal away from a hat trick. Let me have this one." "I'll let you have it, but what's in it for me?" "Name it, what do you want? Come out with me tomorrow, and you pick up the tab for everything," Barami said with a sly, mischievous grin. Fong Yuan nearly punched him. So this was his game. Barami, along with DePaul and Widmer, were his closest friends in the squad, but they loved to hit the nightclubs. They'd invited him before, but he'd always declined for the sake of his health and sanity. He glanced at the match clock, then thought of the S-rank skill. "Fine deal. If I score this, I'll go with you." Satisfied with the answer, Barami handed the ball to Fong Yuan, and then sidled over to Widmer, whispering something in his ear. Seeing them both grinning at him, Fong Yuan shook his head in resignation. "If it weren't for my mission, there's no way I'd be caught dead going out with you two." Placing the ball on the spot, Fong Yuan studied the goal, the wall of defenders, and the keeper, then meticulously paced out his run-up. Once the referee gave the signal, Fong Yuan accelerated. He activated the falling leaf skill. His right foot connected cleanly, sending the ball arcing over the wall and dipping towards the goal. Cragno, alert and ready, shifted his weight, trying to read the ball's flight. Just as he committed, the ball seemed to drop out of the sky, completely deceiving him. He dove late, but the ball bounced just in front of him and looped over his body into the net. An outrageous dip and bounce. 3-0. Just before halftime, Fong Yuan's direct free kick had extended Udinese's lead to 3. The moment the ball hit the net, he sprinted to the touchline and threw his arms around Lastiche. "I did it! I did it!" Fong Yuan shouted in sheer ecstasy. Lastiche beamed, patting him on the shoulder before they were both swamped by the rest of the team. On the other side, Nicola watched the celebration with a grim expression, a bitter feeling stirring within him. Unbeknownst to Fong Yuan, his agent Federico was also in the stands, seated beside a middle-aged man. The two were deep in conversation about him. Fortunately, this wasn't a marquee Serie A fixture, so the stadium cameras didn't focus on them. "Mr. Pastorello, we want to secure his transfer this summer. The 20 million release clause is not an issue." "Mr. Tate, I'm sorry, but Fong has told me he isn't considering a move right now. I can't promise anything, but I will relay your offer. However, I cannot guarantee I can persuade him." Federico shrugged helplessly. He could tell that this gentleman was genuinely interested. Mislintat, the chief scout from the English Premier League club Arsenal, had journeyed to Italy with a singular objective: Fong Yuan. Federico had always maintained excellent relations with numerous Premier League clubs, and indeed Arsenal was not the first English side to take an interest in Fong Yuan. Chelsea and Manchester United had both previously made contact with Federico. The last time Federico approached Fong Yuan, it wasn't solely because Juventus of Serie A had set their sights on him. Several Premier League clubs had also reached out. Federico, a venerable old-school agent in Europe, thrived on commissions. From a purely profit-driven perspective, he was the one most eager to see Fong Yuan transfer. Yet Federico was not merely an old-school agent, he was also highly esteemed within the industry. Unlike those who constantly agitated for player moves to fatten their own pockets, he frequently considered matters from the player's standpoint. This was precisely why Federico had earned such a sterling reputation in the Italian football agency world. Across Europe's major leagues, the season was hurtling towards its climactic finale, and the continent's biggest clubs had already begun their preliminary preparations for the next campaign. This was the very reason Mislintat had made his way to Italy. As the match restarted, Cagliari's marking of Fong Yuan grew even more suffocating over the next few minutes. He was perpetually shadowed by at least two defenders, ensuring a constant double team. Cagliari, entrenched in a defensive shell, had seemingly abandoned any semblance of attacking ambition. Eventually, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the first half, and both teams retreated to their dressing rooms. Rastelli, true to his word, substituted Fong Yuan during the interval. To most onlookers, this change seemed unremarkable. With a 3-goal cushion, preserving key players for upcoming fixtures was a perfectly logical decision. In the 63rd minute, DePaul was dragged down inside the penalty area while contesting for the ball. The referee unhesitatingly awarded Udinese a penalty kick. Behrami stepped up and coolly converted the spot kick, extending Udinese's lead. Shortly thereafter, Rastelli proceeded to withdraw other key figures like Behrami and DePaul. That goal proved to be the final one of the contest. After 90 minutes of battle, the referee's full-time whistle confirmed a resounding 4-0 victory for Udinese over Cagliari. Notably, in this round of fixtures, Inter Milan were held to a goalless draw away at Atlanta. AC Milan played out a 0-0 stalemate at home to Napoli, and Sampdoria suffered a 0-3 defeat away at Juventus. Consequently, while the top 6 positions in the standings remained unchanged following this round, the gap between Udinese and Inter Milan had narrowed from 5 points to 3. Furthermore, Udinese had succeeded in widening the distance between themselves and the chasing duo of AC Milan and Sampdoria. However, for Udinese, overcoming Cagliari and closing the gap on Inter was hardly a cause for respite. Their next fixture pitted them against the league leaders Napoli. Fong, where are you? Get over here now. Having just returned home and changed after the match, Fong Yuan received an urgent, almost frantic phone call from Behrami. Those guys acted as if they had never seen a woman in their lives. Especially after Behrami mentioned that Fong Yuan was footing the bill. What was supposed to be just Behrami and Widmer turned into a pack of 7 or 8 wolves from the team, showing up. As Udinese's premier nightclub, the staff knew a big spender had arrived upon seeing Behrami and his entourage. It wasn't until Fong Yuan himself arrived that he realized he had misjudged the situation. The club's atmosphere was far from the chaotic, seedy scene he had imagined. Although his teammates were surrounded by beautiful women when he arrived, these elegant ladies were not the sort he had initially presumed. So, we saved the best for you. Ladies, this is the hottest property at Udinese right now. A little insider tip for you: he's currently single. Whether you can win him over is up to your charms. Behrami said with a grin, sitting down beside Fong Yuan. His words caused Fong Yuan to blush. He had just been thinking these guys were desperate, but in reality, he was the one who had never experienced such attention in his life. From that moment on, Fong Yuan naturally became the center of attention. As Udinese's current sensation, which of the girls present wouldn't have wanted to create a little story with him? Had his willpower been even slightly weaker, Fong Yuan might have been devoured whole, bones and all, that night. Fortunately, despite his wandering thoughts, he managed to resist the temptation. What Fong Yuan and his companions didn't realize was that their revelry had been thoroughly captured by paparazzi, who had rushed to the scene, particularly his interactions with the women around him. The next morning, Fong Yuan was still asleep when his phone rang, jarring him awake. He saw it was Federico calling. Fong, were you at a nightclub last night? Yeah, with Valent and the others. They said it was to celebrate my hat trick. How did you know? Fong Yuan, just roused from sleep, was still groggy. It's not just me who knows now. Probably all of Italy knows. You were photographed last night. Every football news outlet in the country is covering it. Expect reporters to be staking out your place next. Be mentally prepared. Damn it, you've got to be kidding me. How unlucky can I get? But don't worry. I've looked at the news and the photos. There's nothing inappropriate. Just be careful with any interviews from those paparazzi. Don't say anything you shouldn't. I'll handle the rest. After hanging up, Fong Yuan felt a sense of relief. He carefully replayed the events of the previous night, thankful there had been no major indiscretions. That bastard Behrami nearly got him into serious trouble. Thinking this, he got up, opened the window, and peeked down at the street below. Sure enough, there were a few suspicious characters lurking around his building. He then picked up his phone and scrolled through the news, just as Federico had said. He had made the front pages of numerous news platforms. Udinese's entire team hits the town for a wild celebration. Udinese's hottest new star becomes the most sought-after man at the nightclub. Why the hell are they using my photo for all of these? Are you paparazzi blind? Aren't you afraid of Behrami and those other guys? Seeing that most of the articles featured photos of him with his arm around a beautiful woman raising a glass Fong Yuan was at a complete loss for words. It looked like he'd better stay indoors today. Otherwise those vultures sensing blood in the water would swarm him. And tomorrow he'd still have to face Ruthlessly at the training ground. Fortunately, aside from some photos of him surrounded by beauties at the nightclub, Fong Yuan and Behrami were not caught in any scandalous situations, and such occurrences are quite common in Italy and across Europe. The reason for the high level of attention was purely due to Fong Yuan's fame. Since rising to prominence at Udinese, Fong Yuan had been free of any off-field scandals, so his appearance at the nightclub naturally drew the paparazzi like sharks scenting blood. Consequently, Udinese and Federico adopted a strategy of downplaying the incident, and within less than a week the fervor gradually subsided. Nevertheless, Ruthlessly specifically summoned Fong Yuan for a conversation, urging him to focus his attention on improving his abilities while he was still young. As for Behrami and the others, Ruthlessly did not even mention the matter to them. His first career hat trick proved highly rewarding for Fong Yuan. Not only did completing the mission grant him another S-grade skill, but he also received an achievement reward. Heaven's Eye, an S-grade passive skill that enhances passing accuracy and tactical understanding. It enables the player to quickly identify the optimal passing lane during offensive plays and improves the ability to anticipate opponents' passes during defensive phases. Host Fong Yuan. Profession football player. Position winger. Height 186. Team Udinese, Italy. Grade A. Skills: falling leaf, Heaven's Eye, Oscar-winning performance, precision, guidance, lightning speed, elastic dribble, heavy cannon, football fundamentals. Personal attributes: short pass 80, long pass 88, shooting 85, dribbling speed 80, off the ball speed 89, ball control 83, tactical understanding 75, breakthrough 75, defense 45, positioning 79. Vitality 0. Reputation: rising star. Gazing upon his attribute panel, Fong Yuan broke into a smile. In less than half a season, he had risen from C grade to A grade, a progression that filled Fong Yuan with immense satisfaction. Fong, what are you doing? Did you hear a word I just said? A sudden bellow jolted Fong Yuan back to reality. As he looked around, he saw Ruthlessly glaring at him with visible anger. Training had just concluded and Ruthlessly was giving instructions for tomorrow's crucial match, but Fong Yuan's mind had drifted. I heard you. Don't worry, I'll play seriously, Fong Yuan declared with a straight face. His response was met with a roar of laughter from the entire squad, with Behrami and others nearly doubling over. Ruthlessly's face darkened. What the hell? Wasn't he talking about me? He had no idea that Ruthlessly had already decided to concede the upcoming match against Napoli. With a comfortable lead over AC Milan behind them, Ruthlessly saw no reason to engage in a fierce battle with Napoli. Thus in the starting lineup, Ruthlessly arranged both Fong Yuan and Behrami were rested and placed on the bench. The formation was also changed from the previous 4-3-3 to a 4-5-1. Time swiftly passed to April 18th. At 7:30 p.m. the match on the field had already entered stoppage time. The scoreboard on the sidelines displayed the score 2-4, with the home team listed first and the away team second. To be honest, facing the formidable Napoli without their two core players Fong Yuan and Behrami, Udinese had performed admirably. However, the disparity in overall strength was evident. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee blew the final whistle. The outcome of the match surprised no one. As time progressed, the 2017-2018 Serie A season entered its final phase. Following their loss to Napoli, Udinese did not suffer the late season slump some media had predicted. Instead, they solidified their position with a 3-game winning streak. In the 34th round, they defeated Crotone 2-1 at the Friuli Stadium. They followed this with a resounding 5-0 away victory over Benevento in the 35th round, and then clinched a narrow 1-0 away win against Verona in the subsequent round. This 3-game winning streak secured Udinese qualification for the Europa League well in advance. On May 14, 2018, all 10 matches of the final round of the Serie A season kicked off simultaneously. After 90 minutes of play, Udinese lost 1-3 at home to Inter Milan. This result had no bearing on either team's final league position. With all 10 matches concluded, all domestic Italian competitions for the season came to an end. Napoli, who had been in a commanding position, lost the league title at the final hurdle, overtaken by Juventus. Ultimately, Juventus clinched the league title with a record of 30 wins, 5 draws, and 3 losses, amassing 95 points. Napoli followed with 91 points. Roma finished third with 77, and Inter Milan, who defeated Udinese in the final round, took fourth place. Inter and Lazio in fifth were tied on 72 points. Udinese secured sixth place with 65 points, while AC Milan finished seventh with 60 points. Based on Serie A's UEFA coefficient, Juventus, Napoli, and Roma earned spots in the Champions League group stage, while Inter Milan secured a place in the Champions League qualifying rounds. Lazio directly qualified for the Europa League group stage, and Udinese earned a spot in the Europa League qualifying rounds. Additionally, as Juventus also won the Coppa Italia, the runners-up AC Milan were granted a place in the Europa League. Furthermore, Crotone, Benevento, and Verona were relegated to Serie B. Parma, Empoli, and Frosinone will be competing in Serie A next season. Guys, starting today, your vacation begins. I hope you all have a pleasant one. However, as professional players, I don't want to see any of you frequently appearing in the tabloids. I also expect you to maintain strict discipline, particularly regarding your fitness and physical condition. At the final team meeting on the day after the last match of the season, Ruthlessly announced with a smile. With those words, Fang Yuan's vacation officially began. Of course, for many fans and national team members, rest was not yet on the agenda, as the 2018 World Cup was about to kick off following the conclusion of domestic leagues and cups. However, all of this felt distant to Fang Yuan. To him, the World Cup was merely a spectator event. His sole focus now was returning home. Last night after the match, he had called his father to inform him of his booked flight. One word perfectly described Fang Yuan's state of mind: he was anxious to return. "Dad, didn't I tell you not to come pick me up? Why did you come anyway?" Fang Yuan had just walked out of the airport exit when he saw his father waving at him, and he immediately hurried over. Although Fang Yuan noticed some reporters waiting not far away, he couldn't care less at this moment. Besides, during his time in Italy, he had grown accustomed to being photographed. Ever since the nightclub incident, paparazzi had been staking out both the Udinese training ground and the vicinity of his apartment. Fortunately, he hadn't returned there since that one time with Bayrami and the others. Deep down, Fang Yuan didn't really enjoy that kind of environment. "Since I had nothing else to do, let's head home. I've prepared a welcome-back feast for you today," Fang Zhengwo said, patting Fang Yuan on the shoulder with a smile. "Young Master Fang, let me take your luggage," said an elegant woman in a professional suit, smiling. Fang Yuan looked at the unfamiliar beauty before him, and guessed without a doubt that she was probably his father's new secretary, seemingly only a few years older than himself. He nodded at her and handed over his luggage. Well, old Fang's taste in aesthetics has remained impeccable after all these months. "So you came back alone without bringing a girlfriend? Let me tell you, your father is very open-minded. As long as you like someone's skin color or nationality, doesn't matter. Speaking of which, your football skills have improved, but your love life needs some progress too." "Dad, can we talk about something more sensible?" Fang Yuan said helplessly. "What's not sensible about this? Your mother and I got together when we were 18. Look how old you are now. Let me tell you, this big business of mine will all be yours someday. Hurry up and find someone to give me an heir." Seeing the driver in front and the beautiful secretary both shaking with suppressed laughter, Fang Yuan felt speechless. What did he mean by give him an heir? "Dad, how about this? I don't really care about your business anyway. Instead of wasting your energy on me, why don't you, while you're still young, go ahead and give me a little brother instead, eh? Get lost. No seriousness at all. We're talking about you right now. By the way, how long will you be staying this time?" "About a month. Training camp starts on July 20th, but I plan to head over early. My agent booked a personal fitness trainer for me. As you know, physical conditioning has always been my weak point. I'll train with him for a week first to see how it goes. If it works, well, I'll consider a long-term arrangement." "Alright, I don't understand these things anyway. You handle it as you see fit. By the way, I've seen news online saying many clubs want to buy you. What are your plans?" "Dad, you're always busy with your business, yet you still find time to follow this gossip. I'm not planning to leave Udinese for now. The head coach treats me well, and I'm guaranteed playing time there. If I went to one of those big clubs, I might end up on the bench." News of Fang Yuan's return to China spread quickly online. However, after sustaining attention for a while, it was soon overshadowed by the World Cup frenzy. On June 14th, the opening ceremony of the 21st World Cup commenced at the Luzhniki Stadium in Russia, officially kicking off the tournament. For the following month, the eyes of football fans worldwide would be fixed on Russia. During that month, Fang Yuan often watched live broadcasts of matches featuring his favorite teams. Particularly on July 1st, after Portugal lost to Uruguay, he felt sorrowful for his idol Cristiano Ronaldo. On July 10th, just as the World Cup semifinals were about to begin, Fang Yuan boarded a flight from China to Italy. On that very same day, a piece of news capable of detonating the football world spread rapidly across the globe. The world-renowned star Cristiano Ronaldo transferred to Juventus for a fee of €100 million, signing a 4-year contract with an annual salary of $30 million. The news was quickly confirmed by both parties, and its buzz even momentarily surpassed the World Cup. This shocking transfer also ignited a spending war among Europe's top clubs. Unbeknownst to Fang Yuan, still on the plane, a meeting concerning his future was underway in the conference room at Udinese. "Gentlemen, let's hear your thoughts. Mr. Ruthlessly, perhaps you'd like to start." Udinese general manager Marino turned to the specially invited head coach. "I have nothing to discuss. I firmly oppose selling Fang. He is the future of this club. Moreover, we'll be fighting on two fronts this season. If we want to replicate last season's performance, not only should we not sell him, but I also recommend rebuilding our squad around him. This is a list I've compiled recently, and I hope the club can support it." Ruthlessly placed a sheet of paper directly in front of Marino. Marino picked it up, frowned immediately upon reading it, and then passed it to Gino Pozzo. As the youngest son of Gianpaolo Pozzo, a legendary figure in Italian football, Gino Pozzo had mostly acted as his father's representative in managing the family business over the years, particularly regarding football matters. This meeting was initiated by Gino. The Pozzo family now ran a football-centric business, with football being their largest enterprise. They weren't just owners of Udinese, they also held controlling stakes in Granada, Spanish Segunda Division, Watford Premier League, Audax Italiano, Chile, and CSKA Sofia, Bulgaria. These 5 football clubs were all under Pozzo family control. Additionally, they held shares in both Espanyol and Tenerife. As a family whose industry relies on football, making money is certainly their primary objective. The fact that they could turn a profit and continue acquiring clubs without massive external backing is a testament to Gino Pozzo's business acumen. One notable incident worth mentioning: after acquiring Watford, Gino exploited a loophole in the English FA's rules to send 14 players directly from Udinese to Watford, helping them avoid relegation. In response, the English FA was ultimately forced to amend their regulations. Gino's business philosophy was simple: discover talent, develop, sell, then discover again. Particularly the first two steps. The Pozzo family owned football agencies in multiple South American countries and maintained close cooperative relationships with league clubs throughout the region. It was well known that Udinese was even dubbed Europe's second black market club. Over the past decade plus, Udinese transfer revenue from deals exceeding €5 million totaled nearly 400 million. Stars like Alexis Sanchez and Juan Cuadrado were all Udinese products. Thus, in Gino's eyes, profit reigned supreme. Of course, he couldn't outright dismiss Rostelli's counsel, knowing full well that the latter's standing with the fans had soared after his half-season display. To stir up discord before the season even began would hardly align with Gino's business philosophy. Achieving the best results with the least expenditure, that was the true principle. The reason for convening this meeting was that Marino could no longer make the final call on Fong Yuan's valuation. After reporting to Gino, the owner naturally couldn't overlook the matter. Mr. Rostelli, I can promise that 2/3 of Fong's transfer fee will be reinvested into strengthening the squad for the new season. You should be well aware that we are not a wealthy club, and you cannot guarantee that this player from China will replicate his stunning form from last season. You know our operational philosophy well. I believe now is the optimal time to sell him. What say you? Gino didn't even glance at the paper Marino had placed before him. Instead, he slid it back across the table towards Rostelli, a clear gesture that the proposal needed to be redone. Rostelli fell silent, not out of anger, but because he recognized the truth in Gino's words. A small club like Udinese couldn't survive in Italian football the way giants could. For them, this was the perfect moment to sell Fong Yuan. They couldn't afford to nurture a young player to his peak. Selling him once he made a name for himself was their model. Seeing Rostelli fold the paper and tuck it into his pocket, a smile spread across Gino's face. Who's the highest bidder currently? Arsenal from the Premier League and Valencia from La Liga have both offered 25 million. Juventus has put forward 20 million, likely aware of the release clause in Fong's contract. Marino, tell them this: anything less than 40 million is not up for discussion. Gino's words left both Marino and Rostelli stunned. Damn capitalists truly had hearts of stone. Asking for 40 million for a player who'd only performed for half a season. The man was utterly mad for money. Boss, that price. Rest assured, Marino, I've been keeping an eye on football as well. Valencia will be competing in the Champions League this season after finishing 4th in the league last year. As for Arsenal, I need not elaborate. So go ahead and state the price confidently. Someone will bite. Hearing this, Marino had nothing more to say. Rostelli, seeing that he couldn't dissuade the owner from selling Fong Yuan, began to contemplate how best to utilize the funds to bolster the team's strength. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan was blissfully dreaming on the plane. After a flight of over 10 hours, the aircraft touched down in Milan. To his surprise, Federico was personally waiting for him at the airport. Federico, how do you have time to pick me up? Fong, how was your holiday? I didn't exactly volunteer for this. I got a call from Marino last night and had no choice. After exchanging a hug, Federico spoke. Fong Yuan was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Seeing Fong Yuan's suspicious look, Federico merely shrugged. Come on, let's talk in the car. Soon Fong Yuan was seated in Federico's car. As Federico recounted the situation, Fong Yuan grasped the meaning behind his earlier words. He was once again on the verge of being sold. Damn it all, did young players have no rights? The thought infuriated him. He'd come back to Italy intending to train hard, and now it looked like he might have to pack his bags and move. So what's the current situation? Relax, Fong. You're in high demand. If it weren't for Cristiano's transfer dominating headlines, you'd be the focus of Italian media. Do you know what price that man Gino has slapped on you? 40 million. Phew, that's staggering. You joined Udinese for a mere 5 million, and after just half a season, he's demanding 40. Federico gestured with his hands, a look of exaggerated astonishment on his face. This news, however, was a windfall for Federico. Federico was right. After Marino leaked the news, the 40 million price tag didn't scare everyone off. In fact, clubs that had never shown interest before began contacting Udinese. From the Bundesliga came Schalke 04 and Borussia Dortmund. From Serie A, Juventus, both Milan clubs, and Lazio. From La Liga, Valencia and Villarreal. And from the Premier League, Arsenal and Manchester United. Offers poured in, though the amounts varied wildly. Some clubs seemed to be fishing for a bargain, their bids falling far short of Gino's 40 million demand. Fong Yuan listened quietly to Federico's briefing. Fong, take your time to think it over. I suspect the club will notify you soon. Don't worry about the intricacies, you just tell me what you want and I'll handle the rest. I don't have any grand demands. All I ask for is guaranteed playing time. If that's assured, I'm satisfied. Okay, you just focus on your own preparations. This will be resolved quickly. Fong Yuan could only sigh in resignation. Such was the plight of a professional footballer. Things weren't always within one's control. Even stars like Ronaldo sometimes found themselves powerless. This perhaps was why every professional dreamed of joining a top-tier club. Beyond the superior treatment, elite clubs were less inclined to sell players purely for money, prioritizing sporting success instead. In truth, Fong Yuan didn't have to wait long to learn his fate. Less than a week after his arrival in Italy, Federico brought two visitors to Fong Yuan's apartment. Fong, this is Matthew Almani, CEO of Valencia CF, and this is their head coach Marcelino Garcia Toral. They'd like to have a word with you. The visit was sudden, but upon hearing the introductions, Fong Yuan understood that Valencia must have reached an agreement with Udinese, otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed to approach him. Fong Yuan graciously invited both gentlemen into his apartment. With Federico mediating, the conversation proceeded smoothly. The mere fact that a club's CEO and head coach had flown in personally was a tremendous show of respect. Marcelino in particular detailed his vision for Fong Yuan, underscoring their genuine commitment. After nearly 2 hours of conversation, Marcelino and Amadeo left with smiles on their faces. Once they had departed, Federico revealed to Fong Yuan all the intricate details of the negotiations. Many clubs had shown interest in Fong Yuan, but few were willing to pay a premium price, especially in the face of Geno's exorbitant demand of 40 million euros. In the pursuit of Fong Yuan, Valencia's final offer was 33 million euros, the highest bid among all interested clubs. The credit for Geno's eventual acceptance of this price largely went to Lastiri. Knowing that Geno was resolute in selling Fong Yuan, Lastiri had been monitoring the situation closely. To ensure preparations for the new season, he persistently pressured the club, ultimately compelling Geno to agree to the deal. Federico then provided a detailed account of the information he had gathered about Valencia. Valencia's current owner is Peter Lim, a Chinese-Singaporean businessman, while the club's CEO Amadeo had only taken the helm the previous year, having been lured in by Lim with a substantial offer. Lim had successfully acquired 70% of Valencia's shares in 2014, making him the club's proprietor. However, the club's fortunes seemed to wane in La Liga under the new owner's stewardship. Within 2 or 3 years, Valencia lost its identity as a formidable force in Spanish football. Perhaps reflecting on this decline, the owner brought in Amadeo, whose first act was to appoint Marcelino as the head coach. This was followed by a series of swift operations in the transfer market. The arrival of the Amadeo-Marcelino duo injected new life into the once mighty La Liga club. Last season, they secured 4th place with a record of 22 wins, 7 draws, and 9 losses, accumulating 73 points and earning a Champions League qualification spot. This was a remarkable turnaround, especially considering their 12th place finish in the 2016-17 season. Furthermore, their attacking prowess even surpassed that of second-placed Atletico Madrid. This resurgence was rooted in the transfer activity of the summer of 2017, when Amadeo orchestrated the signings of 10 players. Fong, Amadeo, and Marcelino are currently in their honeymoon period with the club owner. Also, since you're of Chinese descent, and although the owner has a history of meddling in club affairs, I believe there won't be major issues for a season or two. Crucially, Marcelino can guarantee the playing time you desire. This is vital for you. According to my sources, Marcelino initially favored Gages from PSG, but it was Amadeo who recommended you. After hearing this comprehensive briefing, Fong Yuan gained a clearer understanding of Valencia. Marcelino had also informed Fong Yuan of the team's pre-season training schedule. With the assistance of Valencia's club staff and Federico's company, Fong Yuan quickly relocated from Udine to Valencia. Founded in 1916, Valencia CF, also known as the Bat Colony, is a symbol of the city of Valencia, the capital of the Valencian community and province. The city, Spain's 3rd largest and 2nd busiest seaport, is dubbed the City of Sunshine in Europe. Situated in the southeast with the sea to its east and plains behind, it enjoys a pleasant evergreen climate and is hailed as the Pearl of the Western Mediterranean. On July 18th, accompanied by Federico, Fong Yuan arrived at Valencia's training ground. After undergoing a medical examination, he signed his name on the contract. The contract was for 3 years with an annual salary of 6.5 million euros and a release clause of 50 million euros. This was a substantial increase from his 1.2 million euro salary at Udinese. On July 19th, Valencia held a special press conference to unveil Fong Yuan, officially announcing the transfer of the former Udinese player. Simultaneously, Udinese's official website published a notice regarding the player's transfer. Udinese fans were naturally disappointed by Fong Yuan's departure, but given prior rumors and the club's recent pattern of similar operations, it did not spark any significant unrest. However, the transfer generated intense discussion back in China. Media outlets quickly revealed the details. The 33 million euro fee made Fong Yuan the most expensive overseas player in Chinese football history. Following the signing, Valencia's preseason training officially commenced on July 20th. Fong Yuan embarked on his first steps in La Liga. While Fong Yuan was participating in training, the other La Liga clubs were also deeply engaged in their own preseason preparations. Naturally, the focus was on the big 3: Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. Thomas Lemar's 70 million euro move to Atletico Madrid made him the summer's biggest signing in La Liga. The additions of Rodri, Kalinic, and Arias also fueled high expectations for the new season in the capital. Barcelona, on the other hand, secured Malcolm Lenglet, Arthur, and Vidal, spending nearly 130 million euros in the transfer market. Real Madrid were equally active, bolstered by over 100 million euros in revenue from Cristiano Ronaldo's departure. They spent lavishly without hesitation. Vinicius Jr. arrived for 40 million, Courtois for 35 million, Odriozola for 30 million, and Mariano for 21.5 million. Real Madrid emerged as La Liga's biggest spenders of the summer. Valencia too were generous with their funds. What surprised Fong Yuan most was the signing of Goncalo Gages. Federico had previously told him that Valencia had deliberated between him and Gages. After joining, he assumed the club had given up on the Portuguese winger. However, Gages ultimately joined as well for a fee even higher than his own. With various add-ons, the media speculated the total package could exceed 50 million euros. Under Amadeo's direction, Kondogbia, who was on loan from Inter Milan last season, also made his move permanent. Murillo was signed from Inter for 12 million euros. Furthermore, players like Diacobi, Gamero, Piccini, and Daniel Was were all linked with moves to Valencia. According to media statistics, Real Madrid, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, and Valencia each invested over 100 million euros this summer. Among the remaining clubs, Real Valladolid spent the least with a total outlay of just 5 million euros. Hey Fong, did you see Danny's position? Why didn't you pass to him? Gonzalo, what are you doing? Why did you stop? Hey Kevin. Marcelino's roar echoed across the training pitch at the Ciudad Deportiva de Paterna. On August 10th, after concluding their overseas preseason tour, Valencia CF had returned to their training ground to begin their final closed-door training session before the start of the new season. On the field, Fong Yuan was wearing the bib that signified a starting player. It had to be admitted that Marcelino's training methods were incredibly meticulous. The moment anyone failed to execute his tactical instructions, he would immediately halt the session to deliver a stern lecture. This was especially true for newcomers like Fong Yuan, who had just joined the team for the new season. According to the schedule released by the Royal Spanish Football Federation, the 2018-2019 La Liga season was set to kick off on August 17th. Compared to Real Madrid and Barcelona, Valencia's opening fixture seemed particularly daunting. Per the fixture list, Valencia's first league match of the new season was scheduled for 8:00 p.m. on August 20th, when they would host a formidable opponent, Atletico Madrid, at the Mestalla. This match was also the marquee showdown of the opening round, attracting immense attention. Both clubs had made significant investments in the transfer market during the summer. Whether these expenditures had actually strengthened the squads compared to the previous season could only truly be tested on the pitch. Consequently, the media had already begun debating the match, fueled by the teams' respective performances in their preseason friendlies abroad. Starting the campaign against such a strong adversary had also instilled a subtle tension within the team. The start of the new season was drawing ever closer. It was noteworthy that during the closed training camp, Fong Yuan met the club's owner Peter Lim for the first time. The two even had a conversation, and it was evident that Lim was quite pleased with Fong Yuan's arrival. Of course, being one of the world's most renowned billionaires, it was difficult to discern how much of his cordiality was genuine and how much was mere pretense. 3 days before the league's resumption, the renowned Spanish media outlet Marca published a front-page article analyzing each team's prospects for the upcoming season. As a highly influential sports newspaper in Spain, Marca's article was quickly picked up and republished by numerous other media outlets. Marca had dubbed this season the post-Ronaldo era, with the headline, "In the post-Ronaldo era, who can challenge Messi?" In the article, Marca maintained its belief that the league title would once again be contested among the traditional top three: Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, and Barcelona. However, their analysis of Valencia was quite astute, identifying Valencia, Villarreal, Sevilla, and Athletic Bilbao as the four teams most likely to cause problems for the top three. All four had undergone significant squad overhauls during the summer, particularly Valencia. Gentlemen, have you all read the newspapers? They've merely labeled us as obstacles, as troublemakers. Do you believe that reflects your true strength? I don't believe we are inferior to anyone. I don't think we are troublemakers, or we are title contenders. Lads, rest up tomorrow. The day after, I want you to go out there and show everyone exactly who we are. With just 1 day remaining until their first league match, Marcelino addressed the squad after training. This pre-match speech clearly articulated Marcelino's ambitions for the team this season. Time swiftly passed, and August 20th arrived. At 5:00 p.m., the entire Atletico Madrid squad arrived at the Mestalla Stadium. As soon as they appeared, Atletico's head coach Diego Simeone was immediately surrounded by reporters who had been lying in wait. Clearly prepared for the media attention, Simeone exuded confidence during the interview. Our opponent is exceptionally strong, and we are playing away from home. This will be a very difficult match. However, I have faith in my players. They can overcome any challenge. I believe the ultimate victors will be us. I never predict the outcome of matches because anything is possible on the football pitch. I certainly won't predict today's result, as any outcome is conceivable for either side. Nevertheless, I trust my players. They have prepared thoroughly for this encounter. Marcelino, who arrived later, was far more cautious in his response to the press. Following this match, 8 of the 10 opening round fixtures in La Liga would have been completed. Both of the traditional giants had secured victories. Real Madrid cruised to a 2-0 home win over Getafe, while Barcelona, also playing at home, triumphed 3-0 against Alaves. Now the attention of all La Liga fans was firmly fixed on this impending clash. Lads, I don't need to emphasize anything further for today's match. I believe you have all prepared sufficiently. I only want to tell you one thing: our opponent is formidable. To defeat them, we must maintain a high level of concentration throughout. If every one of you achieves this, I am confident that after 90 minutes victory will be ours. Come on, lads, Visca el Valencia. Visca el Valencia. After the pre-match warm-up back in the dressing room, Marcelino delivered his final team talk. Coincidentally, at the very moment the players shouted this phrase, tens of thousands of Valencia fans inside the Mestalla Stadium sang the same words in unison. Almost from the moment the fans began filling the stands, Amunt Valencia, the club's anthem composed in 1993, had been reverberating throughout the Mestalla. The Valencia supporters embraced this tradition to welcome their team for their first home match of the season. Soon, with less than 10 minutes remaining before kickoff, the starting lineups of both teams emerged from the player tunnel led by the match officials. The sight of their own players sparked an even louder crescendo of sound within the stadium. Marcelino set his team up in a 4-2-3-1 formation for this match. Neto started in goal. The defensive line from right to left consisted of Piccini, Gabriel, Ezequiel Garay, and Gaia. In midfield, Kondogbia and Coquelin anchored the double pivot, with Parejo operating just ahead of them. Fong Yuan took his position on the right wing, Gages on the left, and Gamero led the line as the central striker. In this starting 11, Piccini, Fong Yuan, Gages, and Gamero were all players who had joined Valencia during the summer. This clearly demonstrated the significant squad overhaul undertaken by the club compared to the previous season. In contrast to Valencia, Atletico Madrid, who had also spent heavily this summer, had sent out some unusual signals to the outside world through their transfer market activities. Simeone's starting lineup today also employs a 4-2-3-1 formation. Oblak guards the goal with the defensive line from right to left comprising Juanfran Savic Godin and Felipe Luis. In midfield, Coke and Saul anchor as the double pivot. Ahead of them are Griezmann, Correa, and Lamar, with Diego Costa leading the line at the forefront. Last season, Atletico Madrid had a slow start in La Liga, but finished strong, ultimately securing second place ahead of Real Madrid and clinching the Europa League title. However, their failure to advance from the Champions League group stage remained a thorn in Simeone's side. Despite their second-place league finish, their goal tally ranked only 7th in the division, trailing not just Barcelona and Real Madrid, but also Valencia, Real Sociedad, and Real Betis. This prompted Simeone to make aggressive moves in the summer transfer window, significantly bolstering the forward line in a bid to shed their defensive identity. Following a series of signings, the first team now boasts 7 forwards. In its season preview published in Marca, the newspaper expressed concerns about Atletico Madrid's prospects for the upcoming campaign. The ironclad defense Simeone forged, though depleted by Miranda's departure, still features Juanfran Godin and Felipe Luis, while Thomas Coke and Saul remain in midfield from last season's squad. However, age is a factor. Godin is 32, while Juanfran and Felipe Luis are both 33, and the midfield options off the bench are notably thin. Consequently, in the lead-up to this match, many media predictions suggested that Valencia held a slight advantage in terms of squad depth and overall balance. Of course, Valencia was not without its critics in the media's pre-match assessments. Fong Yuan in particular became a focal point of scrutiny. Having cost Valencia over 30 million to acquire and immediately earning a starting spot, he faced considerable skepticism. Despite his impressive half-season in Syria last year, the sample size was deemed too small by many journalists to prove his mettle. With Valencia also competing in the Champions League this season and Fong Yuan having zero European experience, numerous pundits believed he could become a primary target for opponents to exploit. Soon both sets of starting players took their positions on the pitch. The referee checked his watch and then blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. With that whistle, this highly anticipated match officially commenced. Congratulations, host, on triggering the achievement mission season opener. Help your team secure victory through your own abilities. Score 1 goal to earn a silver treasure chest 1, 2 goals for a gold treasure chest 1, and 3 goals for a platinum treasure chest 1. The moment the whistle blew, Fong Yuan received the system notification. Damn, this reward seems a bit stingy. This treatment is worlds apart from what I got in Italy. After a brief silent complaint to the system, Fong Yuan refocused his attention on the game. Both teams underwent significant overhauls during the summer, especially Valencia, whose personnel and tactics differed vastly from last season. Consequently, the match started at a measured pace with both sides engaging in probing exchanges. Moreover, as this was the season's opening fixture for both clubs, Valencia and Atletico alike were eager to kick off their campaigns with a win, leading to a cautious approach from both teams. As time wore on, the tempo of the game escalated. With the initial probing phase over, both sides began committing more numbers to their attacks, and the battle in midfield grew increasingly intense. In the 18th minute, Fong Yuan received a pass from Piccini on the right flank. He controlled the ball in place, evaded Saul's press, then accelerated into a high-speed dribble towards the byline. Facing Felipe, Fong Yuan simply used his raw pace to burn past the defender. He then delivered a cross from near the end line. Gamero, attacking the near post, failed to connect with his header, but his leap distracted the defense. Gages at the far post was also caught off guard by the ball's flight, and unprepared scuffed his shot. Oblak managed to parry it away with one hand, and Coke, tracking back, cleared the rebound out for a throw-in. This was the first shot on target for either side in the match. The attack served as a wake-up call for Atletico Madrid. Had Gamero's run been sharper, and Gages more alert, the outcome could have been very different. A slightly sheepish Gages raised a hand in acknowledgement towards Fong Yuan. On the sidelines, Marcelino slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting such a glorious opportunity going to waste. After Valencia fashioned a threatening attack, Atletico Madrid were quick to respond in kind. In the following exchange, Griezmann delivered a pinpoint long pass from midfield directly to Costa on the edge of the box. With his back to goal and tightly marked by Garay, Costa controlled the ball with his chest, then nudged it gently with his right foot for the onrushing Saul, who met it with a powerful volley. The shot was struck with tremendous quality, but Nito's response was equally impressive. He launched into a diving save, palming the ball around the post with one hand. From the ensuing corner, Neto confidently came out and claimed the ball cleanly out of the air. With each team having registered a threatening attempt, it seemed to signal a shift. For the remainder of the half, both sides dialed up the intensity, and the contest became increasingly fierce. Following Fong Yuan's impressive foray down the right and subsequent cross, Atletico's marking on him tightened considerably. Saul began sticking to Fong Yuan like glue whenever Valencia were in possession. Damn, these guys are relentless, Fong Yuan thought. He had just received a pass from a teammate and hadn't even had time to react before Saul, closing him down, rapidly slid in to poke the ball out for a throw-in, catching Fong Yuan's legs in the process and sending him tumbling. Fong Yuan got to his feet and shot a fierce glare at his marker. This won't do. If this keeps up, they'll smother me. I need to figure something out, try something different. With that thought, he gestured towards Parejo in the center of the pitch. Parejo, catching Fong Yuan's signal, gave a slight nod in return. It was Valencia's throw-in. Piccini jogged over, clutching the ball, and positioned himself on the touchline. Fong Yuan then made a specific gesture towards his teammate. Throughout the summer training camp, Fong Yuan had cultivated a certain understanding and chemistry with his new teammates. Seeing Fong Yuan's movement, Piccini immediately feigned a long throw-in, while Fong Yuan, using the positioning of Kondogbia nearby, briefly shook off Saul's harassment. Parejo then suddenly accelerated towards the touchline, and at that moment Piccini released the ball, not a long throw, but a pass to Parejo. After receiving the ball, Parejo let it bounce once before executing a quick backheel pass to Kondogbia, who then delivered a first-time lofted ball back into Parejo's path. By now Parejo had built up a full head of steam, and as he closed in on the ball, he became the focal point of Atletico Madrid's defense. Saul, meanwhile, had lost his mark on Fong Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, Saul accelerated in pursuit of Parejo. Just as he was about to converge with Felipe to trap him, Parejo, who appeared poised to charge down the flank, suddenly delivered a pass. A low-driven cross. This pass caught every Atletico player off guard, especially those defending the center, as the ball traveled through the gap between the defensive midfielder and the center backs. The pass caused both Godin and Koch to hesitate momentarily. Both players left the ball, and in that fleeting moment of indecision, Fong Yuan had already surged past Koch at speed, beating Godin to the ball and unleashing a thunderous strike on goal. Fong Yuan shot from over 30 meters out, and Parejo's delivery was so perfectly weighted that Fong Yuan in full stride met the ball with impeccable timing. Without breaking his run, he struck it cleanly with his right foot. Propelled by the force of Fong Yuan's right boot, the ball rocketed towards the goal like a cannonball. Fong Yuan prioritized power and velocity over curl, so while the ball's trajectory was nearly a straight line, its sheer speed gave Oblak virtually no time to react. Oblak's instinctive hasty dive allowed his right hand to graze the ball, but it wasn't enough to keep it out of the net. In the 28th minute, Valencia, playing at home, took a one-goal lead. The moment the ball hit the back of the net, a colossal roar erupted throughout the stadium. Spotting the goal, Fong Yuan immediately sprinted towards the main stand. His gesture of kissing the club crest intensified the cheers from the stands. Fans in the front rows stretched out their arms, desperately trying to reach him. Moments later, Fong Yuan, now beneath the main stand, was mobbed by his teammates who had rushed over. On the touchline, Marcelino embraced those around him in sheer delight. Up in the Mestala's executive box, club owner Peter Lim and CEO Amadeo Salvo raised their glasses of red wine with broad smiles. Mr. Salvo, you've made an excellent acquisition this summer. I am confident Valencia will perform even better this season. I certainly hope so. Despite his smiling facade, Salvo thought to himself, just as long as you don't interfere with the management. The referee intervened to break up Valencia's celebration, urging everyone to return to their positions. The match then resumed. Simeone showed no signs of concern over the single goal, a faint smile even played on his lips. It was clear he still had unwavering faith in his team's ability to equalize and secure victory. Yet less than 10 minutes later, that smile had vanished from Simeone's face. In the 36th minute, Gages received the ball on the flank, exchanged a series of quick passes with the overlapping Gaia, then suddenly cut inside. As he neared the center, he executed another sudden change of direction. Attempting to accelerate past his marker, he was brought down by Koch. The referee's prompt whistle and gesture signaled a free kick for Valencia in the attacking half. Fong Yuan, who had earned the team's free kick duties through his hard work during preseason training, stood with the ball at the referee's side. After the spot was marked as directed, he carefully placed the ball. Oblak surveyed the goal, barking orders to his Atletico teammates as they organized the defensive wall. The distance to goal was roughly 28 meters. Positioned slightly left of center, it was a prime free kick opportunity. On the touchline, Marcelino watched Fong Yuan with a hint of nervous tension. After meticulously pacing out his run-up twice, Fong Yuan stood still and let out a deep breath. As the referee's whistle sounded, Fong Yuan took a deep breath and began his approach. After 2 initial steps, he accelerated, covering the 6 or 7 paces with remarkable speed and perfect rhythm. With a powerful swing of his right leg, he struck the ball. The ball was instantly launched towards the goal. Then, under the gaze of the entire stadium, the ball traced a magnificent arc through the air. Just as it seemed to reach its peak above the goal, it dipped, suddenly rendering all of Oblak's prior positioning futile. The ball grazed the post and nestled into the net. In the 38th minute, Fang Yuan completed his brace, extending Valencia's lead to 2 goals. After scoring, Fang Yuan sprinted to the sideline and embraced Marcelino in celebration. "This is one of the best teams in the league. We are Valencia Club de Football. We fight for everything. Arise Valencia. Visca el Valencia. She is always in our hearts." Tens of thousands of Valencia fans in the stands rose to their feet, singing the club's anthem in unison, their voices echoing high above the pitch. Once, twice. The fans sang it over and over, using this display to celebrate the team's performance. Simeone watched the young man in the white shirt surrounded by his Valencia teammates, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Fang Yuan had been a target for Atletico Madrid during the summer transfer window, but they were ultimately deterred by Gino's 40 million asking price. He never imagined this discarded youngster would become the bane of his team's existence tonight. The confidence was gone from Simeone's face, replaced by a stern expression. Nevertheless, he still held firm belief in his players. Simeone called Griezmann over to the touchline and gave him a few words of instruction. Soon after, at the referee's whistle, the match was underway once more. Simeone's confidence was not without reason. After the match restarted, perhaps spurred by the 2 conceded goals, Atletico's players began to mount increasingly threatening attacks. In the 40th minute, Griezmann received a long pass from Koch on the right side of the box. He controlled it with his chest, juggled the ball with both feet, then executed a sudden flick turn that left Coquelin trailing. As Coquelin slid in for a tackle, Griezmann, as if anticipating the move, pulled the ball back with a stop and drag, sending the defender's challenge into thin air. After a moment to compose himself, Griezmann lofted a cross towards the far post. Unfortunately, Lamar's diving header missed the ball by a whisker. The ball grazed Lamar's scalp and flew out for a goal kick. Had Lamar connected, it would have been a certain goal. Valencia had escaped the scare. As the ball went out of bounds, a gasp of relief echoed from the Valencia supporters in the stands. Despite not scoring, this attack significantly boosted Atletico's morale. 3 minutes later, they came again. This time, the move originated from Lamar on the left. He dropped deep into midfield to receive a pass from Felipe, then played a quick 1-2 with Costa, who had also dropped off. Nearing the byline, Lamar feigned a cross, fooling the defender Piccini, and cut inside along the end line into the box. After drawing Gaya's attention, he chipped the ball to the center, where Griezmann met it with a sliding volley. Facing such a close-range effort, Neto could only watch in despair. As the match approached stoppage time, Griezmann's poacher's finish pulled one back for Atletico Madrid. This goal proved to be the last of the first half. After 3 minutes of added time, the referee brought the opening period to a close. 2-1. Valencia headed into the dressing room at halftime, holding a slender 1-goal lead. "Guys, your first half performance was outstanding, beyond my expectations. It proves we are no worse than anyone else. Of course, if you could be a bit more focused, I believe you'd be even better. Remember, we are leading now. Don't panic, they are the ones who need to rush. I expect them to come out attacking in the second half. I need you to draw their formation out, and then hit them in behind. Fong Felipe is 33 already, so use your pace to run him ragged." Jeffrey marked their key player Griezmann tightly. "Javi, you'll replace Jose for the second half. Remember, be decisive with your passes, don't hold onto the ball. Lads, in 45 minutes victory will be ours." Back in the dressing room, Marcelino laid out his tactical plans for the second half. The break soon ended, and the players returned to the pitch. The 4th official held up the substitution board. Valencia made a change, bringing on Javi Jimenez for Jose Gaya. This surprised many, as it was unexpected for the leading team to make the first alteration. Simeone, meanwhile, opted not to change his Atletico side. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the second half. As Marcelino had predicted, Atletico Madrid immediately increased the tempo after the restart, launching rapid attacks. Valencia, following their manager's instructions, began to shrink their formation. Fong and Gages dropped deep, gradually shifting Valencia's shape into a 4-5-1. The match settled into a pattern of furious attack against resilient defense, with one side desperate to equalize and the other looking to hit on the break. The pace was frantic. Fong and Gages' speed on the flanks became a crucial weapon for Valencia. In the 49th minute, Juanfran overlapped and delivered a cross from the byline. Costa, however, failed to win the first ball in the box. Gabriel, who collected the clearance, immediately launched a long ball to the left wing. Jimenez just brought on, played a through ball into the path of the advancing Gages. Juanfran was caught upfield and couldn't recover in time. Fortunately, Godin slid across to make a crucial tackle, diverting the ball out for a corner. Although it didn't result in a shot on goal, the counterattack served as a stark warning to Atletico's fullbacks. As time wore on, the game became increasingly tense. Despite the high tempo, neither side could carve out a clear-cut chance. With the clock ticking down, the situation was becoming more favorable for Valencia. Atletico's players were starting to show signs of frustration. Some of them were growing visibly impatient. Simeone's initial confidence was gone. From the 65th minute onwards, he never returned to his seat, instead pacing the touchline, shouting instructions, and gesticulating frantically. Impatience leads to mistakes, and some mistakes can be fatal. In the 78th minute after Atletico had kept the ball for nearly 5 minutes, Griezmann received a pass from Koch in the final third. Seeing no obvious gaps in Valencia's defense, he decided to slow the tempo and played the ball back to Saul. However, Saul was not on the same wavelength. Interpreting the pass as a cue to join the attack, he immediately played it back to Griezmann and surged forward. Saul's intention might have been sound, but his execution was flawed. The pass was underhit. Parejo, lurking nearby, read it and intercepted easily. Realizing his mistake, Saul lunged to win the ball back, but Parejo quickly moved it on, releasing the ball to the left wing. Gagez was already sprinting forward in anticipation. At that moment, the entire Atletico defense was caught near the halfway line. Even Godin and Savic, the deepest defenders, were too advanced. As for right back Joan Fran, he was only just retreating to the center circle when Gagez received the pass. Gagez received the ball with a clear path ahead, surging forward along the flank. Just as the recovering Godin was about to close him down, Gagez switched the play with a sweeping crossfield pass to the right wing. Fong Yuan stretched out his right foot to control the ball, then unleashed a powerful touch forward. Nearing the penalty area, he suddenly checked his run and cut inside, drawing the attention of Atletico's last central defender, Savic. With a deft long pass, he delivered the ball to the byline on the left flank where Gagez had already arrived. Facing the incoming ball, Gagez controlled it with his chest before playing a quick cutback pass to the edge of the 6-yard box. The connection between Fong Yuan and Gagez on the flanks, combined with the decoy runs of their teammates through the middle, had torn Atletico's defensive line to shreds. Meeting Gagez pass, the on-rushing Gamero struck the ball with a fierce volley. From such close range, Oblak had no time to react, helplessly watching as the ball once again flew into the net he guarded. 3-1. In the 80th minute, Valencia had restored their 2-goal advantage. After scoring, Gamero sprinted excitedly towards Gagez, with Fong Yuan quickly joining them from behind. The trio celebrated with the fans beneath the main stand. Scoring against his former club, Gamero was exceptionally animated. On the sidelines, Marcelino finally allowed a relaxed smile to cross his face. This goal had essentially sealed the result. A victory was virtually assured for Valencia. Indeed, this goal dealt a severe blow to Atletico's morale. They had been the dominant force for the entire second half from the very first minute, only to concede again at the death. When the match restarted, the tempo dropped noticeably, and there was a clear lack of cohesion among the players. Some wanted to push forward, while others, believing the game was lost, seemed eager for the final whistle. The final 10-odd minutes passed without incident. The referee blew the full-time whistle after 4 minutes of stoppage time. 3-1. Valencia secured a winning start to the new league season at their home ground. As the whistle blew, a grim-faced Simeone briefly shook hands with Marcelino before heading down the tunnel. Noting his counterpart's demeanor, Marcelino shrugged it off with a smile and shook his head, then walked onto the pitch. There was nothing we could do. Clearly luck was on their side today. But this is only the first game of the season, and my players gave their all. The loss is my responsibility. I am confident that everyone will adjust quickly after this match. In the context of a long season, a single game proves nothing. At the post-match press conference, Simeone didn't dwell on the details, instead shouldering the blame for the defeat. Several Chinese journalists present also asked both managers for their thoughts on Fong Yuan. During the summer, we also hoped to sign him, but unfortunately we missed our chance. In hindsight, that appears to be a significant oversight. His performance today was evident for all to see. He is a talent, and I believe he will become a truly outstanding player. Simeone was effusive in his praise for Fong Yuan. Marcelino, in contrast, remained more reserved. This was only Fong's first La Liga match. He is still young and has plenty of room to grow. Of course, his performance today was excellent, but I believe he can be even better. The victory belongs to all our players. Marcelino's intention was to shield Fong Yuan from excessive media attention, a form of protection. Yet he was uncertain how effective this protection would ultimately be. Following this match, the first round of La Liga concluded. Valencia's newcomer dominates the game. The Chinese Fong scores a brace to secure all 3 points. Amanlini once again proves his acumen in the transfer market. 2 goals, Valencia's biggest gain this summer. The next day, Fong Yuan's picture graced the front pages of major Spanish media outlets. Back home, the coverage was even more frenzied, with online platforms, newspapers, and television news all showcasing Fong Yuan's goals that led Valencia to victory. Fong Yuan paid no attention to the external hype. Following the first match, the team immediately began preparations for the next round. A week later, the entire Valencia squad traveled to the RCD Stadium. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Valencia defeated Espanyol 2-1, with Fong Yuan scoring in the first half and providing an assist in the second, securing their second consecutive victory. On August 30th, UEFA held the draw for the 2018-2019 Champions League group stage and the UEFA Awards ceremony at the Grimaldi Forum in Monaco. Real Madrid, as reigning champions, were the biggest winners of the night. However, Modric's triumph over Cristiano Ronaldo for the UEFA Men's Player of the Year award surprised many. For the new season's Champions League draw, Valencia were placed in Pot 3 alongside Liverpool, Schalke 04, Lyon, Monaco, Ajax, CSKA Moscow, and PSV Eindhoven. When the draw concluded, it brought joy to some and despair to others. The smile had vanished from Alemany's face as he attended the ceremony, his expression stony. Valencia were drawn into Group H alongside Juventus, Manchester United, and Young Boys of Switzerland. Last season's champions Real Madrid received a favorable draw landing in Group G, with Roma Victoria Plzen and CSKA Moscow. Barcelona's luck, however, was far worse as they were placed in Group B, with Inter Milan, Tottenham Hotspur, and PSV Eindhoven, a veritable group of death. Manchester City and Bayern Munich shared Real Madrid's good fortune. Bayern were drawn into Group E with Ajax AK Athens and Benfica, while Manchester City landed in Group F with Lyon Hoffenheim and Shakhtar Donetsk. The remaining groups were Group A with Atletico Madrid, Borussia Dortmund, Club Brugge, and Monaco, Group C with Paris Saint-Germain, Liverpool, Napoli, and Red Star Belgrade, and Group D with Porto, Schalke 04, Galatasaray, and Lokomotiv Moscow. We need to define our objectives for this season, Amelini said, having immediately sought out Marcelino upon his return. The league is undoubtedly the priority. My plan is to advance from the Champions League group stage, and for the early rounds of the cup competitions we'll field a mix of half regulars and half reserves. If we reach the quarterfinals we can reassess. Marcelino had clearly formulated his strategy after last night's results. Amelini concurred with his line of thinking. The league was the foundation of everything. Setting aside title aspirations, securing a Champions League spot was the bare minimum. As for the Champions League itself, neither Amelini nor Marcelino harbored grand illusions. It was a distant prospect filled with formidable giants over a grueling campaign. The primary objective was simply to survive the group stage. Marcelino's approach was indeed pragmatic and level-headed. Both he and Amelini remained grounded, though others struggled to maintain such a clear perspective. When the club owner learned of Marcelino's plans, he raised immediate objections. Years prior, when Peter Lim had taken over Valencia, the club had secured a Champions League berth by finishing fourth in the league. They thought they'd drawn a favorable group only to be eliminated in the group stage itself. After that, Valencia had spiraled into decline in the domestic league. Now that they had finally clawed their way back to Europe's elite competition, Lim was determined to see the team make a deep run, ideally reaching the final or even lifting the trophy. Our quality allows us to set our sights higher. I believe we're capable of reaching the quarterfinals and beyond in the Champions League. As for the domestic cups, we can afford to sacrifice them. Perhaps the season-opening victory over Atletico Madrid had filled Lim with an overabundance of confidence. The players, of course, remained oblivious to the discord brewing among the three men. Having secured 2 consecutive victories, Valencia faced another marquee clash in the third round of the league. September 1st marked the commencement of La Liga's third match day. At 3 in the afternoon, the Valencia squad arrived at the other stadium in the city, the Estadio de la Ceramica, where they were set to face the host Levante. As Valencia's other top-flight club, Levante boasts an even richer history in the city, having been founded back in 1909. Before 1939, the city's derby wasn't limited to just Valencia and Levante. Back then there was a third club in town, Gymnastic FC. Eventually Levante FC and Gymnastic FC merged to form the Levante we know today. Unfortunately, compared to their city rivals, Levante's achievements in Spanish football history have been rather scant. They spent many seasons bouncing around the Segunda División. In the 2015-16 season, they were relegated with 2 matches to spare, only to regain promotion back to La Liga in the 2017-18 campaign. In the summer transfer market, Levante made significant investments compared to other modest clubs, with a total outlay reaching $24.5 million. However, this war chest was funded by player sales. Their standout performer from the promotion season, Colombian midfielder Jefferson Lerma, was sold to Bournemouth for $28 million, a club record fee for the English side. With those funds secured, Levante underwent a major squad overhaul. They brought in Vukovic, Dwanmana, Simon Kabako Koke, and Persic, along with the loan signing of Borja Mayoral from Real Madrid. All clear signals of the club's ambitions for the season. Their first 2 matches yielded a win and a draw, with a particularly impressive 3-0 away victory over Real Betis that filled the squad with immense confidence. From the opening whistle of this derby, Levante attempted to assert their dominance at home against Valencia. However, despite both teams undergoing significant summer overhauls, a considerable gulf in quality remained between the sides. Barely 20 minutes into the match, Fong Yuan completed a dazzling run down the flank and delivered a pinpoint cross, which Kevin Gamero met with a simple header to break the deadlock. In the second half, Fong Yuan unleashed a thunderous strike from over 30 meters out, finding the net once again to double Valencia's lead. The Valencia derby ultimately concluded with a comfortable 2-0 victory for the home side, extending their perfect start to 3 consecutive wins. After 3 rounds, only Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia boasted unblemished records. While the starts of Real Madrid and Barcelona came as no surprise, Valencia's flawless run quickly made them the center of attention. Fong Yuan had been nothing short of sensational, contributing 4 goals and 2 assists in 3 matches. Considering Valencia had scored 7 goals in total, 6 of them had involved him directly. His attacking output was nothing short of staggering. After 3 rounds, Messi, Fong Yuan, and Benzema all sat atop the scoring charts with 4 goals apiece. Fong, I'm having a gathering at my place tonight. Think you can make it? Parejo approached as Fong Yuan was changing in the locker room after training. Absolutely, I'd love to come. Fong Yuan readily accepted Parejo's invitation. He had attended numerous such gatherings since his arrival, far more frequently than he had in Italy. In Valencia, these teammate get-togethers were a common occurrence, though not everyone participated. Typically, it was the core first-team players, each with their own social circles. These gatherings weren't exclusively for club players either. guests often included personal friends from outside the team. His agent Federico had specifically advised him to foster good relationships with his teammates, so Fong Yuan made a point of accepting invitations whenever his schedule allowed. After changing, Fong Yuan headed home to pick up some gifts before driving to Perejo's residence in Valencia. When he arrived, the villa's courtyard was already buzzing with guests. Scanning the crowd, Fong Yuan spotted Gages Condogby Neto and others, mostly teammates. There were also several attractive women present whom he assumed were friends invited by Perejo's wife. So what do you think? They're all friends of Natalie. If you see someone you'd like to get to know, don't be shy, Perejo murmured, sidling up beside him. Fong Yuan shot him a withering look. Damn, since when did you become a matchmaker? Ignoring the disdainful glance from Fong Yuan, Perejo simply smiled and paid no heed. Fong Yuan then stepped forward to greet his teammates before finding a quiet corner to sit down. Everyone in the team was well aware of Fong Yuan's standing, and given his amiable nature, the players greeted him with great warmth and enthusiasm. Such gatherings were in truth rather tedious. For one, the dietary restrictions were numerous. Moreover, the conversations predominantly revolved around women, a topic that held little interest for Fong Yuan. Do you play football in Valencia? A voice suddenly chimed in beside him as he chatted casually with his teammates. Fong Yuan quickly turned his head and found a young woman standing beside him. She appeared to be 17 or 18, her black off-shoulder evening gown accentuating her striking figure. Yes, Danny is my teammate. Hello, I'm Celine Blondeau. He glanced at her extended hand and shook it somewhat timidly. My name is Fong Yuan. After the introduction, Celine sat beside him and engaged in conversation. She did most of the talking, and her excitement grew noticeably upon learning he was Chinese. As they grew more familiar, Fong Yuan learned that Celine was a model and actress from France currently in Spain for a fashion show. Perejo's wife, also a model in the show, had invited Celine to the gathering. I've loved football since I was a child. My father was also a professional footballer. I remember going to watch his matches with my mother when I was young. Celine's father was French while her mother was a Spanish designer. We have a home match in a few days. You're welcome to come and watch if you have time. Fong Yuan wasn't sure why he blurted out the invitation. That would be wonderful. I've been in Spain for days, but I've been busy with the shows. Celine readily accepted his invitation. Seeing her acceptance, Fong Yuan inexplicably felt a sense of relief. After the gathering, he drove Celine back to her hotel. On September 15th, the entire Valencia squad arrived at the Estadio Benito Villamarin for the fourth round of La Liga, where they were set to face the home side Real Betis. Perhaps mindful of the upcoming Champions League fixture, Marcelino made several changes to the starting lineup. Both Fong Yuan and Gages were named on the substitutes bench. A 78th-minute goal from Perejo secured a 1-0 victory over Real Betis, marking their fourth consecutive league win. However, Coquelin's injury-forced departure in the 62nd minute cast a shadow over the triumph. Coquelin had already spent months on the sidelines due to injury in the latter half of the previous season. This fresh setback was undoubtedly a significant blow to Valencia. Post-match examinations confirmed that Coquelin would require at least 45 days of recovery before returning to the pitch. Boss, could you get me a ticket for tomorrow's match? After finishing the day's training, Fong Yuan approached Marcelino. The following day marked the opening match day of Group H in the new Champions League season. Valencia would host a heavyweight clash at their home ground against Italian giants Juventus. Having last competed in the Champions League 4 years prior, this match was immensely significant for Valencia's supporters, making tickets nearly impossible to obtain. Celine had agreed to watch his game, but securing a ticket proved difficult, prompting Fong Yuan to seek Marcelino's help. Do you have a friend coming? Yes, someone I recently met. Observing Fong Yuan's slightly embarrassed expression, Marcelino immediately deduced that this friend was likely of the opposite sex. Of all his players, Marcelino trusted Fong Yuan the most. Others frequently appeared in tabloids, but Fong Yuan was virtually free of any scandal. Apart from training and matches, he rarely made headlines. No problem. Wait a moment, I'll have someone bring it over. Marcelino readily agreed to Fong Yuan's request. Within 5 minutes of Marcelino's phone call, a Valencia staff member delivered a match ticket. Time swiftly passed to September 19th. At 6 in the evening, the entire Juventus squad arrived at the Mestalla Stadium. Juventus had undeniably been the focal point of the European summer transfer market, splashing out a staggering $256 million throughout the summer. The arrival of Cristiano Ronaldo in particular underscored Juventus's immense ambition for the season. In addition to Ronaldo, Valencia's João Cancelo was brought back to Italy for $41 million, while Bayern's Douglas Costa, AC Milan's Leonardo Bonucci, and Emre Can were also recruited by the touring club. We have prepared thoroughly for this match. Victory will surely be ours, Juventus coach Massimiliano Allegri confidently declared in an interview. The Mestalla, with a capacity of 5,500, was nearly packed to the rafters. Valencia's return to the Champions League after a 4-year absence was nothing short of a festival for their devoted fans. As the Valencia players emerged onto the pitch, the club's anthem, so familiar to the supporters, reverberated throughout the stadium. The singing never ceased. What are you looking at? Gages asked, tapping Fong Yuan on the shoulder. Since stepping onto the field, Fong Yuan had been gazing intently at a particular section of the stands. Oh, nothing. I heard you asked the boss for a ticket. Is it for that girl we met at Danny's place? Get lost. Why are you so nosy? It's nothing. Come on, stop pretending. It must be her. Since their initial meeting, the two hadn't seen each other again, but their private conversations had become increasingly frequent and fervent. Their relationship was progressing at a remarkably rapid pace. This wasn't exactly a secret. News of him requesting a ticket had quickly spread through the team, and given Celine's close bond with Perejo's wife, the matter had become common knowledge within the squad. What Fong Yuan didn't realize was that while he was searching the stands, a graceful figure in the Mestalla crowd was watching him in return. Good evening, football fans, and welcome to Penguin Sports coverage of the 2018 to 2019 UEFA Champions League Group H match as Valencia host Juventus at home. I'm your host, John June, and joining me today to commentate on this match is our very familiar old friend, Director Zhang Lu. Welcome, Director Zhang. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Lu. Director Zhang, who do you favor in today's match? On paper, Juventus is the stronger side, but Valencia cannot be underestimated. Their recent league form has been exceptional, and Marcelino clearly rested players in the last league game for this Champions League clash. However, Coquelin's injury will have an impact on Valencia. It remains to be seen how Marcelino adjusts his lineup. I believe a victory for either side is a plausible outcome, and the scoreline should be close. I'm particularly looking forward to Fong Yuan's performance in this match. This should be his Champions League debut. Yes is first. We've just obtained the starting lineups for both sides. Let's introduce them to everyone. Today's match is also being broadcast live by Penguin Sports. The other Group H match, Manchester United's away game against Young Boys, will also kick off at the same time. Marcelino has once again set up his team in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Neto starts in goal. The defensive line consists of Piccini, Gabriel Murillo, and Gaia. With Coquelin injured, Diacobi takes his place, forming the double pivot with Kondogbia. Ahead of them are Fong Yuan, Perejo, and Gages, with Gamero leading the line. On the Juventus side, Allegri has deployed a 4-3-3 formation. Szczesny is in goal. The four defenders are Cancelo, Bonucci, Chiellini, and Alexandro. In midfield, Emre, Konjanik, and Matuidi. Up front, Ronaldo on the left, Bernardeschi on the right, and Mandzukic through the middle. This Juventus lineup is also the primary configuration Allegri has favored this season. 10 minutes before kickoff, the starting players from both sides emerged from the tunnel, led by the officiating team. As the Valencia players stepped onto the pitch, the tens of thousands of Valencia fans inside the Mestalla erupted in a thunderous, overwhelming roar. The match is about to begin. Both starting lineups have now walked out of the tunnel. At this moment, the Valencia fans inside the Mestalla are cheering on their team in their own way. We can see many people in the stands wearing the number 11 Valencia jersey, which shows how highly Fong Yuan is regarded in the hearts of Valencia supporters. Fong Yuan's attacking efficiency is remarkable. In 3 matches, he has 4 goals and 2 assists. Essentially, all of Valencia's goals are linked to him. His ability to occupy defenders in the final third makes things incredibly difficult for opponents. Most crucially, he also possesses a very dangerous free kick. Director Zhang, do you get a sense that Fong Yuan is very similar to Cristiano Ronaldo? Both are wingers similar in height, and both are forwards capable of playing as a striker or on the wing with blistering pace. Now that you mention it, they really are quite similar. It feels like Cristiano Ronaldo is the template for Fong Yuan. Once the players were on the pitch after a brief pre-match ceremony, they shook hands, and following the coin toss, everyone took their positions to await the start of the game. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the achievement mission Champions League debut. Winning the match rewards an A-grade skill, a draw rewards a bronze treasure chest, and a loss yields no reward. As the referee's whistle blew, Fong Yuan also received the system notification. This task is quite challenging. As the referee signaled the start of the match, this marquee Group H encounter officially got underway. From the outset, Juventus began to assert themselves offensively, creating a shooting chance within 5 minutes. In the 4th minute, Ronaldo received a pass on the left, sold a dummy to beat Piccini, cut inside, and unleashed a shot from about 25 meters out. A low-driven shot, but unfortunately it grazed the post and went out for a goal kick. Although it didn't result in a goal, this attack seemed to sound the charge for Juventus. 5 minutes later, Juventus had another opportunity. In the 9th minute, it was Ronaldo again with a cross from the left. The ball flew to the far post, where Bernardeschi won the first header, nodding it back towards the center. Khedira met it with a volley. Neto was completely out of position, leaving what was practically an open goal for Khedira, but the ball flew over the crossbar. Valencia, playing at home, had escaped by the skin of their teeth. Juventus' formidable attacking power was suffocating Valencia, forcing even Fong Yuan and Gages on the left to drop deep and aid the defense. In the following period, Juventus' attacking waves crashed down one after another. Valencia were camped deep in their own half, mired in passive defense. On the touchline, Marcelino watched the game with a stern expression. At this moment, Valencia on the pitch resembled a small boat in a tsunami, at constant risk of being capsized by the waves. Fong Yuan and Piccini combined to dispossess Ronaldo, after which Piccini kicked the ball out of play. Perejo came over and pulled Fong Yuan, who was on the ground, to his feet. Fong, this isn't looking good. We need to find a way to curb their attacks, especially their 2 fullbacks. Hearing Perejo's words, Fong Yuan nodded in agreement. Those Juventus players are attacking like madmen, especially Cancelo and Alexandro. As time goes on, those two have essentially become wingers, transforming Juventus' entire attacking shape into a 3-5-3. This has put immense pressure on Valencia's defensive flanks, particularly on the right side, where Fong Yuan and Piccini operate. Facing the onslaught of a world-class star like Cristiano Ronaldo, even with Fong Yuan dropping back to help, the situation remains precarious. The consequence is that other Valencia midfielders are forced to come over and share the defensive burden. However, this creates problems in other positions. So what do we do now? Do you have any ideas? Kevin, you and I should switch positions. You push up to the very front. Don't come back to defend. We need to try and play in behind them. Fong Yuan nodded, agreeing with Parejo's suggestion. He understood that the idea was to use his pace to attack the space between Khedira and Janik. As the match progressed, Fong Yuan also noticed that the two defensive midfielders were positioning themselves quite high up the pitch. Seizing one counter-attacking opportunity, even if it didn't result in a goal, would be enough to strike fear into the opponent's defense and deter them from pressing forward recklessly. After speaking with Fong Yuan, Parejo raised his hand and signaled to the rest of the team. In team training, Parejo was the core playmaker orchestrating many of the tactical maneuvers. The Valencia players instantly understood what to do upon seeing Parejo's signal. The match resumed, and Fong Yuan moved directly to the striker's position, lingering near the center circle. Finally, their perseverance paid off as Valencia created their best attacking opportunity since the start of the game. In the 24th minute, Bernardeschi delivered a cross from the right flank. Neto read the play perfectly, leaped to claim the ball cleanly from the air, and upon landing immediately threw the ball powerfully to Kondogbia. Receiving the ball, Kondogbia remained calm under pressure from Khedira, shielding the ball with a swift turn before launching a long pass towards the forward line. Fong Yuan was positioned in his own half, while the ball sailed over the heads of Juventus' two central defenders. He had already prepared to sprint the moment Neto caught the ball. So the instant Kondogbia made the pass, Fong Yuan began his explosive run. In almost a flash, he surged past Chiellini. Anticipating a potential tactical foul, Fong Yuan deliberately veered away from the defender's reach, thwarting Chiellini's attempt to grab him. However, Kondogbia's pass was slightly over it. Even though Fong Yuan had successfully beaten Chiellini, Szczesny was also sprinting desperately towards the ball. The entire stadium's attention was fixed on Fong Yuan and Szczesny. This was undoubtedly the best chance Valencia had created so far in the match. Fong Yuan was running at his absolute maximum speed. Behind him, several Juventus players were also engaged in a frantic chase. Finally, the two arrived at the ball almost simultaneously. Szczesny, realizing he wouldn't get there first despite his initial advantage, made a decisive judgment and slid in for a tackle. Fong Yuan also made his decision at that moment. As Szczesny went to ground, Fong Yuan stretched out his right foot and poked the ball forward. The ball instantly skipped past Szczesny. The sliding Szczesny missed the ball, but his momentum brought Fong Yuan down. The referee's whistle blew. He quickly ran over, signaling a foul by Szczesny, and brandished a yellow card in his direction. The decision was unquestionably correct. In fact, a stricter referee might have deemed it a red card. Szczesny, helped to his feet by his teammates, walked back towards his goal. Fong Yuan stood up, rubbing his calf. He had anticipated the potential collision just before reaching the ball, so he had initiated a protective motion as the tackle came in. Fong Yuan placed the ball on the spot. He glanced up at the goal, then began to pace out his run-up distance. At this moment, Fong Yuan had become the focal point of the entire stadium. Tens of thousands of Valencia fans watched him, including Celine, who was present to support him. Today, Celine was wearing Fong Yuan's jersey. She watched the figure standing over the ball, intently, silently praying for him in her heart. "Do you want me to provide a decoy run?" Parejo asked, walking over to stand beside him. "No, I'll handle this myself." Fong Yuan replied in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the goal. His words were filled with immense confidence. Parejo gave him a long, searching look before walking towards the defensive wall. Under Szczesny's direction, a six-man wall was already forming in front of Fong Yuan. The number of players in the wall was a testament to the respect Szczesny had for Fong Yuan's free-kick ability. Last season in Serie A, Fong Yuan had repeatedly demonstrated his prowess from dead-ball situations. This free kick was less than 30 meters from goal and perfectly suited for his right foot, leading Szczesny to anticipate a direct shot. Finally, the referee took a few steps back, blew his whistle, and made a signal towards Fong Yuan. With the referee's whistle, Fong Yuan began his run-up. He covered the 7 or 8 steps in an instant. His left foot planted perfectly, followed by the powerful swing of his right leg. Every camera in the stadium was focused on Fong Yuan. The powerful right leg connected cleanly with the ball. A classic dipping free kick. The ball dipped suddenly in front of the goal. Even though Szczesny had guessed the right direction and had already launched himself, the unpredictable drop of a knuckleball was nearly impossible to save. Szczesny landed heavily. As he turned his head to look at the goal, the ball was already bouncing inside the net. 1-0. In the 27th minute, Fong Yuan's free kick gave Valencia, who had been on the back foot, a 1-goal lead. A thunderous roar like a landslide or a tsunami erupted from the stands of the Mestalla. Fong Yuan, overcome with emotion, sprinted towards the stand where Celine was seated, performing a dramatic sliding knee slide and letting out a primal roar at the edge of the pitch. Fong, Fong, Fong. Tens of thousands of fans across the stadium responded to his goal. Congratulations to Fong Yuan. This is his first UEFA Champions League goal. What a spectacular strike. Who would have thought Valencia would be the first to score in this match? Football is unpredictable. You never know what will happen next. I believe this goal will only make the rest of the match more exciting and intense. Juventus will absolutely not accept this result. In the broadcast booth, Jean Jun was visibly excited after witnessing the goal. This goal is a massive blow to Juventus's morale. They had been dominant, utterly dominant. Now the question is how they will respond. However, I suspect they can no longer press forward with the same reckless abandon as before. Fang Yuan has just demonstrated with his actions that ignoring him comes at a price. On the sidelines, Marcelino leaped with excitement, pumping his fists in rapid succession. This goal had effectively alleviated Valencia's disadvantage on the field. At the very least, it was a tremendous boost to their morale. After the initial euphoria subsided, Marcelino quickly called over Parejo and began whispering instructions into his ear. Remember, the opponent will undoubtedly counterattack with even greater ferocity. The moment we lose possession, initiate an immediate press, especially in midfield. Tell Fang to stay pushed up front and not be confined to a fixed position. Parejo nodded, then walked over to his teammates to relay Marcelino's instructions. Just then the referee approached, putting an end to Valencia's prolonged celebration and urging them to quickly return to their positions. Once the players from both sides were in position, the referee immediately blew the whistle to restart the match. As Marcelino had anticipated, Juventus was unwilling to accept being behind on the scoreboard despite their dominance. They intensified their attack right after the restart. However, Fang Yuan's recent counterattacking speed had served as a stark warning to the Juventus defense. Although their offensive pressure increased, the defensive line marshaled by Chiellini and Bonucci kept a watchful eye on Fang Yuan's positioning, and the team was cautious not to push their formation too far forward as they had earlier. Consequently, while the tempo of the game became faster, the pressure on Valencia lessened compared to before. Another crucial factor was that Fang Yuan's positioning was far more fluid than when Gamero had been leading the line. He wasn't confined to the central channel. He drifted to both flanks or dropped deep into midfield. This made things particularly difficult for Chiellini, who was tasked with marking him. Furthermore, Valencia stepped up their pressing intensity in midfield just as Marcelino had instructed. The moment they lost the ball, they would immediately swarm to win it back. Both Kondogbia and Diakhaby covered a vast amount of ground, placing significant strain on Juventus's playmaking in the final third. The match was fiercely contested, yet a keen observer would notice that Juventus's attacks were encountering significant problems. Valencia's sporadic counterattacks exerted enough pressure on the Juventus defense to make them hesitant about committing too many players forward as they had in the opening stages. As a result, the intensity of their attacking play diminished. However, Valencia also faced their own challenges. The extensive pressing from Kondogbia and Diakhaby came at the cost of their energy. Sustaining such a high-intensity press for the entire match was an impossibility. More importantly, the depth of Juventus's bench was far superior to that of Valencia's. Moreover, in tightly contested matches, a single moment of brilliance from a star player can often be the decisive factor that changes the course of the game. As time wore on, the fourth official on the sideline held up the electronic board indicating 3 minutes of added time. At that moment, Juventus found a golden opportunity to score. Near the right byline, Ronaldo was sandwiched between Piccini and Kondogbia. With his foot on the ball and his back against Piccini, it seemed he had almost no room to maneuver. Kondogbia closed in, preparing to stick out a leg and dispossess him. At that very instant, Ronaldo backheeled the ball, spun around, and forcefully burst through the narrow gap between Piccini and Kondogbia. The ball rolled through Piccini's legs. Ronaldo then chased after it, drove along the byline, and cut into the penalty area. It was a magnificent nutmeg and spin move, instantly turning a disadvantage into an advantage. As Ronaldo dribbled into the box, another gap appeared in Valencia's defense. Seeing Ronaldo enter the area, Gabriel abandoned his markman Zukic and launched into a sliding tackle. Ronaldo, however, stepped on the ball, nudged it sideways, evading Gabriel's lunge, which instead brought him down inside the penalty box. Beep. The nearby referee blew his whistle and pointed decisively to the penalty spot. In stoppage time of the first half, Ronaldo used his individual brilliance to earn Juventus a penalty. Seeing the referee's decision, Marcelino could only shake his head in dismay. It was undoubtedly a foul. Gabriel was far too impulsive on that play. His decision to cover the gap wasn't wrong, but he didn't need to commit so recklessly. All he had to do was block Ronaldo's passing lane. Behind Ronaldo, Piccini and Kondogbia were already sprinting back and would have surrounded him within seconds. Ronaldo placed the ball on the penalty spot, took his run up and struck it. Neto dove the wrong way and could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net. 1-1. Just before halftime, Ronaldo had leveled the score for Juventus, bringing both teams back to a level playing field. When the game restarted, Fang Yuan had just passed the ball back to a teammate behind him when the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. Both Marcelino and Allegri wore expressions tinged with regret and dissatisfaction. It was clear that neither manager was entirely pleased with their team's performance in the opening 45 minutes. Lads, I am very satisfied with your performance in the first half. Although the result is a bit disappointing, you played brilliantly. Of course, if you could concentrate a little more and keep your composure, I believe the outcome would have been even better. Lads, we must not get anxious. If anyone should be feeling the pressure, it's them. The Champions League is a privilege for us regardless of the result. So I want everyone to maintain their composure in the second half. Upon entering the dressing room and sensing the somber atmosphere, Marcelino offered words of encouragement to lift his players' spirits. Indeed, conceding an equalizer at the very death of the half was a significant blow to the team's morale. Marcelino's words finally brought a bit of color back to their faces. Seeing the mood improve, he promptly began outlining the tactical plan for the second half. The halftime interval quickly elapsed, and the players from both teams emerged once more from the tunnel. Seeing their players appear on the pitch, the tens of thousands of Valencia fans in the stands greeted them with a rousing ovation of applause and cheers. In their eyes, the team had performed admirably. Marcelino opted not to make any changes to the Valencia lineup, but Juventus, on the other hand, did make a substitution. The fourth official displayed the substitution information. Allegri brought on Douglas Costa in place of Xhaka. It appeared that Allegri was dissatisfied with Xhaka's first-half display. As the referee's whistle sounded, the second half of the match commenced for both sides. At the sound of the whistle, Juventus indeed adopted an aggressive attacking strategy, collectively pushing their entire formation forward. However, to their surprise, their opponents Valencia no longer retreated into a defensive shell as they did in the first half. Instead, they employed intense high-tempo pressing in the midfield. To maintain their attacking intensity, Juventus was compelled to bolster their midfield numbers to secure an advantage. For a time, the midfield battle became a chaotic scramble with players from both sides frequently hitting the ground, making the match exceptionally fierce. Both head coaches stood on the sidelines watching the unfolding events on the pitch with impassive expressions. At this moment, Allegri remained quite confident in his team. He did not believe Valencia could overcome them. At best, he thought it might end in a draw. With 6 matches in the group stage, Allegri was highly confident in his team's advancement. However, the events that followed would prove to be deeply unsettling for Allegri. First, in the 51st minute, Khedira suddenly collapsed after a challenge with Parejo in midfield. After a brief on-field examination by the Juventus medical staff, Allegri saw the physio signal for a substitution. At that moment, Allegri felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Khedira's position was absolutely crucial for Juventus. Moreover, he had already substituted off a midfielder during the halftime break. Left with no choice, Allegri reluctantly accepted the forced change. He brought on Emre Can to replace the injured Khedira. Unbeknownst to Allegri, Juventus's misfortune was far from over. Less than 5 minutes after the forced substitution, in the 54th minute, Ronaldo received a pass from Emre Can on the left flank. After briefly shaking off Pacini's defense, he cut inside and dribbled horizontally. Murillo immediately moved up to close him down, and the two became entangled. Suddenly, Murillo went to ground, though Ronaldo also lost control of the ball. Then a commotion erupted on the pitch the very next second. Murillo, who had been on the ground, quickly sprang to his feet and got into a heated argument with Ronaldo. The referee had initially blown his whistle for a foul by Ronaldo. The foul itself seemed minor, so after making the call, the referee assumed the situation was settled. However, to his surprise, as he turned away, an altercation broke out between the two players. The referee hadn't seen exactly what transpired. By this time, players from both teams had converged on the scene, with cooler-headed individuals stepping in to separate the two parties. Seeing the situation under control, the referee first went over to his assistant referee for a brief consultation on the sideline. After their exchange, he signaled for a video assistant referee VR review. Simultaneously, the big screen in the stadium began replaying the footage that everyone had missed. The replay showed Murillo, after falling, immediately sitting up upon hearing the referee's whistle. Ronaldo, upon seeing the referee's decision, seemed displeased with the call, muttering something under his breath. He then lightly patted Murillo on the head. The force appeared minimal, and as he did so, he appeared to say something to Murillo. Murillo, clearly taking offense at Ronaldo's action, jumped up from the ground, and the two began exchanging words. Ronaldo's action was a bit unnecessary. Director Jean, what do you think Ronaldo said, and what was the meaning behind his gesture? Personally, I think Ronaldo might have felt Murillo dived. So he was unhappy after the referee's call, but it shouldn't have been a retaliatory action. I think it was more like a greeting. The replay shows Ronaldo even had a slight smile on his face when patting Murillo's head. It seemed like he was just joking around. The incident was straightforward. After reviewing the VAR footage, the referee went back to his assistant for another brief hushed conversation. Subsequently, the referee ran onto the pitch and beckoned for Ronaldo to come over. What happened next stunned everyone present, including Ronaldo himself. He had anticipated at most a warning from the referee. However, as he approached, the referee directly pulled out a red card, showed it to Ronaldo, and pointed towards the sidelines. What the hell? A red card? Why a red card? Did he show the wrong one? Jean Jun exclaimed in the broadcast booth, surprised by the referee's decision. Beside him, Jean-Loup was also completely dumbfounded. Even Marcelino was bewildered. He looked back and forth at his assistants, then towards Allegri on the other side. He could hardly believe it. It felt like a gift falling from the sky. Their opponent's key player had been sent off for no apparent reason. Ronaldo clutched his head in disbelief, his expression on the verge of tears. The other Juventus players surrounded the referee, pleading their case. While the referee might have hesitated before making a call, once the decision was made, there was no turning back. He continuously signaled for the Juventus players to back away, his hand inching towards his pocket as a clear warning: stop protesting, or someone else might get sent off. On the sideline, Allegri was frantically berating the fourth official, looking as if he could devour him. For Allegri, this match was incredibly unlucky. They had dominated the first half only to concede from a counterattack, but Ronaldo had stepped up to equalize. Now, just after the start of the second half, he was forced to substitute his defensive core, and before he could even digest that bitter pill, his attacking core was sent off. It was an utterly unacceptable turn of events, especially given how inexplicable the red card seemed to him. The fourth official, having been showered with spit, was livid and immediately summoned the main referee. Fortunately, Allegri's assistant intervened and pulled him away in time, otherwise he might have faced disciplinary action himself. On the pitch, Ronaldo hung his head as he walked towards the tunnel. The cameras captured his profound distress. As he entered the tunnel, the camera showed his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, suggesting he was in tears. This red card made Ronaldo the first player in Champions League history to receive a red card after scoring more than 50 goals in the competition. It was also the 11th red card of his personal career. From Ronaldo's perspective, this red card was a gross injustice. This marked the second consecutive match in which Juventus received a red card. In the previous encounter, the fourth round of Serie A against Sassuolo, Douglas Costa was sent off for spitting at an opponent. Nevertheless, Juventus managed to secure a 2-1 victory in that fixture. With the opposition reduced to 10 men and deprived of a crucial attacking fulcrum, Marcelino, watching from the touchline, allowed a smile to creep across his face. He glimpsed the dawning light of victory. Yet, as if fortune's wheel had turned, misfortune now seemed to befall Valencia. Astonishingly, it was not the numerically superior Valencia who broke the deadlock, but the 10-man Juventus. In the 64th minute, Sandro received a pass from Chiellini, surged down the left flank, and delivered a cross. Neither Mandzukic nor Gabriel, contesting at the near post, managed to connect. The ball bounced past them to the far post, where Cancelo attempted a volley, but scuffed his effort horribly. Cancelo then feinted with his right foot, creating space before unleashing a left-footed shot. Neto managed to parry it, but the ball cannonied off the crossbar and rebounded into play. As Cancelo moved to challenge for the rebound, he was brutally brought down by Parejo. As Cancelo crumpled to the turf, the referee's whistle shrilled. He emphatically pointed to the penalty spot. This ignited Marcelino's fury on the sidelines, who stormed towards the fourth official. "Is that a penalty? You've got to be kidding me. That's a make-up call, all right. Do you really think that's a penalty?" On the pitch, Valencia's players swarmed the referee in protest, but to no avail. The officials sternly waved them away, warning them to retreat. Gabriel was even shown a yellow card for his dissent. The Mestalla stands erupted in a cacophony of jeers from the Valencia supporters. A penalty. Astonishing. Valencia are in trouble now. What a chaotic match. They barely had time to savor their numerical advantage before calamity struck them. Honestly, though, it's a rather soft decision. Both Cancelo and Parejo were grappling, and Parejo wasn't even looking at the man. This looks like the referee trying to even things out. In the commentary booth, June shook his head with a sigh. On the pitch, Matuidi placed the ball on the spot. Amidst the thunderous jeers of tens of thousands of Valencia fans, he coolly dispatched it, sending the keeper the wrong way as the ball nestled into the bottom left corner. 1-2. In the 66th minute, Juventus, despite being a man down, had taken the lead against Valencia. Matuidi deceived Neto. This is a bitter pill for Valencia to swallow. Italian teams are renowned for their defensive solidity, and with Juventus, the standard-bearers of Serie A, in front, the task ahead for the Bats looks incredibly daunting. Juventus are making another substitution. Rugani is standing on the touchline. It appears Allegri is intent on protecting this slender lead. After all, being a man down, it's the most pragmatic and sensible course of action. As the players were being ushered back into position by the referee, the fourth official held up the electronic board. Juventus made their change, with Allegri bringing on Rugani for Bernardeschi. Interestingly, Rugani, a center-back by trade, didn't slot into the backline. Instead, he took up the defensive midfield position. With this substitution, Juventus shifted their formation to a defensive 4-4-1. Shortly after, the fourth official signaled another substitution. Marcelino had seen enough. Valencia responded with a change of their own, bringing on Daniel Wasforgages. This match was destined to be etched into Champions League folklore. Marcelino's substitution would prove to be one of the most extraordinary gambles of his managerial career. With his very first touch of the ball, Was carved open a golden opportunity for Valencia. In the 71st minute, Was collected a long diagonal pass from Murillo on the left flank. With a deft flick of his left foot, he lifted the ball over Cancelo's head. Using his blistering pace, he surged past his marker, controlled the ball, and then powered it forward, creating further separation before accelerating away from Cancelo's challenge once more. As he caught up with the ball, he scanned the field, spotted his teammates run, and lofted a magnificent pass over the top. The ball arched dangerously towards the center. Gomez was the furthest man forward, and just behind him, slightly to the right, Fong Yuan was sprinting forward, maintaining a perfect distance from his strike partner. Judging the flight of the ball, Gomez leaped and won the initial aerial duel. However, Bonucci's imposing presence provided immense pressure, preventing Gomez from controlling his header. He could only manage to direct it vaguely in the direction of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan nipped in ahead of Emre Can to win the ball, prodding it forward before accelerating onto it. However, Emre Can was quick to recover and close the gap. But what Fong Yuan did next completely deceived his opponent. Upon catching up to the ball, he slammed on the brakes, planting his foot on it. He then nudged it sideways with his right boot, and just as Emre Can adjusted, he exploded past him with a powerful touch, creating 2 yards of clear space. Sensing the space he had created, Fong Yuan didn't hesitate. He adjusted his stride, accelerated, and unleashed a ferocious strike on goal. It was a trademark thunderbolt. The ball rocketed towards the net like a cannonball. Despite Szczesny guessing the correct direction, his outstretched hand couldn't keep it out. As the ball rippled the back of the net, the Mestalla fell into a stunned silence, only to be shattered a second later by an eruption of pure unadulterated pandemonium. Fang Yuan, mobbed by his ecstatic teammates, sprinted towards the touchline in wild celebration. 2-2. In the 73rd minute, Fang Yuan had bagged his brace, dragging Valencia level. It's in. A goal of immeasurable value. Valencia have equalized. Fang Yuan's double has rescued them. Absolutely magnificent. A goal of raw, brutal beauty. In this moment, Fang Yuan is the guardian angel of the Valencia faithful, always rising to the occasion when his team needs him most. In the commentary booth, Zhang Jun sprang to his feet, arms raised in jubilation. Zhang Lu, though silent, was visibly overcome with emotion, applauding fervently. The Valencia bench erupted into a sea of joy, with everyone celebrating the goal with unbridled passion. Fang Yuan's goal proved to be the final strike of the match. After Valencia equalized, Juventus, facing a numerical disadvantage, retreated en masse, with even the forward man Mandzukic dropping back into his own half to aid the defense. The edge of the penalty area was packed with bodies. Confronted with such a formidable defensive wall, Valencia, though reluctant to settle for a draw, found their attacking options severely limited. Fang Yuan attempted several long-range shots, but each one narrowly missed the goal. After 5 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. 2-2, a point apiece. In the post-match press conference, both managers expressed regret over the outcome, with Allegri particularly displeased about Ronaldo's red card. In the group's other fixture, Manchester United secured a commanding 3-0 away victory over Young Boys. After the first round of matches, United topped the group with 3 points, while Juventus and Valencia each had 1. Action in the other groups was equally intense. Notably, the other Spanish sides in the competition all emerged victorious in their respective matches. In Group A, Atletico Madrid won 2-1 away at Monaco, joining Borussia Dortmund, who also won on 3 points. Group B, the group of death, lived up to its billing as Barcelona thrashed PSV 4-0 at Camp Nou to seize control of their qualifying fate, while Inter Milan beat Tottenham 2-1 at home. Real Madrid handed a favorable draw, secured a 3-0 victory over Roma at the Bernabeu, also starting their campaign with a win. Having concluded their first Champions League fixture, Valencia barely had time to catch their breath before facing their 5th league match of the season. Despite Marcelino's efforts to rotate the squad and adjust tactics, the league match was inevitably affected by the midweek European exertions. On September 21st, Valencia traveled to face Villarreal, the Yellow Submarine. After 90 minutes of play, the two sides settled for a 0-0 stalemate. Fang Yuan had an off day, being substituted by Marcelino as early as the 58th minute, having failed to get any of his shots on target. Thankfully, the defense remained solid. Ultimately, they had to reluctantly accept the draw, bringing their league-winning streak to an end. However, Valencia weren't the only team affected by European fatigue. Barcelona faced stiff resistance at home against Girona. Barcelona and Girona played out a 2-2 draw, while Real Madrid managed a narrow 1-0 victory over Espanyol. Atletico Madrid won 2-1 away at Getafe. After 5 league rounds, Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia all boasted 4 wins and 1 draw, while Atletico Madrid had 3 wins, 1 draw, and 1 loss. Time swiftly moved on to a week later, September 26th. La Liga Round 6 commenced. Valencia welcomed Celta Vigo to the Mestalla. Fang Yuan retained his place in the starting lineup. Marcelino made a few adjustments, with Gages dropping to the bench and Vasquez, who had played for Celta the previous season, taking his spot on the left wing. Rodrigo started up front. In a match where the disparity in quality was evident, Valencia defeated Celta Vigo 2-0, a courtesy of a first-half goal and a second-half assist from Fang Yuan. The victory over Celta delighted the Valencia fans, but even more joyous news awaited them after all the round's fixtures had concluded. Both of La Liga's traditional powerhouses, Real Madrid and Barcelona, suffered defeats in this round. Real Madrid were humbled 3-0 away at Sevilla. Barcelona lost 2-1 away to Leganés. With these results after 6 rounds, Valencia astonishingly found themselves at the summit of the league table. This was an outcome few could have predicted before the season began. While this ranking might not be definitive over the long campaign, it was a cause for immense celebration among Valencia supporters who hadn't seen their team top the table in many years. Fang Yuan, however, had other pressing matters. Celine had attended the home match at the Mestalla, and after the game, he took her for a meal before escorting her back to her hotel. The pair were photographed leaving the stadium, and their entire evening, the dinner and the return to the hotel, was captured by the paparazzi. As one of the hottest properties in Valencia and La Liga, any whiff of a romance involving Fang Yuan was big news. Valencia's Chinese star Fang Yuan dines with mysterious woman. Fang Yuan's budding romance. Is Fang Yuan's recent form fueled by love? The following day, numerous Spanish media outlets splashed the story across their pages, and it wasn't long before Celine's identity was revealed by eager paparazzi. One was La Liga's rising star, the other a burgeoning French celebrity. The rumor mill quickly spun out of Spain, spreading across Europe, and even catching the attention of media back in China. Son, is that news story true? Fang Yuan received a call from his father after finishing the day's training. True about what? Don't play dumb with me. It's all over the news. They say you've got a girlfriend. I saw the photo. She looks pretty. Is she French? Oh, Dad, you've got time to worry about that. It's all just gossip from those paparazzi. We're just acquaintances. Fang Yuan found the situation both amusing and exasperating. His old man had called all the way from China not to ask about his football, but to pry into his personal life. This is what I should be concerned about. All right, Dad. I've had a long day of training, and I'm exhausted. Let me go. After a few more perfunctory exchanges, Fang Yuan hung up. He sat for a moment in thought, then dialed Celine's number. When she answered, he found himself at a loss for words. Celine, I'm sorry. Has this caused any trouble for you? It's fine, no trouble at all. But I won't be able to come and cheer you on for the next match. I have to return to France soon for a fashion show in Paris in a few days. Hearing this, Fang Yuan felt a pang of unexpected disappointment. They chatted for a little while longer before ending the call. The buzz surrounding Fang Yuan's supposed romance didn't last long, as Valencia were about to enter a grueling stretch of 2 matches a week. The team quickly shifted their focus to intense preparations. According to the League and Champions League schedule, Valencia was not only facing a grueling stretch of 2 matches per week, but their opponents were also formidable foes. They were set to consecutively encounter powerhouses like Manchester United and Barcelona. Thus, how Marcelino arranged his lineup would truly test his managerial acumen. At 2 p.m. on September 29th, the entire Valencia squad arrived at the Anoeta Stadium, where the 7th round of the league season was about to kick off. For this match, Fang Yuan was benched, while players like Parejo and Kondogbia weren't even included in the matchday squad. After 90 minutes of intense battle, Valencia defeated Real Sociedad 1-0, courtesy of a 41st-minute goal from Batshuayi, who was making his first start of the season. They maintained their unbeaten record in the league. Moreover, as the round concluded, Valencia's good fortune continued to hold. Barcelona faced Athletic Bilbao at Camp Nou that round. After 90 minutes, Athletic Bilbao managed to hold Barcelona to a 1-1 draw. Real Madrid, meanwhile, played the Madrid derby. The match ended in a 0-0 stalemate. These results naturally favored Valencia. As they braced for the impending grueling schedule, they managed to widen the gap between themselves and the teams behind them. How could Valencia fans not be thrilled with such an outcome? The day after the match against Real Sociedad, the entire Valencia squad flew from Madrid to Manchester. 2 days later, they would face their second Champions League group stage match of the season at Old Trafford. As the Valencia squad emerged from the airport, reporters who had been waiting for some time immediately swarmed them. Judging by the number of reporters surrounding him, one could discern Fang Yuan's status within Valencia. The vast majority of journalists had their sights set on him. Fang, has your romantic relationship with Celine Brando been confirmed? Fang, how did you and Celine Brando first meet? Will Celine Brando be present at the day after tomorrow's match to cheer you on? Fang Yuan, I'm a reporter from China Football News. The Chinese national team coach Lippi hopes to call you up to the national squad. Will you accept? Fang Yuan looked helplessly at the microphones and recorders practically shoved into his face, with most questions revolving around his rumored relationship with Celine. Just as he was trying to fend off these bothersome pests, he heard his native tongue. Looking up, he saw a reporter from back home squeezed into the crowd. However, the question he posed was one Fang Yuan was reluctant to answer. I am Chinese, and serving my country is a duty I wouldn't hesitate to embrace. However, to this day, I haven't received an invitation. Furthermore, as far as I know, the ban imposed on me by the Football Association is still in effect. So I cannot answer your question. Out of a sense of camaraderie for a fellow countryman, Fang Yuan still addressed the question. After responding, he managed to extricate himself from the crowd with the help of airport staff and headed to the hotel. As for the paparazzi concerned with his private life, Fang Yuan had no intention of acknowledging them. Fang, you're so popular. But seriously, what's going on between you and Celine? How far has it progressed? To Fang Yuan's surprise, Parejo sidled up to him as soon as they got on the bus, wearing a nosy expression. Fang Yuan was tempted to punch the guy in the face. It seemed deliberate. He asked such a gossipy question in a loud voice, making sure everyone on the bus was straining to hear. Danny, can you not be so damn nosy? Celine and I are just friends. What do you mean, how far has it progressed? Fang Yuan shot him a dirty look. Oh, friends. What kind of friends? Tisk tisk, Fang, Celine is only 18. Are you telling me you don't feel even a flicker of attraction? Piss off. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, deciding to ignore him. But after the paparazzi and his teammates' remarks, Celine's image resurfaced in his mind. It would be a lie to say he felt nothing. Our goal this season is naturally the title. I don't see any possibility of losing this match. I believe victory will ultimately be ours. In my view, our real rivals in this group are not Valencia. As the Valencia squad arrived at their hotel, Manchester United manager Jose Mourinho was giving an interview. The special one was as brash as ever, brimming with confidence ahead of the upcoming Champions League clash. Despite his confident words, Manchester United's season in the league had been far from smooth. Furthermore, rumors of Mourinho's impending dismissal had recently been circulating. Manchester United, the Red Devils of the Premier League, is a renowned European giant that can be divided into 2 distinct eras: the Ferguson era, when they dominated Europe, spanning from the 1986-87 season to the 2012-13 season. Ferguson, the legendary European manager, dedicated his entire life to Manchester United, cementing their Red Devils moniker. In turn, United cemented his legacy. During the Ferguson era, Manchester United amassed a total of 12 league titles, 5 FA Cups, 4 League Cups, 10 Community Shields, 2 Champions League titles, 1 Cup Winners' Cup, 1 UEFA Super Cup, 1 Intercontinental Cup, and 1 FIFA Club World Cup. From the 2013 to 14 season onwards, United entered the post-Ferguson era. Since then, they have gone through 4 managers: David Moyes, Ryan Giggs, Louis van Gaal, and Jose Mourinho. Currently, Mourinho's position is becoming increasingly precarious. After 7 rounds of the Premier League season, Manchester United had managed only 3 wins, 1 draw, and 3 losses, placing them 10th in the table. The previous round saw them suffer a 1-3 away defeat to West Ham United. Additionally, Mourinho's dealings during the summer transfer window were heavily criticized. Although Mourinho is often dubbed the second season specialist, and he led United to their best league finish in the post-Ferguson era last season, their performance since the start of this season has been far from convincing. After arriving in Manchester, Valencia quickly began a closed training camp in preparation for the United match. Compared to Spain, English paparazzi proved far more aggressive, employing various tactics that made the Valencia contingent feel their fervor. Time swiftly passed to 5 p.m. on October 2nd, as the entire Valencia squad arrived at Old Trafford. This globally renowned stadium is in the hearts of many, nothing short of a sacred ground for football. After stepping off the bus, Fong Yuan looked up, taking in the sight of the stadium before him. Congratulations, host, for triggering the temporary mission Conquer. You must rely on your own ability to conquer this stadium and help the team win today's match. A perfect evaluation will reward 1 random A-level skill, an excellent evaluation will reward a bronze treasure chest, and a passing evaluation will reward 500 health points. Damn it. What kind of lousy mission is this? Can't you come up with a better name? This is an away game, and at Old Trafford of all places. How am I supposed to conquer this? Why not switch it to our Mestalla? I just glanced at the pitch, and I've played against teams like Juventus and Inter Milan in Italy before without getting a mission like this. Just a quick look around the stadium triggered this system notification. Fong Yuan found this damn system becoming more and more melodramatic. It was unsettling at first, but now it's getting out of hand. Can't you just be normal? Besides, this is Manchester United. What's with the perfect or excellent ratings? I don't even know if we can win. Even though Fong Yuan knew their league form hadn't been great lately. What are you thinking about? Let's go. As Fong Yuan was lost in thought over the system's prompt, Neto, walking at the back of the line, patted him on the shoulder. As both teams began their pre-match warm-ups, the gates of Old Trafford opened for the fans. By the time the squads finished their preparations and returned to the dressing rooms for final instructions, the stadium, known to Manchester United supporters worldwide as the Theatre of Dreams, was nearly packed to the rafters. The stadium, with a capacity of over 70,000, echoed with the sound of Manchester United's anthem. The noise generated by the few thousand traveling Valencia fans was completely drowned out by the home supporters. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of red. I must admit, this will be an exceedingly difficult match. The opposition is incredibly strong, and we are playing away from home. The tens of thousands of fans in the stands will put pressure on us every second. But lads, this is the stadium known worldwide as the Theatre of Dreams. I imagine every one of you since you were young has dreamed of stepping onto this pitch, playing on it, and even conquering it. Well, now is your chance, the chance to conquer them. I can tell you with absolute certainty that the opponent you face today is at their weakest. They are like a lion. A healthy lion is ferocious, tearing apart anything in its path. But a sickly lion is only ferocious in appearance. As long as you stay calm, execute my tactics diligently, and maintain your focus, I guarantee that in 90 minutes you will walk out of this Theatre of Dreams with your heads held high. Inside the Valencia dressing room, Marcelino's pre-match speech was indeed inspiring. As the marquee fixture of Group H's second round, this match naturally drew the attention of Penguin Sports back home. Jean-Jun and Jean-Lu, the familiar commentary duo, went live half an hour before kickoff. Soon, with 10 minutes to go, the starting lineups emerged from the tunnel. As Fong Yuan walked out of the tunnel, he looked around and saw only Manchester United fans with contorted faces hurling abuse at them. The stadium was indeed massive. An overwhelming sea of United supporters clad in red stretched out before him. The deafening roar of cheers and jeers intertwined. Before this match, Marcelino had rested key players in the league. The formation remained the familiar 4-2-3-1 with few changes. Neto was in goal. The backline consisted of Piccini, Gabriel Garay, and Gaia, Marcelino's most used defensive combination this season. Kondogbia was an ever-present anchor in the double pivot. After Coquelin's injury, Diakhaby started against Juventus, but while his defensive contributions were solid, his offensive organization left much to be desired. This time, Marcelino opted for Soler. The attacking midfield line saw no surprises: Fong Yuan on the right, Gages on the left, and Parejo in the center. Batshuayi led the line as the lone striker. On the Manchester United side, Mourinho set up in a 4-3-3 formation. David De Gea started in goal. The back four comprised Antonio Valencia, Eric Bailly, Smalling, and Luke Shaw. The midfield trio was Fellaini, Matic, and Pogba, while the front three consisted of Rashford, Lukaku, and Alexis Sanchez. After the customary handshakes, captains Parejo and Antonio walked to the center circle. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan's gaze drifted towards the home team's bench. Mourinho, Fong Yuan's favorite manager, someone he considered an idol. Coincidentally, the stadium cameras also focused on Mourinho at that moment. The celebrated European coach sat with a furrowed brow, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. Life had been tough for Mourinho lately, not just due to the new season's results, but also the summer signings. The club had spent $52 million to bring Brazilian midfielder Fred from Shakhtar Donetsk. Mourinho's initial plan was to use Fred to alleviate the pressure on Pogba. In his ideal setup, United's midfield would consist of Matic, Fred, and Pogba. However, the Brazilian seemed lost since his arrival, and after 7 league rounds some media outlets had already branded him an overpriced flop. Furthermore, United's issues on the flanks persisted, with an over-reliance on the left side remaining a chronic problem. Oh, the camera caught something interesting. Was Fong Yuan just looking in Mourinho's direction? Jean Jun remarked from the commentary booth. The camera had suddenly focused on Fong Yuan, who happened to be gazing at Mourinho. Fong's profile in Europe has risen sharply recently, but I haven't heard of any connection between him and Mourinho. Zhang Lu made a rare joke. Jean Jun smiled at the comment, and so did the fans watching the live stream. In the age of the internet, news travels fast. The rumors linking Fong Yuan with the young French model had caused quite a stir back home. Speaking of which, during the interview at the airport earlier, a reporter from Football News asked Fong Yuan about the national team. Director Zhang, what are your thoughts? I can watch sitting down or standing up, Zhang Lu replied, feeling exasperated by the question. He genuinely had no desire to address such matters. The friction between Lippi and the Football Association had gradually become semi-public, and Fong Yuan had inadvertently become a potent weapon for Lippi to attack the FA. Those who made their living through football naturally wished to steer clear of this conflict. The Football Association was hardly virtuous, and its members were notoriously petty. If one misspoke and drew their ire, they could find themselves in trouble once Lippi inevitably departed. Furthermore, unbeknownst to them, Fong Yuan had recently received a call from his father. His father informed him that someone from the FA had made contact suggesting that a sponsorship fee could secure Fong Yuan a spot on the national team. Old Fong had initially been willing to pay, but upon reflecting that his son's status had changed, he decided to consult him. Fong Yuan flatly rejected the proposal over the phone. The sheer disgust of the situation was overwhelming. With a football association like this, Fong Yuan truly had no interest in joining the national team. Jean Jun, upon hearing Zhang Lu's words, offered an awkward smile and chose not to press further. On the pitch, the team captains had just finished the coin toss, with Valencia winning the right to kick off. Batshuayi positioned himself behind the ball. After coordinating with the fourth official and assistant referees, the main referee glanced at his watch and immediately blew the whistle to start the match. At the sound of the whistle, Batshuayi passed the ball back to Parejo behind him and surged forward. At the start of the match, Mourinho sat stoically on the bench, appearing utterly confident in his team's prospects. However, his composure was short-lived. He had studied the footage of Valencia's previous match against Juventus. Mourinho had anticipated that the visitors would adopt a defensive counter-attacking strategy, as they had against Juventus. Instead, Valencia played with remarkable aggression from the outset, emphasizing high pressing in the opponent's half. Mourinho's initial game plan had prioritized stability, aiming to slow the tempo. But Valencia's high press immediately accelerated the pace of the game, disrupting United's preparations. This was something Manchester United had not anticipated. Clearly, Valencia's opening tactics caught not only Mourinho off guard, but also left the players on the pitch underprepared. In the 7th minute, Matic received a back pass from Rashford, but was immediately hounded by Parejo before he could control it. Parejo lunged in fiercely for the ball. Simultaneously, Gages cut off the passing lanes. Forced into a hurried decision, Matic attempted a back pass, but the rushed clearance was fraught with error. As Matic released the pass, Parejo stretched out a leg, deflecting the ball. It ricocheted off Parejo and landed directly at the feet of Gages, a catastrophic mistake for United. Gages didn't hesitate. After a brief adjustment, he launched a long pass, sending the ball soaring across the pitch. A sweeping switch of play, the ball traveled from the left flank to the right. Fong Yuan controlled the incoming ball with his chest, then deftly flicked it over Luke Shaw's head with his left foot. Accelerating past the defender, he breezed by him with sheer pace. Luke Shaw spun around and gave chase with all his might. But Fong Yuan, upon reaching the ball, executed a sudden stop and delivered a cross-field pass to Parejo, who was surging through the middle. The two players then executed a quick interchange, and after swapping positions, Parejo unexpectedly slipped the ball to Fong Yuan, who had moved into the center. Receiving the ball under pressure from Smalling, Fong Yuan shifted his stance and unleashed a sudden powerful strike. The unexpected long-range effort caught Smalling completely off guard. By the time he reacted and turned to track the ball, it had already cannonied off the post and nestled into the back of the net. No one had expected the opening goal to arrive so quickly. Neither Valencia nor Manchester United were prepared for it. Even Fong Yuan seemed momentarily stunned as the ball hit the net, harboring little confidence in his own shot. It wasn't until the referee's whistle confirmed the goal that he snapped back to reality and sprinted towards the section of the stadium filled with Valencia's traveling supporters. He slid on his knees, repeatedly kissing the club crest on his jersey. Thousands of passionate Valencia fans roared his name with all their might. On the sidelines, Marcelino looked at his assistant in disbelief before embracing him in celebration of the early lead. Across the way, Mourinho crouched by the touchline, staring at the pitch in utter disbelief, one hand tugging at his white hair. For Mourinho, this was an absolutely unacceptable turn of events. His preparation for this match had been meticulous. Ever since the conclusion of the match against Young Boys, he had been relentlessly studying Valencia's game footage. He had analyzed their tactics extensively, believing victory was well within his grasp. Yet barely into the match, they had conceded a goal of sheer brilliance. It felt like swallowing something utterly foul. I believe this goal deserves a place in the top 50 of Champions League history. It was struck from at least 35 meters out, and even Fong Yuan himself seemed surprised it went in. Indeed, the strike was a sudden powerful shot without a run-up, relying entirely on his core and leg strength. The velocity differed from his previous long-range efforts, but the placement was so exquisite that De Gea was left helpless. Amidst protest from Manchester United players, the referee approached the celebrating Valencia squad, urging them to return to their positions promptly. Despite falling behind, the Manchester United fans in the stands remained confident, believing their team would swiftly equalize or even take the lead. They showered Valencia with jeers to apply pressure, reassured by the ample time remaining. The match resumed with the referee's whistle. Yet to the dismay of the Manchester United fans in the stands, the conceded goal did not ignite a fighting spirit in the team. Instead, many players seemed to be sleepwalking on the pitch. They lacked effective ideas in attack and displayed chaotic disorganization in defense. Mistakes followed one after another. From the sidelines, Marcelino noticed the opponent's apparent struggles. He strode to the edge of the technical area, shouting to grab his players' attention, and then signaled emphatically for them to intensify their attack. With Marcelino sounding the charge, Valencia launched a ferocious assault on the Manchester United defense. In the 13th minute, Gages drove down the flank and delivered a cross. Batshuayi flicked it on at the near post, sending the ball towards the far post, where Fong Yuan, waiting patiently, met it with a powerful header. Unfortunately, his precision was too fine, and the ball struck the post and bounced out for a goal kick. Fong Yuan clutched his hair in frustration, his face a mask of bitter disappointment. 5 minutes later, Valencia came forward once more. This time it was Fong Yuan delivering a cross from the right flank. However, Parejo surging into the box was a mere second too late to connect, and the ball slipped past him into the arms of De Gea. Valencia's waves of attack grew ever more relentless, while on the touchline Mourinho's expression darkened with each passing moment. He struggled to comprehend what his players were doing, what they were thinking. At that moment, Manchester United's goal seemed like a solitary boat adrift in a raging sea, on the verge of being capsized at any moment. Watching his players' somnambulant display, particularly the midfield General Pogba, Mourinho was teetering on the edge of a furious outburst. When Pogba committed yet another elementary error, Mourinho's patience finally snapped, and he immediately signaled for Fred to warm up. As a crucial Group H clash, the match was being broadcast live by numerous networks. Many cameras now focused on Fred's warm-up on the Manchester United sideline. Oh, Fred is warming up. Are they making a substitution? It's only just past 20 minutes. This early change isn't ideal, is it? Who is he going to bring off? Director Zhang, who do you think Mourinho will substitute? I think Pogba is the most likely candidate. His performance has been dreadful. Oh, look at Valencia's attack now. My goodness, what are the United players doing? Why is Smalling committing so recklessly? He was beaten far too easily. On the pitch, Parejo received a pass from Soler behind him, and with a deft flick he lofted the ball to Batshuayi ahead. Smalling, anticipating the pass, charged towards Batshuayi, but the striker simply pulled the ball back and turned, easily evading the challenge before threading a precise through ball. Fong Yuan cut in from the right flank into the box, and facing the onrushing De Gea, calmly slotted the ball into the far corner of the net. 2-0. In the 27th minute, Fong Yuan scored his second goal of the match, extending Valencia's lead to 2 goals. Upon seeing the goal, Mourinho, in a fit of rage on the sideline, hurled his water bottle to the ground. Gone was the composed demeanor he had at the start of the match. His hair was now disheveled. On the other side, the Valencia bench presented a starkly contrasting scene. It was a world of difference compared to Manchester United's dugout. After embracing his colleagues in celebration, Marcelino settled into his seat, a relaxed smile gracing his face. Although it was still under half an hour, and football history is replete with examples of 2-goal leads being overturned, Marcelino exuded immense confidence in this match, not only because his players were in high spirits, but also because their opponents were visibly out of sorts. The fervor of the Manchester United fans in the stands had noticeably waned, while the noise generated by the thousands of traveling Valencia supporters grew increasingly prominent, threatening to overpower the home crowd. As the players retook their positions, the fourth official held up the substitution board. Mourinho brought on Fred to replace Pogba. Pogba was momentarily stunned upon seeing the substitution, his face quickly clouding over with displeasure. He was aware of his poor form, but he hadn't anticipated such a public humiliation from Mourinho. Being substituted this early carried a clear message that Pogba understood all too well. As he walked towards the touchline, Pogba ignored Fred's outstretched hand. Without a word or a glance towards Mourinho, he headed straight down the tunnel. Seeing that Pogba showed no sign of remorse for his poor performance, Mourinho's face grew even darker. The cameras captured every nuance of their expressions for all to see. The reporters were of course the most thrilled. Many were already formulating their questions for the post-match press conference, while others were drafting sensational headlines like Manchester United's internal strife leads to collapse. World Cup winners' string of errors. The countdown begins for the special one at Manchester United. For a moment, many reporters on site seemed to lose interest in the match itself. However, Mourinho's substitution failed to alter the fate of Manchester United in this match. When Fong Yuan converted a free kick in the 57th minute to make it 3-0, the outcome of the game was all but sealed. In the 69th minute, Marcelino substituted Fong Yuan. As Fong Yuan left the pitch, the thousands of Valencia supporters in the stadium rose to their feet, chanting his name in unison. He had just scored his first career hat-trick. But 3-0 was not the final score. In the 84th minute, Gages cut inside from the left and unleashed a shot that found the back of the net, completing the scoring for both sides. After 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee blew the final whistle. Valencia had triumphed 4-0 away at Manchester United, a result few could have predicted before kickoff. Naturally, the post-match press conference became the focal point for all the media. Marcelino and Fong Yuan, who attended the press conference, witnessed firsthand the tenacity of the journalists. Fortunately, the barrage of questions was directed at someone else. They were more than happy to watch Mourinho face the media's onslaught. The next match is against Valencia Leo. What are your thoughts on the upcoming game? Remember, you're currently 5 points behind them in the standings. At the entrance of the Joan Gamper training ground, Barcelona's core player Messi, who had just finished a day of training, was immediately surrounded by reporters. Sorry, I'm tired from training, and your question seems rather amusing to me. My view on this match is simple: victory will be ours. Messi turned to leave. What about your thoughts on Fong Yuan from China? Many believe he could become your rival. You play similar positions, and frankly, he reminds some of your previous rival Cristiano Ronaldo. Do you think he could be a future opponent? Hearing this question, Messi's brow furrowed immediately. Sorry, I'm not familiar with the person you mentioned. I know I'm seen as a rival by many, but in my eyes there are very few who I consider true opponents. At least the one you speak of isn't one of them. Besides, he's from China. Did their team even qualify for the last World Cup? After saying this, Messi got into his car with the help of club staff and left. Who is this Fong Yuan? Messi says he's not familiar with him. China, just a football wasteland. To be a rival, I acknowledge he's not qualified yet. Meanwhile, many Spanish media reporters eager to stir up controversy exaggerated Messi's interview comments, and various sensational headlines soon flooded the news. To be honest, Fong Yuan initially didn't care about this incident. He had no intention of responding, and he felt that Messi had the right to be arrogant, having won the Ballon d'Or, FIFA World Player of the Year, and other honors numerous times. The gap between them was simply too vast. On the national team level, the difference was even more astronomical, as if they existed in different galaxies. But just because he didn't care didn't mean others felt the same. Fong Yuan was now the darling of Valencia, beloved by fans, and his position in the team was unassailable. As the team captain, Parejo had a very close relationship with Fong Yuan. Seeing his young friend being looked down upon was a direct slap in his face. World Cup. Was Argentina the champion last time? My God, did I remember wrong? Parejo updated his Twitter. This wasn't just a jab at Messi. Parejo had fired a broadside. The champion isn't important. What matters is, did you even participate? Soon Peak from Barcelona updated his own Twitter, directly reopening Parejo's old wound. It was well known that Parejo had been left out of the 23-man squad for the 2018 World Cup. Seeing their captain being bullied was unacceptable. Although Parejo wasn't a star for the Spanish national team, he was extremely well-liked within the Valencia squad. Well, you went, but you came home quickly. The first to step up for Valencia was Cheryshev, who had joined the club on loan from Villarreal that summer. This was Cheryshev's second stint at Valencia. Back in 2016, while he was still a Real Madrid player, Valencia had loaned him. Perhaps coincidentally or intentionally, Cheryshev had also played in the 2018 World Cup. In the knockout stage, Russia had eliminated Spain, so this tweet was a direct and brutal rebuttal to Peak. The Twitter exchanges between Valencia and Barcelona players became increasingly heated, with players from both sides quickly joining the fray. The media was ecstatic about this. Fong Yuan, watching the online banter from home, found it both amusing and touching. Enough talk. If you have the ability to feed us on the pitch and surpass us in the standings. Since his teammates had stood up for him as the central figure, he couldn't stay silent. After thinking it over, Fong Yuan updated his Twitter. He then turned off his phone and opened his system to check the rewards from the previous task. His first career hat-trick was certainly rewarding. The task was rated as perfect, and he received an A-level skill, Bicycle Boy. Bicycle Boy A-level skill increases the success rate of dribbling past an opponent by 20 during one-on-one confrontations while in possession. Host: Fong Yuan. Profession: football player. Position: winger. Height: 186. Team: Valencia CF Spain. Level A. Skills: falling leaves, clairvoyance, actor, precision, guidance, lightning speed, elastico, cannon, shot, bicycle boy, football fundamentals. Personal attributes: short pass 83, long pass 89, shooting 86, a dribbling speed 82, off the ball speed 90, a ball control 85, tactical understanding 80, breaking through 75, defense 50, positioning 79. Health points 0. Reputation: football prodigy. After using all the accumulated health points, although his player level didn't change, his stats saw a significant increase. Time quickly passed to October 7th, the 8th round of La Liga. Notably, the match between Valencia and Barcelona was the last game of the round. The previous day's matches had produced shocking upsets. Real Madrid played away against Alaves. In the 95th minute, Alaves scored from a corner kick to snatch a last-gasp winner, winning 1-0. It was Alaves' first home victory over Real Madrid in 87 years, dating back to 1931. With this loss, Real Madrid suffered their third consecutive away defeat. Suddenly, Real Madrid coach Lopetegui's position became precarious. In fact, the news of Real Madrid's last-minute defeat briefly overshadowed the war of words between Valencia and Barcelona. At 5 p.m. on October 7th, the entire Barcelona squad arrived at Mestalla Stadium. As soon as the Barcelona players appeared, they were immediately swarmed by reporters who had been waiting. The questions, of course, centered on the recent Twitter exchanges between the players of both clubs. Many reporters deliberately stoked the fire with tricky questions. Leo Fong has essentially challenged you and Barcelona on Twitter. Do you still believe victory will be yours today? Of course, there is no doubt, and there will be no surprises. We will take the 3 points from here today. And I think a young player should learn to be humble and also learn to accept defeat. Hearing Messi's response, the reporters at the scene smiled. This was exactly the answer they were hoping for. Valencia, who arrived shortly after, received the same treatment as Barcelona. Meanwhile, Messi's words to the journalists were relayed to Fong Yuan with embellishments. Fong Yuan naturally knew what these people were up to. Embellishments were inevitable, chaos breeds headlines. Honestly, Fong Yuan didn't want to engage in this, but if he showed any weakness to the press, he dreaded to think what they would write about him. Gazing at the eager reporters before him, Fong Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I've never considered accepting defeat a good habit. Everyone may have their own approach, but I despise losing. In every match, I strive for victory with all my might. Of course, perhaps Mr. Messi has grown accustomed to it. Having said that, Fong Yuan turned and strode onto the pitch. Brilliant, don't be afraid. Damn the so-called king of football, we must crush them today. Parejo, standing right beside Fong Yuan, had heard him clearly. Right, let's crush them, Fong Yuan said with a smile. Hello dear viewers and fans. Welcome to the final match of Round 8 of the 2018-2019 La Liga season, brought to you by Penguin Sports. The teams facing off are Valencia and Barcelona. Joining me today for commentary is our old friend Director Zhang Lu. Welcome, Director Zhang. Good evening, fans. I am Zhang Lu. Director Zhang, how about it? Shall we stick to the old routine and predict the outcome of this match? I'll say 1-1. I think a draw is highly likely. What do you think? I'd say 2-1. Valencia's momentum is formidable lately. They just thrashed Manchester United in the Champions League. Moreover, this is Valencia's home ground, so their chances of winning are high. I've heard these two teams have been making headlines recently with quite a bit of pre-match banter. Indeed, I've heard about that too, though such news gets less coverage domestically. Honestly, Valencia has undergone tremendous changes this year. Their squad is far more complete than last season. The biggest change, of course, is the arrival of Fong Yuan. The team's attack has become stronger. The frontline trident of Gages, Fong Yuan, and Parejo has over these few matches proven itself to be a formidable force in La Liga. Yes, both Fong Yuan and Gages are versatile attackers. Although Parejo may lack some pace, his organizational skills are widely recognized. Fong Yuan and Gages dropping deep to receive the ball eases the pressure on Parejo while adding numerous possibilities to Valencia's attacking build-up. It's evident that Alemany and Marcelino's summer transfer strategy was a resounding success. As for Barcelona, their summer transfer window was also marked by a major overhaul. On paper, their squad strength across all three lines has improved, but whether it translates to reality requires more matches to verify. Their defensive line remains largely unchanged. In midfield, with Iniesta's departure, the likely starters are Busquets, Rakitic, Vidal, and Coutinho. As Zhang Lu and Zhang Jun analyzed the game for the fans, the players from both sides finished their pre-match warm-ups and returned to the locker rooms for final instructions and motivation. Compared to Valencia, this match held greater significance for Barcelona. In the league standings, Barcelona trailed Valencia by 5 points. An unexpected defeat here would extend the gap to 8 points, severely hampering their upcoming fixtures. After all, the league title is paramount. Falling too far behind early on would create difficulties in squad rotation and tactical planning for the rest of the season. Hence, Barcelona's head coach Valverde confidently assured victory in his pre-match interview. Speaking of Valverde, he shares some history with Valencia. In December 2012, he served as Valencia's head coach for half a season, departing after the club failed to secure a Champions League spot. Last season, Valverde led Barcelona to domestic dominance, setting an unbeaten streak of 43 league matches and clinching the league title 4 rounds early. However, in the Champions League, they suffered a shocking collapse, losing the second leg to Roma after winning the first leg 4-1 at home in the quarterfinals. Before this season began, Valverde stated in a television program that Barcelona's primary objective for this campaign was the Champions League. The director just informed me that we have the official starting lineups for both teams. Director Zhang, let's introduce them to the fans. Alright, let's start with the away team, Barcelona. Coach Valverde has set up a 4-3-3 formation. The goalkeeper is Ter Stegen. The defensive line consists of Semedo, Peak, Vermaelen, and Alba. I must say, choosing Semedo surprises me, who I predicted Roberto would start at right back. The midfield trio is Rakitic, Busquets, and Arthur. Up front, Messi is on the right, Coutinho on the left, and Suarez leads the line. This lineup might not be Barcelona's strongest this season. Summer signings like Lenglet and Malcolm are on the bench. I suspect Valverde is still experimenting. Also, despite preseason media predictions of a traditional 4-4-2, he has predominantly used 4-3-3, which caught many off guard. Now let me introduce the home team, Valencia's starting lineup. Coach Marcelino's selection is virtually unchanged from their previous crucial matches. Unlike Valverde, Marcelino has clearly settled on his strongest 11. The goalkeeper is Neto. The defensive line consists of Piccini, Gabriel Garay, and Gaia. Kondogbia and Soler anchor the midfield as double pivots with Parejo in the attacking midfield role. Fong Yuan is on the right wing, Gages on the left, and Gamero leads the attack. Apart from Coquelin's absence in midfield due to injury, this lineup mirrors their recent matches. This season the forward position has been Valencia's most dynamic area. As the two commentators introduced the starting lineups to the fans in the live broadcast, the players from both teams appeared in the tunnel and, led by the refereeing crew, made their way onto the pitch. In an instant, the thunderous chant of Vamos Valencia filled the air, deafening in its intensity. The Bat fans with all their might generated a wave of sound that threatened to lift the roof off the stadium to welcome their team. For this crucial home match, the club's owner Peter Lim and CEO Mathieu Alemany were also present in the executive box. Valencia's ticket sales have been phenomenal this season, a direct consequence of the team's impressive results. Home games consistently see over 90% attendance, and for crucial matches like this one, tickets are nearly impossible to come by. While the stadium buzzed with a raucous crowd, many fans outside unable to secure tickets gathered in the team's plaza to watch the live broadcast. Nearby bars were also packed to capacity. Notably, walking around the Mestalla Stadium, one would spot many fans of Asian descent wearing Fong Yuan's jersey visible in the bars, the stadium, and all over the streets. Local Valencian media had previously reported that tourism revenue in the city had skyrocketed by 120% since Fong Yuan joined the club. Tourism is a vital pillar for a city like Valencia, and the fact that a single individual could double it left many other clubs envious. Media also reported that Valencia's fanbase in Asia, especially in China, was growing exponentially. The club was reportedly planning to hold its post-season training camp in Asia. Furthermore, reports surfaced that several La Liga clubs were planning to bring in players from East Asia, particularly China. In summary, local media analysis suggested that signing Fong Yuan in the summer was the most successful transfer in Valencia's history. The 30+ million spent had already been recouped, with Fong Yuan's jersey being the club's best seller. After a brief handshake and the coin toss, the players took their positions. The home team Valencia won the kickoff with Gamero standing alone over the ball. The referee, after a quick check of his watch at the center circle, blew the whistle to start the match. At the sound, Gamero passed the ball back to Parejo. The highly anticipated match officially commenced. Tens of thousands of Valencia fans in the stands erupted in thunderous cheers to welcome the start of the game. As Gamero passed to Parejo, Fong Yuan moved to the right side of midfield. Busquets was tightly marking him, and at that moment Parejo's pass arrived. It was a half-volley pass. As Fong Yuan controlled it with his chest, he immediately felt the pressure from Busquets. "Kid, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of today. I'll prove to you that football isn't a game for you Chinese. Why don't you go back home and play ping pong?" Fong Yuan rolled his eyes, refusing to engage with the man. "Let's just see what you've got," he thought to himself. He then leaned back, slightly testing his opponent's physical strength. After all, they had never faced each other before, and Busquets was a member of the Spanish national team. However, the moment Fong Yuan applied pressure, his opponent crumpled as if made of paper. A sharp cry came from behind him, followed by the referee's whistle as he ran over. Turning around, Fong Yuan saw Busquets on the ground, clutching his face. Damn it, he realized what was happening. He had been set up. "Is this really how you want to start the game?" Fong Yuan thought, but he quickly addressed the referee. "Sir, I had my back to him. I have no idea what happened." The referee glanced at Fong Yuan, then at the fallen Busquets, and issued a warning. The game resumed with possession awarded to Barcelona. Busquets, helped up by his teammates, walked past Fong Yuan with a sly smirk. "Kid, how was that? Just a little warning. You're too naive to play with me." Hearing this, Fong Yuan simply smiled back at Busquets, a genuinely cheerful grin. "You're asking for it," he thought. "I wasn't looking for trouble, but you just brought it upon yourself. You idiot. Let me teach you a lesson. You're just an actor from La Masia, but I'm the Oscar winner. Are you okay?" Parejo asked, seeing the smile on Fong Yuan's face. "I'm fine. He got me once, but just wait and see what I do to him. Be careful, he's full of dirty tricks and loves to dive. Don't fall for it. Don't worry, I know. I'm going to make sure he remembers this game." Meanwhile, Busquets winked at his teammates, who responded with knowing smiles. They all understood that the young Chinese player had just fallen into Busquets' trap. What they didn't know was that Fong Yuan, who had initially planned to play fair, now wore a smile on his face, while vowing to teach them all a lesson. Since acquiring the actor's skill, Fong Yuan had used it only once. He had refrained from using it again, remembering Rostelli's advice that on the pitch one should rely on skill, and overusing such tricks would form a bad habit. It wouldn't be good for his development. So he had put that skill aside. But here at the very start of this match, he had been played for a fool. Fortunately, it was his home ground, and the referee had only issued a warning. If he had gotten a card this early, he would have had to play cautiously, and worse, his mentality would have suffered. For the next period of play, both teams fought fiercely for control in midfield. Messi and Coutinho frequently dropped deep for Barcelona to help with organization and defense. Valencia mirrored this approach, following Marcelino's pre-match instructions to battle for the midfield, disrupt the opponent's rhythm, and prioritize defense before launching attacks. Marcelino knew his team was the underdog, and a defensive counter-attacking strategy was the only way Valencia could snatch a victory. Fong Yuan watched the ball sail out of bounds after another interception by Busquets, a wry grin tugging at his lips. Indeed, as Parejo had said, the man played dirty, his hands constantly at work with sneaky fouls. Seeing his defensive success once more, Busquets' smug smile widened. "Kid, how about it? Now you see the gap between us, don't you? Don't think scoring a few goals makes you special. You're still miles behind Leo." "Oh really? Tisk tsk. Leo sure raised a fine son. Have you two done a paternity test? Ever wondered if you're not his biological child? Fong Yuan retorted with a cold sneer. Busquets was momentarily stunned, then, as realization dawned, his face darkened and his fists clenched tightly. Kid, your trash talk is at most kindergarten level. However, he didn't continue provoking his opponent. Fong Yuan glanced up at the clock, estimating that a couple more exchanges would be enough. In the following minutes, Fong Yuan seemed spurred on by some unseen force, actively seeking out Busquets whenever he had the ball. Unlike his previous matches where he displayed excellent ball control and unwavering composure, his form today seemed off. This match, however, was different. His duels with Busquets consistently found him on the losing end. Oh dear, why does Fong Yuan seem so restless today? Holding onto the ball like this is wrong. You should be looking for combinations with your teammates to create threats. Why insist on one-on-ones? This plays right into Barcelona's hands. Busquets is vastly experienced, he'd love for you to challenge him. And Fong Yuan's form today is poor. He can't even shield the ball properly. What's going on? In the broadcast booth, Zhang Jun remarked with disappointment as Fong Yuan lost possession yet again. Beside him, Zhang Lu remained silent, but furrowed his brow. Marcelino, standing on the sideline, wore a similar expression. He had sensed something amiss, but previously Fong Yuan's position was always his greatest reassurance. What's happening? His pre-match form was good, wasn't it? Marcelino turned to his assistant coach. I don't know. Fong Yuan looked up at the match clock on the big screen. Yeah, it's about time to make a move. The smug look on that guy's face tells me the timing is just right. Damn, all that acting wasn't for nothing. Fong Yuan sneered inwardly as he stared at Busquets. To be honest, Busquets had initially taken Fong Yuan very seriously given his stellar performances in the first 7 rounds. His hat-trick at Old Trafford in the previous Champions League match was no small feat, and Valverde had explicitly warned him to be wary of Fong Yuan. But after their recent encounters, Busquets' caution had evaporated. He now believed the coach had exaggerated the opponent's abilities. In the 26th minute, Valencia regained possession. Fong Yuan dropped deep into midfield to orchestrate play. Spotting Parejo receiving a pass from Kondogbia, he raised his hand, shouted, and sprinted towards him. Busquets shadowed his every move. Seeing Fong Yuan's run, Parejo didn't hesitate and played a low ground pass straight to him. As with the previous encounters, Fong Yuan shielded the ball with his back against Busquets, his foot firmly planted on it. Behind him, Busquets continued his sneaky fouls. He extended a leg, attempting to poke the ball away. His foot made contact, sparking a flicker of joy as he thought he'd won another duel. But this time the ball didn't completely escape Fong Yuan's control. Despite the touch from Busquets that seemingly nudged the ball away, Fong Yuan reacted swiftly and gave chase. Both players surged towards the ball simultaneously. Yet those familiar with Fong Yuan noticed something odd. His speed wasn't what it had been in previous games. Even so, Fong Yuan would have reached the ball first. Busquets realized this too. His earlier successes had lulled him into complacency. Seeing himself losing the race, he resorted to desperate measures, reaching out with his right hand to tug Fong Yuan's shirt while simultaneously committing to a sliding tackle. Just as Busquets went to ground for his slide, Fong Yuan, who held a slight lead, suddenly let out a piercing scream. He arched backward, losing his balance entirely before making a hasty, clumsy jump. He then crashed heavily to the turf. Upon landing, another scream, far more agonizing than the first, tore from his throat. The entire tangle from the initial contact to Fong Yuan's fall was witnessed by the referee nearby. On the ground, Fong Yuan clutched his calf, writhing atop Busquets' leg, his rolling motions eliciting groans of pain from the player beneath him. The referee immediately signaled for the stretcher and summoned both teams' medical staff onto the pitch. He had the clearest view of the incident. As they accelerated, Busquets appeared to grab Fong Yuan, causing him to lose his balance. During the fall, Busquets' sliding tackle seemed to catch Fong Yuan's calf, and Fong Yuan crashed down, landing squarely on Busquets' leg in a cruel twist of fate. Judging by their agonized screams, the collision was undeniably painful for both. Before the medics arrived, some Barcelona players, seeing tears streaming down Busquets' face, moved to shift Fong Yuan off his leg. They were immediately shoved back by Parejo. What the hell are you trying to do? Can't you see our man is injured? Are you trying to kill him? Hey Danny, he's on Sergio's leg. Peak said, his face dark. He deserves it for making such a dangerous play. What the FCK did you just say? I said what I said. No one moves Fong until the doctor gets here. Don't test me. This is Mestalla, not Camp Nou. Parejo shot back, glaring defiantly at Peak. The referee and his assistants quickly intervened to separate the two sets of players. By then, both medical teams had arrived. With the help of the staff, they disentangled Fong Yuan and Busquets. The Barcelona players' faces turned ashen when they saw Busquets' condition, especially those close to Busquets. At this moment, Busquets lay on the ground, his left foot and ankle pinned beneath Fong Yuan's body, bent into an unnatural angle. Even a fool could see this was serious. Busquets had stopped wailing and was now just groaning softly, a sign that the pain had numbed his senses. Yet no one else knew what to say. Meanwhile, the stadium's big screen and every live stream broadcasting the match continuously replayed the moment of contact and the subsequent fall. Everyone was trying to understand what had happened. The referee also came to the sideline to review the VCR. Just as Fong Yuan was about to overtake Busquets, the latter made a blatant jersey pull. This tug caused Fong Yuan to lose his balance momentarily. Busquets released the shirt after that single pull, seemingly aware he couldn't win the race for the ball, and immediately went to ground for a sliding tackle. The misfortune lay in that tackle. As he slid, Fong Yuan was just regaining his balance, and Busquets' left foot clipped Fong Yuan's right calf. Flailing to steady himself, Fong Yuan tumbled down, and by sheer bad luck landed squarely on Busquets' left shin. While the referee reviewed the VCR, Busquets was carried off on a stretcher, and Fong Yuan was also taken to the sideline for treatment by the team doctor. "How is he? Do we need a substitution?" Marcelino asked the doctor anxiously. The doctor, after a thorough examination, looked at Fong Yuan with a strange expression, then glanced at Marcelino. "Kevin, speak frankly. Is the injury severe? I can handle it." Marcelino, seeing the doctor's expression, feared Fong Yuan was badly hurt. After all, that fall had looked brutal, and the other player had already been carried off. He assumed his own player was in a similar state. Though Marcelino claimed he could handle it inwardly, he was already cursing every friend and family member of everyone associated with Barcelona. Unlike Barcelona, Valencia's squad depth was far thinner. Coquelin's earlier injury had already been a heavy blow for Marcelino. If Fong Yuan were injured too, Marcelino feared his team's attack would be halved. "Damn it, say something. Why are you staring at me? I'm not the doctor." Marcelino's temper flared as the doctor continued to stare at him blankly. Marcelino's changing expressions were of course captured by the cameras in the stadium. "Oh no, Fong Yuan isn't injured too, is he? Look at Marcelino's face. Something's wrong. This would be a terrible deal. Barcelona can absorb Busquets' injury with their bench depth, but Fong Yuan is far too crucial for Valencia." In fact, Busquets committed the foul first. From the replay, it was that jersey pull that made Fong Yuan lose his balance and led to everything that followed. No wonder Marcelino has that furious look. Valencia is in trouble now. Who can replace Fong Yuan on the right flank? Maybe Gages, but whether he can be as effective as Fong Yuan is a big question. Valverde felt a bit better watching Marcelino's rage. Little did they know the doctor's next words would leave Marcelino with a puzzled expression. "He's not injured." "What did you say? Are you sure? Hey, Mr. Garcia, are you doubting my professionalism?" Marcelino finally understood. He wasn't foolish. Fong Yuan's earlier performance on the pitch had already raised his suspicions. Now he realized the trap had been set long before. This was all groundwork for this very moment. "Do everything you're supposed to do," Marcelino instructed the doctor. "If you're going to put on a show, you might as well do it properly." After the Valencia medical team's elaborate performance, Fong Yuan finally stood up. He made a show of shaking his arms and twisting his legs before raising his hand to signal the referee. After receiving the referee's approval, he ran back onto the pitch. "You little rascal," Marcelino muttered inwardly, watching the energetic Fong Yuan. He looked nothing like the player who had been writhing on the ground moments ago. Those screams had been so convincing that everyone thought his leg was broken. They were all old foxes in this game. Everyone on the pitch now realized that Busquets had been duped. All the Barcelona players glared darkly in Fong Yuan's direction, especially Valverde on the sideline, whose chest heaved with fury. He couldn't comprehend how a seasoned veteran had been outsmarted by a young upstart. Valverde substituted Vidal for the injured Busquets. With Vidal and Fong Yuan on the pitch, the match resumed. Perhaps affected by Busquets' injury-forced exit, Barcelona seemed to play with increasing urgency. After the restart, their challenges growing more aggressive. Within less than 5 minutes, the referee became the busiest man on the pitch, his whistle sounding continuously. Perhaps they were seeking revenge for Busquets, but they seemed to forget this wasn't the Camp Nou. The referee, sensing the need to control the situation, began officiating with a much firmer hand. Valencia, in contrast, remained remarkably composed. Though they also increased the physical intensity, their players refused to let the opponent's rough tactics disrupt their rhythm. In the 31st minute, Fong Yuan and Kondogbia combined to dispossess Coutinho, then played the ball to Parejo. However, the moment Parejo received the pass, he was barged over by the onrushing Vidal. The referee decisively warned Vidal. Yet the warning did little to calm Barcelona down. 2 minutes later, Gages was brought down from behind by Rakitic, earning the Barcelona midfielder a yellow card. Then in the 38th minute, the newly substituted Vidal received one as well. Those 2 consecutive yellow cards finally brought some composure back to Barcelona. But by then, Valencia had spotted a golden opportunity. Gages received the ball on the left flank, cut inside, suddenly dribbled a few steps horizontally, and then delivered a piercing through ball into the space behind Semedo. As Semedo turned, the overlapping Gaia had already surged past him, racing to the byline. There he feinted past Semedo's challenge and whipped in a cross. At the near post, Gamero held his position and won the first header. Leaping high, he glanced the ball backward with his head, redirecting it toward the far corner of the goal. From such close range, Ter Stegen made a spectacular close-range save, instinctively using his left hand to deflect the ball. The ball wasn't cleared far, and immediately the penalty area descended into chaos with a flurry of feet lunging at the loose ball. An unknown foot made contact first, sending the ball rolling towards the goal before it was intercepted mid-route by another boot, which then hoofed it clear of the box. This hurried clearance sent the ball high, but not far, and the landing spot happened to be exactly where Fong Yuan was positioned. After controlling the ball with his chest, Fong Yuan deftly nudged it inward with his left foot, evading the charging Messi. A swift second touch, a sharp cut, left the rapidly recovering sliding Messi as a mere spectator once again. Fong Yuan then adjusted his stance and swiftly swung his right leg to strike the ball. At the moment of his shot, Ter Stegen's view was completely obstructed. By the time he reacted, the ball was already upon him. Ter Stegen had no chance to make any sort of save, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed into the net. 1-0. In the 43rd minute, the home side Valencia finally broke the deadlock. Fang Yuan also netted his 6th league goal of the season. The moment the ball hit the back of the net, tens of thousands of Valencia fans in the Mestalla Stadium rose to their feet, unleashing a roar that threatened to lift the roof off the ground. Soon after, the chant of Valencia Visca began growing increasingly unified and echoing across the stadium. On the touchline, Marcelino was ecstatic, embracing his assistant coaches and substitutes. On the other side, Valverde's face was a mask of thunderous displeasure. After taking the lead, Valencia settled into their defensive counter-attacking strategy. The counter-attacking threat posed by both Fang Yuan and Gages made Barcelona extremely cautious, preventing them from committing too many men forward. Additionally, Barcelona was well aware of Fang Yuan's prowess from set pieces, forcing their players to temper their challenges once the ball advanced into their half. Defensively, after Fang Yuan's goal, Barcelona paid him special attention, typically keeping 2 markers in his vicinity. After the score changed, the match became rather dull and uneventful. The second half followed the same pattern. Ultimately, Fang Yuan's goal proved to be the only one of the match. After nearly 5 minutes of added time, the referee blew the final whistle, confirming Valencia's 1-0 victory over the visiting Barcelona. With this result, all matches of round 8 of La Liga concluded. After 8 rounds, the league standings showed some deviation from preseason predictions. Valencia topped the table with 7 wins and 1 draw, accumulating 22 points. In second place, surprisingly, was neither Real Madrid nor Barcelona, but Sevilla, with 5 wins, 1 draw, and 2 losses, totaling 16 points. Following closely behind were Atletico Madrid with 4 wins, 3 draws, and 1 loss, 15 points, while Barcelona had 3 wins, 3 draws, and 2 losses, 12 points. Real Madrid occupied 4th place with 4 wins, 2 draws, and 2 losses, 14 points. Few could have predicted that after this round, title favorites Barcelona would trail Valencia by a staggering 10 points. Valencia emerged as the only unbeaten team in the league this season. After the match, Fang Yuan accompanied Marcelino to the post-match press conference. As soon as they sat down, the assembled journalists turned their attention to Fang Yuan, especially the journalists from Catalonia. Did you intentionally clash with Sergio Busquets on the pitch, causing his injury and subsequent departure? Don't you think that violates the spirit of sportsmanship? Did you watch the match, dear journalist? I didn't have a conflict with anyone. I was the victim from start to finish. If you watched the game, you'd know what happened. He pulled my shirt, causing me to lose balance, and then in his sliding tackle, he caught my shin, which made me fall. As for me not being injured while he got hurt, I think that's divine justice. We have an old saying in China: virtue has its reward, and evil has its retribution. It means if someone keeps doing wrong, they can't get away with it forever. Like today, even God seemed to have had enough. But you weren't injured. Hearing this, Fang Yuan smiled, while many journalists in the room looked at the questioner with amusement, recognizing the foolishness of the remark. Is a foul determined by who gets injured? You're quite amusing, journalist. The journalist realized his mistake and had nothing to say in response to Fang Yuan's teasing. It became clear to everyone present that despite his youth, Fang Yuan was quite adept at handling the press. Throughout the press conference, Fang Yuan easily deflected the pointed questions from some attendees. This was mainly because everyone understood that Busquets had been outplayed, though no definitive proof existed. The match footage clearly showed Busquets initiating the pull on Fang Yuan's shirt. Furthermore, in the minutes leading up to the incident, Fang Yuan had been on the losing end of several physical duels with Busquets, making his loss of balance from the pull seem plausible. Soon after, Busquets' diagnosis confirmed a fractured ankle, sidelining him for at least 2 months. This was arguably Barcelona's biggest loss of the round. Following this round, La Liga took a 2-week break. The time passed quickly and the league resumed action. Ahead of the upcoming 3rd round of Champions League matches, Fang Yuan was left out of the squad entirely for round 9 of La Liga, where Valencia faced Leganés at home. Given the clear disparity in quality, Marcelino was supremely confident, viewing the 3 points as already secured. This confidence led him to rest several key players. Marcelino wasn't alone in this thinking. Many Valencia fans shared the same sentiment. On October 20th at 3:40 p.m. at the Mestalla Stadium, the match had entered the final stoppage time, and the score displayed on the big screen was a stark, unwelcome sight for everyone associated with Valencia. 0-1 with the home team listed first. A light rain fell from the sky as Marcelino stood on the touchline, arms crossed, his face a portrait of grim displeasure. A few minutes later, the referee signaled the end of the match. Marcelino, his expression dark, shook hands with the opposing coach before heading down the tunnel. Throughout the match, the entire Valencia squad playing on home turf seemed to be sleepwalking, especially Gas on the left flank and Rasic, who started as the attacking midfielder in place of Parejo. Valencia's conceded goal was the direct result of consecutive errors by these 2 players. Losing the match is my responsibility. It can only be said that our opponents performed far better than us, and of course we were also lacking a bit of luck. However, I don't think this loss is a bad thing. On the contrary, I believe losing at this moment is a good thing for us, because it forces us to stay grounded. Our previous rounds went exceptionally smoothly, which led to complacency creeping into many within the team. Clearly, that complacency is not a good thing over a long season. This loss is like a bucket of cold water waking everyone up. As for your question about whether the team has developed a dependency on Fang Yuan, I think that notion is incorrect. Every player in my team is crucial. Our victories are not achieved by any single individual, but are the contributions of the entire team. Of course, I won't deny that Fang's performances have been outstanding, but I still believe he hasn't reached his full potential. His potential is immense. He will become the finest play. At the post-match press conference, Marcelino shouldered the blame for the defeat. As for his assessment of Fang Yuan, Marcelino naturally heaped praise upon him. Valencia finally lost a match this round. However, after all the games in this round concluded, many media outlets didn't dwell on Valencia for long, because another team had captured everyone's attention. That team was Real Madrid. Real Madrid lost again this round, suffering a 1-2 defeat at home to Levante. After the match, the buzz surrounding this game instantly overshadowed Valencia's loss. In this match, Real Madrid struck the woodwork 3 times. This defeat wasn't merely their second consecutive league loss, nor was it just them sinking further down the table. It also set several unwanted records. Before this match, Real Madrid had won all 9 of their previous league encounters with Levante. The last time Levante won away against Real Madrid was back in 2007. Suddenly, Real Madrid's head coach Lopetegui faced a crisis over his job security. Although the club immediately issued a statement supporting Lopetegui after the match, many media outlets were skeptical of this show of support. Some media even began predicting when Lopetegui would be sacked. The day after the match, Fang Yuan arrived at the team's training ground. Just as he reached the locker room door, someone called out to him, "Fang, the boss wants to see you in his office." Fang Yuan recognized the man. He was Alemany's assistant. Hearing this, Fang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but then turned and headed towards Alemany's office. "Mr. Alemany, you wanted to see me." Upon arriving at the office, Fang Yuan noticed that not only Alemany was present, but also the club's owner Peter Lim. There were also 2 other people. After Alemany introduced them, Fang Yuan understood the situation. These 2 were journalists from a domestic Chinese football newspaper who had approached the club hoping to conduct an exclusive interview with him. "No problem, but if you need to film, you can't interfere with my training, otherwise Mr. Garcia will be unhappy." Ultimately, this was a good thing for him, so there was no reason for Fang Yuan to refuse. As for Alemany and the others, their reasoning was simple. This would greatly help enhance Valencia's influence in China. What Fang Yuan didn't know was that the club had already begun planning a pre-season training trip to China for the next season. Subsequently, Fang Yuan, along with Alemany and the 2 journalists, headed to the training pitch. Marcelino frowned upon seeing them, exchanged a few words with Alemany, and then began the day's training session. After training concluded, the 2 journalists followed Fang Yuan back to his apartment. "So this is where you live?" "Yeah, why? Not what you imagined. I heard you're worth quite a bit now, isn't that right? Why not move to a bigger place?" "Why would I need a bigger place when I live alone? Actually, it's great living here. Most of my neighbors are football fans, and they often invite me to their gatherings. Plus, it's very close to the training ground. I used to run there. I only recently started driving." "Fang Yuan, have you ever thought about your future?" "Future? Not really. When I was in Italy, I thought I'd spend a few years at Udinese, but I ended up coming to Spain sooner than expected. My philosophy is simply to play every match as well as I can and constantly strive to improve myself." The entire interview lasted nearly an hour, covering almost every conceivable topic, and Fang Yuan answered each question one by one. However, whether by some unspoken agreement, the hour-long interview remarkably avoided any mention of the national team. Time flew by. On the afternoon of October 23rd, the entire Valencia squad arrived at the Stade de Genève in Switzerland. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the match between Valencia and Young Boys kicked off under the referee's whistle. Fang Yuan started once again for this match. After their rest and adjustment, Valencia seized control of the game from the very beginning. Fang Yuan in particular delivered a dominant performance on the right flank. Ultimately, thanks to goals from Fang Yuan, Gages and Gamero, Valencia defeated Young Boys 3-1. In the other key match of the group, Juventus beat Manchester United 1-0 away from home. Thus, after 3 rounds of group stage matches, both Valencia and Juventus had 7 points from 2 wins and 1 draw, with Valencia topping the group on goal difference, Juventus in second. Manchester United, who were tipped as favorites before the season started, found themselves in 3rd place with 3 points from 1 win and 2 losses. After finishing the 3rd round of the Champions League, Valencia rushed back to Spain to prepare for the 10th round of La Liga. On October 27th, Valencia traveled to San Mamés Stadium. In this match, Valencia faced fierce resistance from the hosts Athletic Bilbao. After 90 minutes of intense battle, the 2 sides settled for a 1-1 draw, and Valencia had to reluctantly accept a single point. However, there was a piece of good news for Marcelino. The previously injured Coquelin had recovered and returned to the squad. For those following La Liga, this round of league fixtures featured a heavyweight clash. That was the Spanish El Clasico. At 5:15 p.m. on October 28th, the first El Clasico of the 2018-2019 La Liga season kicked off at Camp Nou with the referee's whistle. This marked the 239th official meeting between the 2 sides, with Real Madrid holding a slight edge with 95 wins, 50 draws, and 93 losses. As a league fixture, it was the 177th edition of the Spanish El Clasico, where Real Madrid also held a narrow advantage in the previous 176 encounters with 72 wins, 34 draws, and 70 losses. Yet after 90 minutes of intense battle at Camp Nou, the 5-1 scoreline on the giant screen left the Real Madrid players trudging down the tunnel with their heads bowed. Real Madrid suffered a humiliating defeat away from home. This loss marked their fourth in the last 5 league matches, a 3-game losing streak. The aftermath of this defeat began to ferment 2 days later. On October 30th, Real Madrid announced Lopeteguy's dismissal on their official website. Although his fate was sealed after the humiliating Clásico loss, no one expected the club to part ways with him in such a degrading manner. Just 139 days earlier, Real Madrid had gone to great lengths to appoint Lopetegui as their head coach. The last time Real Madrid had sacked a manager mid-season was in 2016, when they dismissed Rafa Benitez, who still had 2 years left on his contract. That time a dedicated press conference was held, and club president Florentino Perez personally announced the decision. Even in dismissal, Benitez was shown considerable respect. This time, however, Lopeteguy's departure was utterly devoid of dignity. Not only was there no press conference, just a brief notice on the official website, but the statement itself sparked widespread controversy. The board understands that there is a huge disparity between Real Madrid's results and the level of the current squad. We have 8 players nominated for the Ballon d'Or, which is unprecedented in the club's history. The club thanks Lopetegui and his team for their effort and work and wishes them success in their future careers. What did this mean? Lopetegui had managed 14 matches since taking over with a record of 6 wins, 6 losses, and 2 draws. The message in the statement was crystal clear: our players are not the problem. So who is? The head coach, obviously. This statement instantly thrust Real Madrid into the eye of the storm. Many journalists and Spanish football legends believe that Real Madrid's manner of dismissing Lopetegui was unbefitting of a club of their stature. This whirlwind of drama surrounding Real Madrid captured everyone's attention, with even many prominent European media outlets turning their focus toward the club. Speculation ran rampant over who would take the helm as the new head coach. In no time, numerous renowned European managers were linked to the position. Although Real Madrid announced that reserve team coach Santiago Solari would temporarily take charge of the first team, everyone knew Solari was merely a stopgap measure. The other 19 clubs naturally relished the situation. While preparing for their own matches, they could enjoy the drama from the sidelines. And some, like Barcelona, even seized the opportunity to kick Real Madrid while they were down. Several Catalan media outlets piled salt on the wound, dredging up the story of Real Madrid's underhanded poaching of the Spanish Football Federation's coach. Boss, could I take a leave of absence tomorrow morning? After training that day, Fong Yuan didn't head home immediately, but instead went to Marcelino's office. Marcelino was taken aback. Is something the matter? Yes, I need to pick someone up at the airport. Hearing this, Marcelino paused briefly before a knowing smile spread across his face. No problem. Take the whole day off then. The upcoming schedule is relatively light anyway. Just make sure to avoid the reporters as much as possible. Thanks. The next morning, Fong Yuan arrived at the airport fully disguised. Less than half an hour later, a striking figure appeared in Fong Yuan's view. Celine, the French model, had kept in touch with him ever since she left Spain. A few days after the match against Athletic Bilbao, she told Fong Yuan she had booked another assignment in Spain. Overjoyed at the news, he requested leave from Marcelino. Spotting Fong Yuan waiting at the exit, Celine waved happily despite her sunglasses. Didn't you say you had training today? It's fine, I got permission. Mr. Garcia gave me the day off. That's wonderful. I barely got to explore Valencia last time. No problem, I'll be your tour guide today. Though he hadn't explored much of Valencia himself, he was more than eager to volunteer with such lovely company. The entire day, Fong Yuan took Celine to many of Valencia's landmarks, the Valencia Cathedral, the Michelet Tower, and more, leaving their footprints everywhere. What Fong Yuan didn't know was that their sweet private moments had been captured by paparazzi, starting right from the airport. Aren't you coming up? After dinner, Fong Yuan dropped Celine off at the hotel entrance. Looking at him, she smiled. Oh well, it's getting late. You should get some rest. His heart yearned to say yes, but his words refused. Watching him walk away, a smile played on Celine's lips. She had expected him to come up with her, but it seemed the guy was actually shy. Damn it, you deserve to be single. Driving home, Fong Yuan wished he could slap himself. Her intentions were as clear as day, and he had chickened out at the last moment. The next day, when Fong Yuan arrived at the team, he found almost everyone looking at him with mysterious smiles. Fong, I never knew you were such a traditional man. You're not still a virgin, are you? Tell me, are all Chinese men this traditional? Perejo said, slinging his arm around Fong Yuan's shoulder. What do you mean? Haven't you seen today's Valencia provincial news? I never read those. Although Fong Yuan didn't read newspapers, he knew the provincial paper was a well-known local publication in Valencia. Here, I grabbed one this morning. Compliments of me. Free for you, Mr. Virgin. What the hell is Mr. Virgin? Fong Yuan looked at the paper, and after reading the news about himself, he wished he could storm into the newsroom right then and there, string up the reporter, and give him a beating. Those paparazzi had actually captured him escorting Celine back to her hotel, and even filmed her inviting him up before he left. The worst part was that they had spun this into a speculation about whether he had been too shy for a first encounter. Damn it all. How am I supposed to show my face in public now? This is utterly humiliating. I should have just gritted my teeth and gone up there. Stop pretending to be so innocent. As he entered the locker room, his teammates all looked at him with knowing smiles. They're all talking nonsense. How can you believe those paparazzi? Fong, did you really turn down a beautiful woman's invitation? Oh, how cruel of you. Gagez ran over exclaiming with exaggerated distress. Screw this. Get lost, I just thought things were moving too fast. When he finally reached the training ground, even Marcelino's gaze held a hint of amusement. Although this incident made him the butt of the team's jokes once back on the pitch, Fong Yuan seemed to channel his frustration onto his opponents. At 3 p.m. on November 4th, at the Mestalla Stadium, Valencia faced their 11th league opponent of the season, Girona FC, from Catalonia. Starting the match, Fong Yuan needed only half an hour to secure a massive advantage for Valencia. In the 7th minute, he opened the scoring with a stunning long-range strike. Following that, in the 19th minute, his cross from the right set up Parejo for the second goal. Then in the 41st minute, he cut in from the right flank, drew in the defenders, and delivered a low pass for Gagez to slot home. With 3 goals in the first half, the Valencia fans in the stands celebrated with festive joy. Notably, Fong Yuan's rumored romantic interest Selen was also spotted in the stands. When the cameras captured her, tens of thousands of Valencia supporters erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Some female fans even held up a banner that read, "Don't say yes to her." Fong Yuan was eventually substituted by Marcelino in the 68th minute of the second half. After 90 minutes of intense competition, Valencia emerged victorious at home, with a 4-1 win over Girona, securing all 3 points. Real Madrid, having recently changed their manager, finally halted their losing streak with a 2-0 victory over Valladolid at home. Meanwhile, Barcelona faced a tough challenge at Vallecas, but ultimately triumphed 3-2 over Rayo Vallecano. After dispatching Girona, Valencia turned their attention back to the Champions League. On November 7th, they hosted Young Boys at their home ground. Fong Yuan started once again in this match. A second-half goal from him secured a narrow 1-0 victory over Young Boys. In another crucial Group H clash, Juventus suffered a surprising 1-2 home defeat against Manchester United. After 4 rounds of group stage matches, Valencia topped the group with 10 points, 3 wins, 1 draw. Juventus followed in second with 7 points, 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, while Manchester United kept their qualification hopes alive with this crucial victory. For Valencia, a win in their next match would secure their place in the Champions League round of 16 with a game to spare. However, their next opponent was not to be underestimated, as their 5th group stage match would take them to Italy to challenge Juventus. This Champions League match would mark Fong Yuan's first return to Italy since leaving Udinese. But before that, Valencia had 2 league matches to play. On November 11th, Valencia traveled to the Coliseum Alfonso Pérez. After 90 minutes, they secured a 2-1 victory over Getafe, maintaining their lead in the league standings. Notably, before this match, Fong Yuan was presented with the La Liga Player of the Month award for October by the Spanish Football Federation. Meanwhile, Barcelona, who were desperately chasing Valencia, had a stroke of bad luck. They suffered a shocking 3-4 home defeat against Real Betis, one of the biggest upsets of the round. To make matters worse, Rakitic was sent off with a red card. Time flew by, and on November 24th, the 13th round of La Liga kicked off. Valencia returned to the Mestalla, but with the upcoming Champions League match in mind, both Fong Yuan and Parejo were left out of the matchday squad, while Condabia and Coquelin started on the bench. A second-half goal from Batshuayi was enough for Valencia to secure a tense 1-0 home victory over Rayo Vallecano, extending their winning streak in the league. In other results, Real Madrid, who had won 2 consecutive matches under their new manager, suffered a shocking 0-3 defeat away at Eibar. Barcelona, meanwhile, played out a 1-1 draw with Atletico Madrid. After 13 rounds, Valencia stood proudly at the top of the table with 32 points, boasting a record of 10 wins, 2 draws, and just 1 loss. The league standings were a major surprise to many. Besides Valencia's impressive performance, the struggles of the traditional powerhouses Barcelona and Real Madrid were also unforeseen at the start of the season. After 13 rounds, Real Madrid, having lost Cristiano Ronaldo, were not only the first team in La Liga to change their manager, but also found themselves languishing in 7th place. Barcelona, while slightly higher, were still far from their usual standards of previous seasons. Currently, the top 7 teams were Valencia, Sevilla, Barcelona, Atletico Madrid, Alaves Espanyol, and Real Madrid. Valencia had built a substantial 6-point lead over second-place Sevilla. The day after the 13th round, the entire Valencia squad flew to Italy, arriving at a hotel in Turin by midday. Valencia's arrival attracted significant attention, especially for Fong Yuan. As he appeared at the hotel, a throng of journalists who had been waiting eagerly swarmed around him, with the largest crowd gathering around him. Fong, this is your first time back in Italy since leaving Udinese. Do you have anything you'd like to share with your fans? I'm very happy, and also very excited. I just saw some Udinese fans outside the hotel. Honestly, I'm deeply moved. Thank you all. Will you score in this match? Of course, I hope to get on the score sheet, but I don't think it's the most important thing. What matters most to me is helping the team secure the victory. After answering some questions from the press, Fong Yuan finally managed to retreat to his room with the help of the staff. Time 1:00 p.m. local Italian time, November 27, 2018. Location: Allianz Stadium, Turin. By now, the 5th round of this season's Champions League group stage had been underway for just over an hour, with the scoreboard on the sidelines displaying the current tally. 3-1 with the home team leading the visitors. The match had reached the 70th minute. At this moment, tens of thousands of Juventus fans packed the stadium, unleashing deafening roars of celebration. On the pitch, many Valencia players cast helpless glances at the Juventus players wildly celebrating on the sidelines. The expressions on the faces of the two head coaches Marcelino and Allegri were worlds apart. Fong Yuan stood with his hands on his hips watching the player in Juventus number 7 shirt, now enveloped by his teammates, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This was without a doubt the most agonizing match he had ever played. The opposition had lined up in a 4-3-1-2 formation with a three-man defensive midfield specifically designed to stifle the connection between Fong Yuan and Parejo in the center. Parejo in particular suffered as much as Fong Yuan. Naturally slow and a traditional deep-lying playmaker, his passing lanes were constantly cut off. He was allowed to carry the ball, but every effort was made to prevent him from distributing it. Fong Yuan faced a different defensive approach the moment an interception seemed impossible. The first priority was to deliver a punishing challenge to him. They denied him any space to accelerate or weave his magic. Compounded by the referee's leniency towards the home side's tactics, Fong Yuan was completely shackled from start to finish. Although he managed to pull one back for Valencia with a free kick just before halftime, his side's defense offered no answer to the red-hot Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo had just completed his hat-trick, scoring all of his team's goals. It was a cathartic release after being sent off in the reverse fixture against Valencia. Looking at his teammates' dejected hanging heads and the high morale of the Juventus squad, Fong Yuan knew this match was lost. Screw this, a draw will see us through mentality. Fong Yuan knew that this very thought had made everyone on the pitch hesitant and overly cautious. Combined with the hostile away atmosphere, they were overwhelmed in an instant. Given the group standings before the match, a draw would have secured Valencia's qualification with a game to spare. Fong Yuan shook his head on the pitch. He couldn't help but wonder if every team in the world collapses under this specific scenario. It reminded him of the national team's infamous curse. They were guaranteed to lose whenever a draw was all that was needed to progress. On the touchline, Marcelino was filled with regret. He bore the lion's share of responsibility for the team's performance. His tactical setup at the start of the match had been a fatal miscalculation. Marcelino knew this defeat could very well squander the advantage his team had built in the group stage. In the final round, while Juventus faced a dead rubber, Valencia would face Manchester United. With United still clinging to a lifeline, they would undoubtedly throw everything at them. Play resumed, but with a 2-goal cushion, Juventus deliberately slowed the tempo. Valencia in turn seemed to lose all will to mount a comeback. In the 78th minute, Marcelino made a triple substitution, bringing off Fong Yuan, Parejo, and other key starters. The changes signaled the final acceptance of defeat. After 4 minutes of stoppage time, the referee brought the match to a close. Juventus 3-1 Valencia. In the group's other match, Manchester United secured a 1-0 home victory over Young Boys. This result threw the group standings into chaos. With only one round remaining, none of Juventus, Valencia, or Manchester United could be certain of their place in the knockout stages. Juventus and Valencia were both tied on 10 points, 3 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss, with Juventus topping the group on head-to-head record. Manchester United sat third with 9 points, 3 wins, 2 losses. Juventus were in the most comfortable position, facing an already eliminated Young Boys in their final match. Meanwhile, Manchester United and Valencia would battle fiercely, with the loser facing the drop to the Europa League. Valencia did hold two advantages: a superior goal difference and the fact that the decisive clash against United would be played at the Mestalla. After the match in Turin, the entire Valencia squad flew back to Valencia that same night. The following day, they immediately began a closed-door training camp. Marcelino imposed a total media blackout, forbidding all players from speaking to the press without his explicit permission. The strictness was justified. Their La Liga Round 14 fixture was just 3 days away against Real Madrid. Although the Galacticos were in turmoil this season, a wounded beast is still dangerous. Marcelino dared not be complacent. In his eyes, the league was the priority. Despite their current healthy lead, a single lapse in a long campaign could see it evaporate in just a game or two. Just as in the Champions League, where Valencia had held a massive advantage before round 5, only to see it vanish after one defeat. Adding to the pressure, this crucial league match would be played away from home. Marcelino felt a sense of impending doom. The outside world was equally fixated on the upcoming clash. This titanic struggle was billed as the marquee fixture of round 14. Spanish media had been hyping the match for days. Real Madrid's interim manager Santiago Solari had exuded confidence in his pre-match interviews. "We have faced many problems this season, but Real Madrid is a club with a rich history. We do not fear adversity. We have overcome our issues, and the squad is now full of confidence and unity. I believe we can beat any opponent at the Bernabeu. The league is a marathon. In the past, we were the ones being chased, carrying that immense pressure. Now the roles are reversed, and I am confident our opponents will crack under the weight of expectation." At 5 p.m. local time in Spain on December 1st, the Valencia squad arrived at the parking lot of the Bernabeu Stadium by team bus. As the players filed out, the journalists who had been waiting on site immediately swarmed forward. Fong Yuan had barely appeared when he found himself completely surrounded by a throng of reporters. "Fong Yuan, this is your first time playing at the Bernabeu. What feelings would you like to share with the fans?" While trying to push through the crowd of reporters, Fong Yuan suddenly heard a familiar native accent. After a moment's hesitation, Fong Yuan stopped. After all, he felt a sense of obligation to his fellow countrymen. "I'm very happy. I think this is a dream for every professional player in their childhood. I also fantasized about standing on this pitch one day. Now that the dream has become a reality, of course, I'm thrilled and delighted. Fang Yuan, there's been a rumor circulating back home recently that Espanyol is negotiating with a domestic club, and it said a second Chinese player will soon join La Liga. As someone who's been through it, what advice would you give them to establish themselves in the team faster? Fang Yuan was taken aback by the question. He genuinely knew nothing about this. However, he considered it a positive development that another compatriot might be coming to La Liga. After all, too few players managed to go abroad from China. Stuck in the domestic football environment back home, how could there be much room for growth? Ever since his father told him about the Football Association's stance over the phone, Fang Yuan had rarely paid attention to domestic football news. I wasn't aware of this matter. But I believe that to integrate into the team quickly, language is the first priority. It's not only crucial for understanding the team's tactics, but also for communicating with your teammates. If you can quickly pick up some spoken Spanish, it will be a tremendous help in settling in. Also, complete your training tasks diligently and seize the opportunities that come your way. Fang, how far have things progressed between you and Celine? Fang, I heard Celine's family is very fond of you. Have you met the parents yet? Fang, it's said that Barcelona has made an offer to Valencia. They want to use you to replace Messi. Will you go to Barca? After Fang Yuan finished answering the two questions from the football newspaper reporter, the other journalists immediately bombarded him with more, practically shoving microphones and recorders into his mouth. The questions were of every conceivable kind. Seeing his path completely blocked, Fang Yuan felt helpless, knowing he wouldn't be able to leave without saying something more. Everyone, my relationship with Celine is my private matter. I don't like discussing it publicly, so I'll decline to answer those questions. As for what this gentleman just mentioned about Barcelona, sorry, but I am currently a Valencia player. Valencia is a beautiful city with lovely fans and a great group of teammates. We get along very well, and I truly enjoy being here. I have no intention of leaving. Also, my name is Fang Yuan, I come from China, and I am not a replacement for anyone. Okay. Having answered that, Fang Yuan quickly took advantage of the reporter's momentary pause, and with the help of the staff finally broke free from the crowd and entered the stadium. Fang, I'm a bit envious of you. Look how popular you are now. Danny Parejo, his closest friend in the team, immediately came over to say this as Fang Yuan entered the dressing room. Danny, you're pretty popular too. I heard your jersey sales are already second in the team, Gages, who was nearby, said with a smile. Hearing this, Fang Yuan also broke into a smile. He hadn't expected that his close relationship with Parejo would lead to a surge in the latter's jersey sales in China. Fang Yuan had mentioned in previous interviews that Parejo was his closest teammate, and in several matches Parejo was always the first to step up whenever Fang Yuan was fouled. Consequently, the fans back home extended their affection to him, making him highly popular in China now. Because of this, many in the team were now trying every possible way to get closer to Fang Yuan. The league season was nearing its halfway point with the winter break approaching. Clubs aiming to strengthen their squads during the transfer window were beginning to make moves. Fang Yuan's performances this season naturally attracted significant attention. The question the reporter asked outside the stadium about Barcelona was not without foundation. Barcelona's Valverde had previously expressed interest in Fang Yuan during a press interview. Moreover, media reports suggested that Barcelona was actively searching the globe for Messi's successor, and Fang Yuan's emergence had suddenly given them a clear target. According to reports from market journalists, it wasn't just Barcelona. Many of Europe's top clubs had set their sights on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't take his teammates' teasing to heart. After quickly changing into his gear, he joined his teammates on the pitch for the adaptation training session. Congratulations, host. Mission Conquer the Bernabeu triggered helped the team win the match. Rewards will be based on completion rating. Perfect completion awards a random AB level skill. Excellent completion awards a bronze chest X1. Hearing this prompt, Fang Yuan could only smile wryly. He had a feeling right after getting off the bus earlier that the system, which had been dormant for so long, might just make an appearance for this match. This match, being the marquee fixture of the round, naturally drew widespread attention. Tencent Sports back in China was also broadcasting the game live. During the warm-up, the Bernabeu was nearly packed to the rafters with tens of thousands of Real Madrid fans singing and cheering to spur on their team. After the cameras panned over the players from both sides, they began focusing on the stands. As the cameras picked out celebrities one by one, waves of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. First in the VIP box, when Florentino Perez and Zinedine Zidane appeared on screen, it excited many journalists present. The question of Real Madrid's head coach had been a hot topic ever since Lopetegui's dismissal. Earlier, photographers had captured Zidane in Madrid, and seeing him alongside Florentino now rapidly increased the credibility of rumors about his return. Good evening, football fans, and welcome to a pivotal clash in round 14 of La Liga, brought to you by Penguin Sports. The match pits Real Madrid against Valencia. I'm your host, John June, and as always, I'm joined by our old friend Zhang Lu to provide commentary. Welcome, Coach Zhang. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Lu. Coach Zhang, have you heard the rumor that's been spreading like wildfire lately? What rumor? Word has it that the negotiation team from Espanyol has arrived in Shanghai, supposedly with the intention of signing Wu Lei. Oh, that's not just a rumor. It's true. All I can say at the moment is that this is happening and negotiations are progressing well. I believe we'll have an official announcement soon. How significant do you think Wu Lei's move abroad would be for Chinese football? It would be immensely significant. Since how Jun-min left the Bundesliga in 2010, we haven't had a player in Europe's top leagues. The AFC Executive Emirati official Romesai previously emphasized the need to support our players in venturing to Europe. If we could have 4 or 5 players competing in Europe's top leagues, it would massively boost the national team's strength. Think back to when Yangqin Sun Jihai and Xiao Jiai were playing in Europe. We were a formidable force in Asia. But now staying in the domestic league is like being frogs at the bottom of a well. I've heard that Wu Lei's opportunity is quite similar in nature to the one Fang Yuan had in Italy. I wonder if he can establish himself in La Liga like Fang Yuan did. Well, the circumstances are a bit different. Espanyol is owned by Xinhua Interactive, and the chairman is Chun Yenxing. While his influence might have played a part in this, I believe the club's primary motivation is sporting reasons. I've also heard that Espanyol is facing a major crisis in attack with their main striker injured. So I think Wu Lei has a very good chance of securing a regular spot. As Zhang Jun and Zhang Lu discussed this, the stadium cameras continued to scan the stands for celebrities. Soon they found Fang Yuan's rumored girlfriend Celine. The beautiful woman of French and Spanish nationality wearing a Fang Yuan jersey stood out conspicuously among the Valencia fans. When she noticed the camera, she waved at it. This gesture drew cheers from the Valencia supporters around her. But the next individuals to appear on the screen left the fans, reporters, and even the commentators in the studio stunned. Oh, isn't that the Spanish national team coach Enrique? And next to him, isn't that the Spain U21 coach De La Fuente? Zhang Jun remarked with surprise as he saw the two men both wearing hats and sunglasses appear on the screen. Yes, that's De La Fuente. It's rare to see these two together. Are they both here preparing for upcoming Spanish national team matches? Zhang Jun, who do you think they're here to scout? I couldn't even begin to guess. It's too difficult to speculate about which players they're targeting for their respective teams. However, their presence likely signals preparations for the upcoming European Championship qualifiers. Probably. According to UEFA's schedule, the Euro qualifiers start in March. As for De La Fuente, he's likely here for the Olympic qualifiers, which are the U21 European Championship. The two Spanish national team coaches made no attempt to hide their presence, waving at the cameras when they were spotted. What no one knew was that the subject of their discussion was not a current member of the Spanish national team. You're also here for him, Luis, Enrique said with a smile, looking at the camera but addressing De La Fuente beside him. Don't tell me you're here for him too. Can't you handle a mere Euro qualifier on your own? Coincidentally, both of their names were Luis. I believe he fits my tactics perfectly. But how do you plan to resolve his nationality issue? Will the Federation approve it? I think they will. As long as he's willing, anything is possible. You know, we're at a critical point of renewal. Not just in the forward line, though, that's the most urgent. Luis, I believe our goals are aligned on this. De La Fuente remained silent after listening to Enrique, merely nodding slightly. Unbeknownst to everyone, the target of their visit today was Fang Yuan. The golden era for the Spanish national team was a decade ago. Since then, they haven't won any major trophies, and the need for a generational overhaul has become extremely pressing. The issue of the Spanish national team's forward line has been a constant topic of debate among the media and fans. Although Spain once conquered the world with their false nine system, modern football has evolved, rendering that tactical approach obsolete. Since taking over, Enrique has been actively searching for solutions to his team's attacking problems. As the current leaders of La Liga, Valencia naturally caught Enrique's attention, and their attacking spearhead Fang Yuan was a prime target. However, the issue of nationality presented a significant obstacle. Before today's match, Enrique had specifically consulted with the head of the Football Federation about this matter. While many of the strict requirements weren't met, the door wasn't entirely closed. Of course, the most critical factor wasn't the paperwork, but whether Fang Yuan himself would agree. Enrique hadn't expected to run into De La Fuente at the stadium. As time passed, 10 minutes before kickoff, the starting lineups emerged from the tunnel, led by the match officials. Marcelino fielded his strongest lineup for this match, sticking with Valencia's usual 4-2-3-1 formation. Neto was in goal. The backline consisted of Piccini, Gabriel Garay, and Gaia. Kondogbia and Coquelin anchored the midfield as double pivots, with Parejo as the attacking midfielder. Fang Yuan was on the right wing, Gages on the left, and Gamero led the line as the sole striker. Real Madrid under Solari lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Courtois started in goal. The defense was Carvajal, Verni Ramos, and Reguilon. The midfield trio was Modric, Ceballos, and Llorente. The forward line consisted of Lucas Benzema and Bale.